be best. Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. We've got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we're gonna get right to it. And as always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep, dark void. Never to be seen again. Oh boy, whoopsies. There we go. Wednesday. Midweek report. Time for us to get to the show. Hump day. So much to talk about, but first some shout-outs. Young Chris, the Reference Frame, and our meteorologist. 123 in the YouTube chat. Mordant Inky Cap also here. Sweet Chewy. Well, quiet beginnings. But we got a long night ahead of us. Boy, oh boy, midterms stuff to talk about. A whole bunch of it, including the targeting of DSA and Hasan by the media, by Democrats, and by the Trump administration. Rogue AI. AI, or maybe I should say AI going rogue. Yes, indeed, we'll certainly get into that and much, much more. Things like all the fires and floods are happening all over the place. The slow breakup between the United States and Canada. Pete Hegseth wants more money to do the Iran war. And nukes going to the Middle East in multiple ways.
What now?
All right, let's start it off with the midterm elections, or elections more broadly. As we know, Donald Trump has been talking a lot about elections. The 2020 elections, in fact, he's been trying to rehash those. Talking about voter fraud. And Governor Mickey Sherrill of New Jersey came out and made a statement earlier on Tuesday, causing Republicans to claim everything they've ever said about voter fraud, including 2020, was correct.
Immediately, if not sooner.
The Democratic governor of New Jersey, Mickey Sherrill, revealing that a software glitch had added over 66,000 non-citizens to the state's voter rolls.
In June of 2023, nearly 3 years before I became governor, a serious software error in New Jersey's motor vehicle system led to the improper voter registration of what we believe to be roughly 6,600 people in our state. In the case of this error, some individuals indicated that they weren't citizens and weren't eligible to vote, but the software registered them anyway.
The governor said that about 400 of those people cast ballots, but there's no evidence at this time that any elections were swayed. She made the surprise disclosure just days after President Trump's address to the nation, where he claimed that hundreds of thousands of non-citizens are on the rolls across the country.
Yeah, this is big news right here, but I think what's important is the second piece of what's being said here. Thousands of non-citizens were registered, and only hundreds of them voted, according to Mickey Sherrill. We still haven't seen any actual evidence yet of all this, although I take her at her word. But we're talking about 406,000 That's less than 10%. That is what? Is that 8% or something like that? A little bit more? It's tiny. It's a tiny fraction of votes. Should there be ballots getting cast improperly? No. But this is not evidence of any elections having been stolen. That's the thing that is still not even close to being proven. It seems to me that it is being used to as some evidence as such.
Cheryl promised accountability and said that the vendor responsible for the system is being replaced. She also took a swipe at the president.
As the Trump administration tries to weaponize elections for political gain, I am ensuring that we protect our elections. Let me be clear. Donald Trump has zero credibility on the issue of election integrity.
The White House obviously seized on the news to help push Trump's voter ID bill, writing, quote, Democrat glitch registers thousands of non-citizens to vote, another reason to pass the Save America Act. This is obviously not a great situation. She acknowledged that. But it also doesn't demonstrate that there's widespread voter fraud in New Jersey or anywhere.
In New Jersey? 6,600 non-citizens made it onto the voter rolls. That's okay. To me, is pretty widespread voter fraud.
That's widespread?
Yeah, I think it'd be pretty bad if one person who's not a legal citizen in the United States.
What's the number of registered voters in the state? Do you know?
New Jersey spends $60 billion over that overall on its budget. So I think if we're seeing...
Yeah, but I mean, you just said it's widespread. So where's the proof that it's widespread?
6,000.
These guys are useless. These guys are fucking useless. They just say a bunch of word salad that means utterly nothing. He's like, they just repeat numbers as if they're proof. 6,600. That's widespread. Out of 10 million people in New Jersey, that's widespread. 6,600. That's proof.
I mean, you just said it's widespread. So where's the proof that it's widespread?
6,600 non-citizens made it onto the voter rolls.
That is 0.006% of registered voters in the state. Mikey Sherrill, she won her
I don't think it invalidates her election.
She won her election by 500,000 votes.
Look how concerned his face is at Abby doing math. Look at his face like, oh God. Not math. Not math. Also, I'd like to point out, first off, we're talking about 6,600 out of 9.5 million people, right? That's 0.06%, like she was saying. But let's also not forget, it's actually 440 people who supposedly voted, something like that. So how much is that out of 9 million? Oh, that's 0.004%. That's less than 0.1%. It's less than 0.5%. That's widespread voter fraud. Oh, God.
There were 3.3 million ballots cast in that election. 400 ineligible voters. Let's say, because we don't even know, let's say they all voted for her, which maybe they did.
Yeah, it still wouldn't invalidate the election.
That would be about 1/100% of all the votes cast. Yeah. Widespread?
Yeah, 6,600 non-citizens made it onto the voter rolls. That's pretty bad. I think.
Hold on, widespread.
Yeah.
6,600 people who were inadvertently registered to vote. The vast majority of them never cast a ballot, and you're calling 400 maybe ballots cast by people who were registered as Republicans, as Democrats, as Independents, as widespread in a state where there are 6.8 million registered voters?
Yeah, I'm with the governor of New Jersey on this. I think it's a pretty big problem.
That math.
Oh, right. I was going by the population of New Jersey, not the registered voters, which is 7 million. So I guess I was a little off. So it's probably like 3/4 of 1/10%.
Math Jesse.
Well, I didn't say it invalidated Mikey Sherrill's election
I didn't
result.
say you said that, but I also dispute the idea that there's any proof that this is widespread.
I think there are thousands of non-citizens on the voter rolls in New Jersey, and I'm pretty concerned about that. I would call it a widespread problem. I think the bigger problem here is that...
What's your definition of widespread, by the way? Is it 1%?
The thing is, should there be people on the voter rolls who are not supposed to be there? No. But all of the proof that exists up to this point shows that they're not voting in mass. This is the largest number that I've heard of any identified number of non-citizens voting. And it sounds like it was as a result of an error that they were registered to vote. Less than 10% of the people who were registered to vote accidentally voted. And these guys are like, oh my God, this is widespread. This proof. This is widespread voter fraud.
Is it 2%?
I don't know, more than 100? I think it's a big problem. What's yours?
What's your tolerance for this?
Hold on. This is not about tolerance. This is about, is it widespread or is it something that is relatively rare,
You're pounding him over the word widespread. I just would...
Because here's the fucking thing, right? Is it a problem if people are on the voter rolls? Yes, but it's not, in my opinion, it is not the fraud that Republicans like Scott Jennings and all these other fucking twerps claim it is. Okay? Right? It's like... let me think. Let me think of a good example of this. It's like if you were accidentally added to some sort of like membership list somewhere, right? Like some exclusive membership list somewhere, and you didn't even know that you were added to it, and you never went there. Is that fraud? Did you commit fraud? Right? Like if at the end of I'm trying to think of like a good example of, it's hard to think of like a one-to-one example of this sort of thing, but it's like, if you, there could be millions of people on the voter rolls who aren't supposed to be there. Dead people, undocumented immigrants, whomever, right? Felons. If they're not going and voting, they're not committing fraud, right? It's not actually affecting the elections. Like, according to the law, should they be there? No, but that doesn't mean that any election fraud is really being perpetrated, that it's being done on purpose, because fraud implies intent, right? There's a difference between fraud and an accident, right? But the possibility of committing a crime isn't a crime in and of itself, right? But that is what they're trying to claim here. They're saying that because people are on the rolls, whether they know they're there or not, whether they have the the capability to go vote, whether they have any intention of going to vote, irrelevant. But in my opinion, that's the only relevant thing, really. I mean, should there be maybe something done to solve? I don't know. It's not clear to me that there is, in fact, a rampant issue here. This is the first credible claim that I've even seen, and we still don't have full clarity on what's going on here. I'm still trying to unpack it. But it's quite a rush to say this is all of a sudden widespread fraud.
Scott,
what is your tolerance for any fraud at all?
Is it widespread?
Absolutely. Over 6,000 people.
What is your bar for widespread?
She said, my bar is I want no tolerance. Okay. I have zero tolerance.
So what is your tolerance?
So widespread is 1. According to Scott Jennings, widespread is 1. If you have 1 instance of voter fraud, that is widespread. Which is, of course, not the definition of widespread. Let me just help everyone with the word. Here's a definition of widespread. Describe something that is distributed over a large geographic area or affects a significant number of people. Synonymous with common, pervasive, or extensive. Yeah, this doesn't sound widespread, Scott. Sounds like you're having some sort of a mental health crisis.
You have a mental health problem.
For American
By the way,
citizens
this isn't the only place this is
What
happening.
is your tolerance for American citizens whose valid voter registrations are invalidated by incorrect databases? What's your tolerance for that?
I don't have tolerance for any mistakes in the electoral system, including putting non-citizens on the rolls.
So then why are we not keeping the same energy for that as we are for this?
I do have energy. As you know, I've come out here and long argued that every time we don't clean up the voter rolls, that every time a non-citizen makes it onto the voter rolls, it invalidates some legal person's vote.
What about when an
like
American...
Yeah, that's not what Abby meant, Scott. And he knows, this fucking idiot knows that full well. He has no energy for getting people on the voting rolls. You know, where is Scott's energy for making sure we get every eligible American on the voting rolls? Get voting drives out there. You know, why isn't he as excited about democracy? He's just excited about preventing certain people from engaging in the democratic process. He doesn't give a fuck about people, you know, like Americans losing their ability to get access to voting accidentally. It's interesting. He claims to have that kind of energy, but he doesn't got it. None of it. Zero interest in any of that.
is not allowed to vote when they are eligible to vote.
I don't have any tolerance for that either. An
Then
American
why- so
citizen
then
should
why
be
are
allowed to
you
vote.
okay with
but
the
American
administration-
citizens are invalidated.
Why
when
are
First
you
time I'm
okay
hearing
then
it.
with the
are glitched onto the
administration
system.
This is the first time I'm hearing, and he immediately switched back to talking about immigrants being on the system. He doesn't give a shit. This is the first time I've ever heard Scott ever mention that, and he couldn't even stay on topic for longer than a half a second. Look how long it took.
American citizens are invalidated.
Why
when
are you
illegal
okay
aliens
then with the
are glitched onto the
administration
system.
using
Right back.
a system that a federal judge recently found was actively removing U.S. citizens from the voter rolls based on inaccurate information? Why are you comfortable with that system being used to check the voter rolls?
This is a convenient deflection for you. This is the worst possible story that could happen for Democrats right now regarding the debate over the SAVE Act.
Let me tell you,
60
For Scott to claim anyone else is deflecting, a guy who literally can't answer questions just got done avoiding a question. Like, he literally never answered what his definition of widespread was. He just switched to, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if it's widespread. He basically completely conceded the point without actually saying it, and switched to talking about how a single instance of voter fraud is all he cares about. But it just shows you the fucking fantasy land these people are living in. Right? They will just latch on to any single anecdote and leech it for all it's worth. That's all it's for to them. They have no interest in democracy in the slightest. It's a political baseball to hit back and forth. That's all they care about. Because the second you start talking about, hey, maybe we should make sure Americans are on the voters, like, yeah, but that's not what I'm here for. You know, like, even I am willing to say, like, look, if you're not supposed to be on the voting roll, you shouldn't be on the voting roll. Even though me and Scott's, interpretation of how people should be allowed into our country and whatever else are certainly vastly different, I'm still willing to say, look, we should have rules. But how we arrive at these places. I'm certain me and Scott differ, but this guy, he just can't even accept when the facts are in front of him. There is no widespread. It doesn't matter. In fact, he just like, no, I don't care what the facts are. All I care is that I found one thing I can latch onto and cry about on national TV for a while. It's like, dude, it's like, this is, it's like some strange sort of like political identity politics. You know, like they are like so hyper focused on a number of things that like it doesn't matter what the facts and figures, the numbers are. Any anecdote will do. It's just so strange. It is so strange. Because it has no real world bearing if it's not widespread. Because that's the thing. If it's not affecting elections, it really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Should maybe something, be done to solve the glitch that existed in the system to prevent this from happening in the future? Absolutely. It's fucking insane to suggest that first that it's widespread, and then to go even further and to say, actually, it doesn't matter. Actually, that doesn't matter. One instance is enough. It's just hyperventilating. It's a panic. It's a manufactured panic.
Is wrong. Because, first of all, this is not the worst possible conversation. This is actually a very good conversation for Democrats because Mikey Sherrill did exactly the right thing. She was transparent.
That's all I was saying.
Let me finish. She was transparent.
And it was good.
She was transparent. She was accountable. She immediately held the people accountable. She removed the software vendor, and she criticized the former governor, who was a Democrat, criticized the former governor for failing to address the problem. That's exactly what a responsible leader is supposed to do. Exactly the opposite of what Donald Trump did in this irresponsible speech last week. Exactly the opposite of what Donald Trump did when he lost the 2020 election and he told the people in Georgia he needs to find 11,780 votes, which, by the way, is voter fraud. This is not an issue about whether it's widespread or not. It's not, because it's really a question about, is it even fraud? This was not fraud. This was a mistake. People were given an option. Are you a U.S. citizen or not? They said no, but the computer system incorrectly registered them to vote. They didn't do anything of their own.
That's a fair
Fraud
point.
required them to do something on their own purposely.
Exactly. And Scott's little fucking smirk doesn't change this fact. And I would like to take us back in time to a few days ago to a clip that we watched together of a Trump voter, non-citizen, due to confusion and error in a red state, did exactly the thing that we're talking about here in New Jersey.
Like I said, she recognizes she broke the law. So in that sense, she realizes she should be prosecuted. She does at the same time will very quickly say, but it seems very unfair. The crime is a misdemeanor. It is not a felony. You know, she was in that detention center for 6 months or maybe even longer than that before she was deported. Yeah, probably the most interesting character we connected with was a woman named Dora D'Amata. Dora is a resident, or was a resident of North Carolina. She was born in Panama. She entered the United States as a lawful resident in 1973, and she was here ever since. She's a great-grandmother. And she voted in the 2016 election. And then in December, she was stopped by immigration authorities for that vote, for that crime. And when I connected with her in the month of May, I think it was the first time, she was already in a detention center on her way to being deported back to Panama. She truly believed that she could.
Here's the one we're talking about. The fraudulent voter. Clearly a proud Trump supporter living in the red state of North Carolina. But wait, it gets better because the clear parallels between this story and the one what we're talking about right now in New Jersey are about to be made very clear.
To vote because she had been on YouTube and had seen something. It's a little unclear what she saw, that seemed to indicate that she believed President Obama had issued an executive order allowing long-term lawful residents to cast ballots. Adding to her confusion, she went to go register to vote using her driver's license. She's a resident of North Carolina. At the time, a North Carolina, and still today, I believe, a North Carolina driver's license is stamped with something that says limited term. She understood that the person she gave the license to would realize limited term means I'm not a citizen. She handed over the driver's license. They signed her up. She went to the polls to vote, handed over the driver's license. They let her vote. So in her mind, you know, she'd done everything right. She identified herself as a non-citizen and she was allowed to vote. She's 7.
Yeah. So a legal U.S. resident, a non-citizen legal U.S. resident was here. She was here for decades and voted for Trump in 2016 because the state accidentally registered her and told her it was fine, even though she presented documents that clearly identified her as a non-citizen resident. She got deported, by the way. Left in an ICE facility for 6 months as a result of this accident. She believed. And how can we ever prove that she didn't believe that? And why? You know, like it's crazy. Why would she not believe that she was allowed to vote when the state literally registered her to vote? And this is what I'm saying. In this case with New Jersey, yeah, less than 10% of the people of the 6,000 that were accidentally registered actually voting, right? However, if you received a ballot, if you received, you know, like indications, like letters in the mail saying, hey, here's your polling location, go vote. I think it's possible that some number of people, some number out of 10, 1 in 10, less than 1 in 10, like 1 in 20, might be confused and think maybe they have the legal right to vote. There is no evidence of widespread fraud here. And the claims are just spurious and lacking any credibility or evidence. You beg to differ. North Carolina is a purple state. Okay. Okay, via airship. Let's hope so. Let's hope it goes purple this midterm election. Speaking while we're talking about this, we should talk about how we're treating people in this country. You know, all these election fraud allegations happening at the same time while ICE is murdering brown people in the streets. Seems to me to just be an attempt to vilify brown people more broadly in the country. Immigrants already have enough going on. And looking at a particular way shouldn't cause you any sort of problems in your life, in your daily life, or otherwise, right? Unfortunately, that's the world we have right now. I found this clip to be quite disturbing. A scene at an airport in... Where was this again? I can't remember what fucking airport this was at. But an argument between a United Airlines employee and someone looking to get on a flight turned into some real gross and hateful words being said.
Maybe we should call ICE on you.
You gonna call ICE on me? Oh, say that again. Say that again.
Maybe you need to be, because you don't act like a citizen. Get away.
Who you been calling me? And what's your name? Because you're rude as hell. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? No, because you're hella rude. No, you're hella rude. You're hella rude.
He won't fly.
You're hella rude.
He's not flying.
You're hella rude.
He's not
No,
flying.
why am I not flying? Because I'm telling you you're hella rude. What's your name?
Videotape you.
What's your name? Perfect. Videotape me.
Anyways, we don't need this whole freaking argument. But saying you don't look like you're not acting like a U.S. citizen. I'm gonna call ICE on you to somebody who's brown is disgusting. And I don't know what the hell was going on in this woman's head that day, but this is just despicable behavior. Shows a real lack of concern for other human beings. Like who? Like what? Like what? Why? Why would you say that? Was it in Denver? I could not imagine why anybody would do that in their right mind. Oh, you don't look like an American citizen. You're not acting like an American. Maybe I should call ICE on you. It's gross. People already are under threat because of ICE and what they're doing. We don't need to be terrorizing each other by threatening calling ICE on like it's disgusting. Of course, we've seen plenty of this. What's his name? Not Walter Masterson, the other guy. The one who set up the fake ICE complaint websites. But like, this is we've seen this too much. Too many people who feel emboldened. To use the federal government as a way to go after people they don't like. For whatever fucking reasons. It's real disturbing to me that while we have Donald Trump pushing for the SAVE Act and claiming 2020 was rigged again, and we have widespread election fraud, the Democrats aren't working to, I don't know, build the party up, to usher in a new generation that's making it very clear they want to be involved in the democratic process, whether in governing or just voting, contributing their thoughts and opinions. They have been, of course, gatekeeping as hard as possible while all of this is going on. Making that supposedly big tent as small as they can. While continuing to funnel corporate and APAC money to their preferred candidates. They're also simultaneously waging a narrative war against everyone left of center. people like Bernie Sanders.
All right, so we got to talk about this, man. As DSA candidates are winning all across this country and scaring the shit out of corporate Democrats, and MAGA, by the way. MAGA, I think, low-key likes the Democratic Socialists are winning because they think they can beat Democratic Socialists easier. But MAGA also have the IQ of baboons, and they're wrong, and they don't realize it, right? So they're almost cheering for their own demise. Sort of similar. It's like the reverse of how Hillary wanted Trump to win the primary because they thought they were definitely going to beat Trump, and then she lost. Like, sort of like that in reverse, that now the right is playing that game. But anyway, there are a bunch of fissures in the Democratic Party that have now opened up as a result of this, okay? As a result of DSA winning, gaining power, scaring the shit out of the corporate Democrats and the AIPAC Democrats. Well, take a look at this article. This article is insane that just came out from CNN. The framing behind it will make you want to, shove your nuts in a waffle iron. But let's go through it here. So Manu Raju says, how Bernie Sanders has roiled Democratic leaders with his primary picks in Senate and House races, even leading to a tense call with Hakeem Jeffries. Meeks, who was on the call, quote, he seemed not to care. So let me explain to you what's happening here. Hakeem Jeffries, Democratic leaders are...
Okay. Hold on, we're going to go to this article now. But it's fascinating. I mean, Democrats have never welcomed Bernie in for really anything. They literally did everything they could to prevent him from becoming president when it was clear the vast majority of people wanted him to 10 years ago. And now he starts supporting candidates. Those candidates start winning. And you're like, why is he supporting? Is he even allowed to do that?
A what now?
Now that's a suit. What, you like Kyle's suit? That's a nice suit. I'll give him that much.
Primary endorsements have sparked a Democratic midterm war.
Hush.
Ain't no war, bitch. Ain't no war, because y'all got no mother...
Hush. God damn it. Kyle. Okay. Bernie blowback. Oh, wait, this is for subscribers only? Now we gotta listen to Kyle talk. Fine. Fine. Screw it. I thought I had a good plan. Clearly, it's a terrible plan. I don't got that Kyle money over here to be paying for CNN subscriptions.
Groundswell of support, Hakeem. Oh, wait, that's right. You don't have any, so you can't do dick. Now can you? Senator Bernie Sanders had just announced his intent to unseat a sitting House Democrat, this time a member of the Congressional Black Caucus from North Carolina, when Representative Hakeem Jeffries decided it was time to confront Sanders himself. The House Democratic leader warned Sanders against meddling in House primaries, particularly one involving a black Democrat in such a critical midterm election year, according to 3 Democrats familiar with the conversation. Quote, he seemed not to care. Representative Greg Meeks of New York, a Jeffries ally who also on the call, said of Sanders, recalling the previously unreported phone call, the intervention from those powerful Washington Democrats came just before incumbent Representative Valerie Foushee edged out her challenger, Nita Alam, in the March primary. Asked recently to describe the conversation, Jeffries would say only, quote, it was honest. Heading into the midterm, Sanders has perhaps never been more powerful in Democratic politics, but the...
Yeah, and see, what's interesting about this is if Democrats want to win, which, in theory, they do. I mean, they claim to want to win all the time. And then they do petty things that make it clear that they're upset when they don't win. But if you wanted to win, it would seem like you would maybe embrace the movement that is winning. If you wanted to win, you would embrace winning. Do you see what I'm saying here? Because if Sanders endorsed candidates, of which 60 have faced elections so far, like finished elections, 42 of the 60 have won. Are you seeing what I'm saying here? This is more than 2/3 of all of the races that Bernie Sanders has endorsed. It's like 70% or something like that. What is 42 of 60? That is close to 70%. What? 42? No. It's 3. There we go. It's exactly 70%. If you know, like, maybe Democrats should embrace winning more. It's like they hate winning. Bernie's got 70% win rate right now. And they're just sitting around complaining about it. Thumbing their nose at the left. Saying this is not a winning strategy. This will lose elections while it wins elections in Democratic primaries. They're so obsessed with triangulating to Republicans that they're incapable of seeing where the base is. And are just insistent on playing, midterm, like, general ball politics, right? But it's primary season. They want to be like, look, they got great ideas, but don't forget, Republicans might vote in complete and total opposition to all the evidence that we've seen in the last 10 years. They might finally vote for us. That's basically the argument that's being given to us right now. It's like, look, the party wants one thing. They're clearly voting for that. 70% of the time, Bernie-backed candidates are winning, and we're getting trounced over and over again. No matter how many millions of dollars we spend, we are losing. We're losing big. But don't forget, Republicans might want to vote for this kind of lackluster, milquetoast, centrist trash this time. I know they didn't do it last time, or the time before, and the time before that as well. I mean, if we're going just by midterms, at least like 4 or 5 times now. Republicans continue to not cross the party line. At the very most, you get independents voting Democrats slightly more, like 60-40, 70-30 maybe. But that does not represent does not represent any kind of ideology. And that's what Democrats are begging for people to do. It's like, look, do not embrace ideology. Okay, just embrace us, the completely unlikable, unideological, corrupt human beings who've been here for decades. That's the argument that's being made. It's like, that's what the Republicans and the independents love sometimes. Once in a while, we get lucky and an independent votes for us. And it's like, first off, that strategy doesn't work on any consistent basis. It's really not a strategy so much as it is just standing there and doing nothing. And hoping that nothing looks better than something. It's pathetic. It is fucking pathetic. Just how useless and spineless the Democrats have become. They've certainly come a long way from the New Deal Democrats. I know that much. Not in a good way. And while people try and shift the ideology of the party back to more of a New Deal sort of vision, the corrupt corporate Democrats continue to push for people like Haley Stevens Haley Stevens. She's great. And don't make fun of her voice. It's very mean.
Crisis. In the Senate, Sanders has backed El Sayed, whose pursuit of Medicare for All and criticisms of Israel and the American Israel Public Affairs Committee have made him a darling of the progressive left. The party establishment is coalescing behind Representative Haley Stevens, a more moderate Democrat from the Detroit area who's pitching herself as the most electable against the likely GOP nominee, former Representative Mike Rogers. Where have I heard that before? Oh, electability. Oh, we're electable. We're electable. We're electable. Maybe you don't fucking know what electable is. Maybe if you measure electability by what the actual voters want, then you'd realize the left are the electable ones. With the race seen as neck and neck ahead of the August 4th primary, Democrats in Washington and Michigan are particularly nervous about El Sayed. One of those people is retiring Senator Gary Peters, who holds the seat. Peters was expected to stay neutral in the race, but decided last week to endorse Stevens. One person familiar with the discussion has told CNN. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, who has made no secret about his preference for Stevens to win the primary, demurred when asked by CNN whether he had any issues with Sanders stumping for El Sayed. Quote, Democrats have always come up with candidates that fit their states, Schumer said. We will do that in Michigan. We will beat Republicans. We will take back the Senate. Sanders and the progressive wing, however, insist that El Sayed improves the party's chances of winning the seat among a voting base that's retreating from establishment Democratic politics, and Sanders' allies argue he can energize longtime Democrats and new voters alike. By the way, if Haley Stevens really was hot shit and really was what Democratic base voters want.
Yeah, no, hold on.
She should be able to beat El Sayed without taking $50 million in AIPAC money and without taking MAGA and billionaire donor money. But she can't. Which tells you what? The only way they think they even have a chance is to basically cheat, to basically take a bunch of MAGA money. Quote, I mean, there's the Pope, then there's...
Speaking of which, let's take a look at the polls. As things continue to get more and more interesting here. Look at this. El Sayed, +7 right now. As of July 22nd, on the aggregate polling, El Sayed has pulled ahead by 7 points. When McMorrow dropped out, Stevens got this big bump of centrist support, and the centrists like, oh my god, see, it's the centrists, they're the best. Wrong. Look at the polls. The latest poll, I said this was a one-off potentially, right? We're going back and forth between Stevens and El Sayed. Look at this. A +16 El Sayed poll. 56-40 from Monday.
This is ridiculous.
He is decimating her. They want to cater it to the state by spending $50 million on a primary for a woman who can't even with all of that help, get even in the polls, let alone ahead. She is behind. She is now decidedly behind. I can say that with, I think, some assuredness on this right now. That picture is being painted slowly but surely. People like Chuck Schumer refuse to embrace a new future, or any future that includes doing anything that Democratic voters want. Now, one guy who has gotten the backing of both me and of other people in the rapidly approaching deadline in the fight for the Democratic nomination for the general in Maine's Senate race as a result of the dropping out of Graham Plattner. Here's Chuck Schumer being asked about whether or not he endorses Troy Jackson. We got 5 days, remind you, right now, until the deadline.
Yes, campaign, Troy Jackson has essentially locked up the Democratic nomination to replace Graham Plattner. Does he have your endorsement? Should he count on the party's support?
Bottom line is, my North Star has always been take back the Senate. We're going to beat Susan Collins, and we are going to take back the Senate.
My North Star is not answering questions. Look at Tim Kaine. Even Tim Kaine looks confused. Tim Kaine and Dick Durbin are both looking frazzled. Look at these fucking useless dick bags over here. These ancient windbags. Oh my god. Look, my North Star is winning, and as a result, I'm not going to even endorse. See, what you don't realize is if you don't endorse in the race, you cannot lose. That's the best way to win, is to just go, winning is best. However it happens. He is fucking useless. He cannot take a stand on anything. He cannot, and the fact is Troy Jackson is not even that radical. Like, he's got good policies, but he's not a radical. And it's wild. Chuck, 5 days away from this, is like, I only care about one thing. And that is taking back the Senate. Whatever Democrats do with power doesn't matter. It is only about having the power. That's all that matters. Speaking of having the power, this sick psychopath is the one with the power right now. The power that Chuck Schumer and those guys behind him have done nothing to prevent.
Beautiful people. Well, thank you all. Appreciate it. But while our administration is lifting up the next generation with the power of freedom and American capitalism, proven all over the world when it's done right, it's not always done right, but when it's done right, there's nothing like it. The radical left is actively trying to destroy our children's future with the disaster known as communism. It's communism. This isn't a social democrat. These are communists by another name, right? As I said in my recent address at Mount Rushmore recently, I don't know if anybody saw it, such a beautiful place. You know, the communists want to take it down. They try taking Mount Rushmore down. They want to blow it up. They want to take it down. They shouldn't be up there. These people are crazy. But communism is, in my opinion, communism is the single greatest threat to our country and its history, including even World War I and World War II, Pearl Harbor, 9/11. I think it's the greatest threat that I've ever seen to our...
Worse than all of the other wars combined. World War I, II, and Pearl Harbor, different. Pearl Harbor, World War II, two different wars. Don't forget. And also 9/11. Add them up, what do you get? Communism. Now, I don't know of anybody that would fit Trump's definition of communist, which really is just people who want health care for America, that want to take down the Mount Rushmore. Where did that come from? Like, where does this insane claim come from? Where does he get these ideas? Who is telling him these things? Yes, #1 policy of DSA, take down Mount Rushmore.
Immediately, if not sooner. These people are stone cold crazy. And it is the enemy of the free people everywhere and everywhere in the world. You see it happening, and every time it starts to happen, the areas where it's at, whether it's blue states, you see the blue states are all going bad.
When there's no communism in America, this is just a lie. He's living in an alternate reality. Nobody is pushing for communism. Literally no one. They're pushing for healthcare. There is a clear difference between communism and socialism. But Trump, he's like, no, they're the same. Same thing. Democratic socialism and communism actually the same. Even though we have two different words, they're actually the same.
They're all going bad because communism is a loser. The concept, the policy, it's a loser, and it always has been, and it always...
Wow! Nice racism in the chat. China is all the same yellow people. Hate speech get reported and hidden from the channel. China is all yellow people. Is it 2026? Wow. Those are words you just said. You just said those words just now to me. Anyway, Trump is going after the communists. And Fox News is too.
Everybody on Twitter has been losing their minds over this speech. Everybody, Shannon Watts, DSA Watch, they're all like, this guy's wearing a Mao suit. This guy's so cringe. This guy's doing a Hitler-style speech. Hasan Piker delivers Hitler-style rant in Mao Zedong suit. 9.6K likes. There is no greater indication that no one that was liking that actually listened to what I was saying. Let's take a look at what I was actually saying, and you can make up your mind on whether or not this is a Hitler-style speech.
To Trumpism, but no more to the Democrats who compromise, who conciliate, and who betray us. No more to the fascist reactionaries, but no more to the Democrats who will collaborate and cooperate with the fascists, who will fund ICE, who will fund Israel, who will help poison the planet, who will stiff workers and help bosses. We don't need those Democrats anymore. In fact, we have a message. We are coming. We are unbossed. We're unbought. We're unbound. And we will become undeniable. Thank you.
I mean, no notes.
Sounds just like Hitler. Oh, sounds just like Hitler if Hitler hated fascism.
It's a great speech, I will say, especially the end of it, the second half of it. I get really fired up. I don't know how this could be considered Hitlerian in any way, shape, or form. That's a great example of how people just don't watch the clip, right? Shannon Watts did this too. Shannon Watts dressed like Mao and talking about how much he hates the majority of Democrats as an invited guest to college Dems. And she's been going extra hard. She's been going balls to the wall, right? In the short clip Watts provided, Piker says no more to those Democrats who will collaborate and cooperate with the fascists, and she saw this as an accurate description of everyone who is in DSA aligned. It is created, once again, very funny discourse, okay? They clipped me talking about Mao Zedong, up by a cop who thought I was like making fun of Mao Zedong, which I never would and never will. Mao Zedong is a one of the great leaders of this world, okay? A man who changed the entire universe, the entire planet. He did. He changed the trajectory of history. He is the founding father of the People's Republic of China. Mao Zedong gets the same level of credit that the founding fathers do for America. Like it's literally the same thing as me saying George Washington is a great man of history and is a profoundly impactful, profoundly important person. The American Revolution is a progressive historical event overall, all things considered. And of course, they were also slavers. If you apply that same principle consistently to Mao Zedong, everybody in the Western world loses their minds, where it's like, well, Mao Zedong, unlike George Washington, did not own slaves, okay? And as a matter of fact, did a lot of work to abolish the prior structures that resembled slavery and feudalism. That's besides the point. Yes, there were tremendous excesses in the Cultural Revolution, the Five Pest Campaign. There were a lot of failures that led to mass famine. Of course, there's no more mass famine since then, and China is credited with uplifting 800 million people and taking them out of extreme poverty. That's what.
Yeah, and I'm with Hasan on most of this stuff. And, like, I've made this same sort of argument in the past. Like, nobody is suggesting some sort of cultural revolution. Okay, we're not going to ban music and dancing and Jesus, okay? Like, that's not what's coming right now. It's healthcare, childcare, hopefully, you know, things like infrastructure, energy transition that would reduce our fucking electricity bills and things of that nature. You know, nobody's rushing to ban classical music and Jesus, okay? You can continue to love Jesus as much as you currently love Jesus. If it's not at all, that's fine too. But nobody's gonna force you to, like, stop going to church or whatever. You know, like, and there were problems with the Cultural Revolution. I've talked about it in the past. The fact is, that's a historical relic at this point that sure has some relevance, mostly when talking about Chinese politics. It's got nothing to do with what's happening here in America, but that's what they're basically trying to make this out to be. The push for healthcare, you know, the push for an affordable economy that focuses human outcomes rather than profits first, right? We're not abolishing profits. We're not abolishing capitalism. We're just saying maybe in some sectors of the economy, it shouldn't be profits first, right? Profits as an afterthought. If you know, good job, but it has to be affordable first for everybody, right? Unlike a number of things. Things like ending, of course, the genocide in Gaza and, you know, the terror squads that are running around the country in the form of ICE and CBP and murdering people, like simple things like that, you know, like end the death squads, you know. Nobody's calling for we're calling for the end to the death squads.
Literally joking. I criticized him immediately after that clip. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Yes, it's true. I would never. A College Democrats of America executive board member at college in New York told Fox News the group platforming someone like Hasan Piker is antithetical to the party and common sense Democrats are trying to present to the American people before November's midterms. The board member added, "We had a golden opportunity to stand up to Trump's corrupted authoritarian brand of politics, fight against MAGA, affordability crisis, and restore congressional checks on an executive branch that has far overreach in our role in the government. Platforming malignant outside actors such as Piker who have actively worked to cloud our policy platform will only harm our broad electability amongst the average voters." I don't understand how they can call you a lib. There's just like variance to varying degrees of different ideology. There's always going to be people to my left that think that I'm not like sufficient in my advocacy for socialism. I'm not. Liberal is an umbrella term. Everyone, a lot of people are liberals. Liberal is monoculture. Most Republicans are also liberals, and the ones that are post-liberal are just straightforward fascists.
Sorry for the lack of video, everyone. I also wanted to say, though, but yeah, liberal is a term that is used to mean all sorts of things. Like he said, it could be people to the left of Hasan, calling him not radical enough, but it's also a blanket term, especially from the right, that includes everyone from Joe Biden to like Bernie Sanders.
Most self-identifying liberals, we believe, are actually far more open-minded to socialization, socialism, as long as they develop class consciousness and get the sufficient political education. And this even extends to self-identifying
I struggled to come up with an example of somebody on the left that wasn't Hasan. Like, I was looking at Hasan. Hasan was the only example I could think of. I was like, and Bernie Sanders. Like, I just couldn't come up with a better example than the dude that I'm trying to make a point on. And, you know, like, using Hasan as part of the point, I feel like it confuses things.
Liberalism is all-encompassing, okay? Liberalism is all-encompassing. In any case, the irony, of course, of what that guy was saying is like, this is dangerous, toxic, whatever. The irony there is the goals are the same. I want there to be a Democratic majority. I want the Democratic Party to win majorities in the House of Representatives and in the Senate as well. So whether they like it or not, we are actually working towards the exact same goal. If we don't actually put any checks or balances against the Trumpism, against the reactionary force in this country, we're not even going to have a real election by 2028. We might not even have a real election by the end of this goddamn year.
Okay, I'm not going to listen to this whole rant from Hasan, but he's getting big time targeted right now. It's not just Fox News. It's actually crazy where this is all led to at this point. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit more to the actual clip on Fox. Shit is getting wild, Space fams. I don't know whether to drop the bomb now or later. I think I'll hold off a little bit longer. But it's crazy. It is crazy. What was I just doing? I was about to do something. I can't remember what I was doing. Oh, my brain just broke. Oh, I was going to remind... That's right. Got to start a galactic content goal. Oh, right. I started one last night. So those are already set up on Twitch. Just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't already hit the follow button, subscribe on YouTube, hit that bell icon, like button too. And please consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. So many great ways for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal donos. And of course, Patreon. The very best place to get the most space benefits for your dollars. And unfortunately, we have to somehow raise between now and the end of the month, which is like 8 days from now, like almost $500 to complete the galactic deficit. I won't lie, I'm freaking out a little bit. Gotta raise like at least like $50 a day to prevent me from going homeless. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. Those are the ways to do that. All right. God, the number's getting crazy. And unfortunately, if you haven't heard the news, we were denied our appeal, reapplication for monetization, whatever it's called. I think I still have a chance to appeal the denial of the reapplication, but we're still, if you haven't noticed, not monetized on YouTube. So that's not great either.
Goddamn year. It's not like the Republicans are shy about it. They keep openly entertaining it.
This is a guy who went to China and said that he felt no ties to America, and then he went on Cuba on a...
Once again, so much discourse nowadays is just, I'm unnuanced. I don't give a shit what this person is saying. I've branded this person my ideological opponent, and I have no investment whatsoever in understanding his perspective.
Yeah, like, it's crazy how people can just come out and lie. When has Hasan ever said that he has no tie to America? He lives in America. He's lived in America for decades. And it is crazy to make this kind of claim. It's borderline racist. Let's be real. His name is Hasan. He's culturally Muslim. And that makes him the enemy. The anti-American enemy. He's never said he's, you know what I mean? Like he lives in America. He chooses to live in America. You know, a lot of people have to live here. Hasan chooses. He's got millions. He could leave. He continues to live in California. And if anything, he loves America. He's getting involved in the democratic process. That's what they're upset about, though. The guy who disagrees. It's not just Dems. It's Dems, it's Republicans. You know, it's libs, it's neocons. And the far right that all hate that people like Hasan, people like yourselves, are getting involved in the process. That somebody who disagrees with their direction of America would want to involve themselves in democracy. Like, they're terrified of that concept. They're terrified of anybody offering something different.
I am going to do everything and anything I can to just greatly bastardize a soundbite. That's it. That's all this is. And it will always be this way going forward. I don't think we can actually fix this unless we fix the literacy crisis.
This is proof that the party can't govern, and why young people are not only Richard Nixon maxing, as I know you guys have reported here before on Fox and Friends First, but the young people are actually longing for a return to the days of Joseph McCarthy and wondering, did he go far enough?
I mean, that's insane. Austin Peterson, former Libertarian presidential candidate, unironically saying we need to eviscerate the First Amendment. Also, it's pretty funny because he's a former Libertarian presidential candidate, and he basically does what I do now, but just to a much lesser impact. He's a podcaster himself, which is precisely the reason why there's a lot of jealousy baked into this commentary, it seems. And no, I'm not a revolutionary, okay? So
seriously. He's getting involved in electoral... Hasan is getting deeply involved in electoral politics in a way in which the revolutionary part of his audience is furious about. I'm glad Hasan is doing that, because that's really what people like him with audiences that he's cultivated need to be doing, right? Because, like I've said before, there is no fucking way that the revolution is happening on fucking YouTube or Twitch, for that matter. Okay? Most of the things you'd have to say to be able to cultivate such a thing are completely not allowed, right? You'd be gone well before anything like that ever got started. That's why any of like the, you know, revolutions that we've seen in the past, recent past, places like, you know, Madagascar, Nepal, Bangladesh, they're happening in like gray social media spaces, things like Signal, things like Discord, other kinds of, you know, not like forward-facing social media. Right? Like, like the Clubhouse, right? Gray space. But that's what people are so upset about, is that Hasan, that's what everyone is upset about, is that Hasan has taken to electoral politics. That the people that are often associated with sort of revolutionary thinking are like, let's, you know... Let's talk democracy real quick. They're like, what?
A what now?
No, don't do that. You can't have people in power who want the same things that you do, like healthcare and planet that's not burning to the ground. An end to all the fucking wars and war spending that America does. Let's not forget, there's like an endless amount of money invested. It's not just the $1 trillion in defense spending, it's all the other spending too. And all the other people all over the place waiting for that money. There's like a massive apparatus set up to fight back against anybody actually engaging in the electoral process, because that's where the power is actually derived. And that's what we've, honestly, in my opinion, we have forgotten too easily. You know, the fight for democracy was long. It was long and arduous, right? Some would say it was a multiple century fight, possibly multiple millennia fight. And like disengaging from the electoral process is the opposite of what our reaction should be to the state of things. And it's clear that just even the slightest engagement is terrifying to the powers that be.
Mussolini, communism killed 100 million people and all we got was that lousy jacket. You know, this guy's cosplaying the guy responsible for the deaths.
That's right, I gotta go back slightly further.
About it all day, every day.
This stuff, Todd, they want to run on this. It kind of reminds me of that Dwight Schrute clip from The Office when he was doing the speech like he was Mussolini. Communism killed 100 million people and all we got was that lousy jacket. You know, this guy's cosplaying the guy responsible for the deadliest famine in human history like it's just a fun bit. This is a guy who went to China and said that he felt no ties to America, and then he went on Cuba on a trip whose funding source has him now being subpoenaed by the Treasury Department. This guy isn't a revolutionary. This guy did not come up from the ranks of the proletariat. This guy's a Nepo baby. He Twitch streamed his way into a bigger...
I love that they're burning the candle on both ends, though. He is a grifter. He's not serious. He's not a revolutionary, but also he's obviously trying to foment a communist revolution and very scary. Like,
it's also kind of crazy to suggest, in my opinion, that Hasan's a Nepo baby. Cenk... If I recall correctly, my Hasan TYT lore, Cenk kind of tried to torpedo Hasan's efforts to do his Twitch thing. Like, because he was doing it, like, I think in between his segments that he would do from time to time on TYT, he was also doing the Twitch streams. And Cenk supposedly said that's not serious. What you're doing is unserious. You know, you should be focusing on what of course, you should be focusing on what we're doing over here. You know, and now Hasan's bigger than all of TYT combined. And to suggest that somehow he was a Nepo baby is kind of crazy, because that's the only way I can even see it, is that, like, he got his entrance into politics via his uncle. Which I guess you can make that argument. Once again, his uncle, like, kind of, like, tried to prevent him from the career that he has right now. So it's just, it's a weird argument, in my opinion. Because what other argument is there in terms of Nepo baby? They just call him a Nepo baby because they can't think of a better thing to call him aside from successful, you know, successful homeowner. You know, like, man with enough money to own home and car and whatever, you know what I mean? Like, they refuse to grant him any of his success being earned.
Love this dude saying it at the same time. Like, on the one hand, he's an insincere grifter. All he cares about is making money, blah, blah, blah. But then also he's the most dangerous guy in American politics. We have to make sure.
Him getting on TYT was nepotism. I'm not saying that him getting on TYT wasn't. If you listen to what I just said, I literally just said that you could make that's the only argument I could find to say it was nepotism. But once again, like I said, like, you can have your own opinion, but Cenk actively fought against the career that Hasan has right now. So that's not nepotism to me. If he was Jeff Bezos's nephew, that'd be a different situation. But he completely left his career at TYT like 8 years ago or something like that. All right, not quite, but like close. And he wasn't even like he did not do that much stuff on TYT as it is. Don't get me wrong. Did he get opportunities as a result? Yeah. But really, point to big content creators who have absolutely zero connections at all to like prior existing successful media operations or otherwise. First off, Mehdi Hasan. Don't tell me Mehdi didn't get a fuck ton of opportunities because he used to work at MSNBC and Al Jazeera. Right? Like, we could go down the list. Say it's even worse on the right.
Being funded by foreign governments, like we have to put him under the prison. Libertarian, by the way. Where the is your investment in libertarianism? What are you talking about? He's demanding McCarthyite trials to come.
Oof, get a dictionary, dude. You'll be back another day. That's cute. That's cute. That's cute, dude. I'm literally not arguing that him getting the job at TYT wasn't nepotism. You're completely missing the fucking argument I'm making and being really annoying while you're at it.
Platform
at the end of this, look,
West Hollywood mansion. Now it's worth north of 3.5 million, I think. And he sits behind a gate so the fans and paparazzi can't get to him. His own defense.
Like claiming that he, like Hasan's TYT, his stream, right, is somehow an extension of TYT. Because that's basically what you're saying. Is that this, like Hasan's stream is actually, that's a TYT. That's TYT media right there. Are you jank? Are you a jank sock puppet account or something? Like what is happening right now? You want to claim that getting the job at TYT was nepotism? Yes. I'm not arguing that, though. That's not what I'm here for. I literally conceded that at the beginning of all of this, before you ever even chimed in. But this isn't TYT. I don't know if you noticed, Hasan's home isn't TYT.
People called out his hypocrisy. He said he'd rather be a rich socialist than a broke person defending capitalism. Well, at least he's honest. The revolution...
Again, you got any problems with that? Yeah. Again, bars! Bars!
No prisons. We can't deport anybody, even if they commit rape or murder. Israel shouldn't exist. These are terrible ideas.
Austin, we're running late here, so I need a quick answer. But are the Democrats too late? Has the cancer already overrun the body?
Oh, for sure. Axios reported this same week, Todd. Republicans are quietly building their whole midterm strategy around this. They're calling this a hate election. They're pointing to the Democrats' Tea Party-like revolt by progressives.
This is a trap for the establishment Democrats. The Republicans are setting this up for the establishment Democrats to fall into. It's a trap door. Please be smarter, okay? All of the momentum, all of the on-the-ground organizing is on our side, okay? The people have tremendous appetite for change. They're sick and tired of business as usual politics. They want this change so bad. That's why they're voting. They're voting against the barrage of attack ads against their left flank. They're voting.
Yeah, I mean, people like Van Jones are coming out and saying all these ridiculous things, like they're the real progressives. Like, this is the new Dave Rubin vibe. Right now is like a bunch of liberals going like, we're the real progressives. It's a little ridiculous. It's a bunch of neolibs who want to keep funding Israel, who want to keep a corporate, run insurance, healthcare system. Like, these are the people that are claiming, oh, we're the real leftists. But then these guys, these are dangerous people. They want healthcare for everyone, or to stop giving bombs to a nation committing genocide.
The Democratic Party is in the middle of a civil war.
I love this.
I love this. And you have
I forgot which video I was going into here. I love this video. I love that Fox's idea of a real Democrat. Get this clip started off. It's Andrew Cuomo, of all people. Yes, Andrew, the real Democrat. Right.
Give us pizza or give us death.
The Democratic Party is in the middle of a civil war, right? And you have moderate mainstream Democrats, such as myself, which have been challenged by the far left extremists. Socialism has not worked anywhere on the globe.
Pretty sure he's a Democrat. That warning taking on a new urgency this morning.
Interesting.
Moderates push back against the DSA's surging influence. The socialist group's members.
Yes, everyone please hold. There's a lot of claims being made here, both by Andrew Cuomo and this fuckwit over here at Fox News. But is Andrew Cuomo a Democrat? You're pretty sure he's a Democrat. Because that's weird. That's really weird to me. You know, and you'd be like, what do you mean, StreamLord? He's a Democrat, isn't he? He ran the Democratic primary. Yeah, he did. And he lost. And he lost. He lost that election. And then what did he do? Oh, that's right. He ran as an independent. Andrew Cuomo is not a real Democrat. He lost the mayor's race against real Democrat Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
By 200,000 votes, running as an independent in the bluest state, in the bluest city in America. So no, he's not a Democrat. He's also an accused sex pest. And that's their best Democrat they could pull out. They're like, all right, let's start this off with the best we can find. Andrew Cuomo. Okay, Fox, good start. Keep it going.
As moderates push back against the DSA's surging influence. The socialist group's membership has more than doubled since October of 2024, despite pushing radical policies. By the way, I don't even think that Governor Cuomo is a moderate. I think he's a liberal. And that battle is playing out today.
I don't even think that Governor Cuomo is a moderate. I think he's a liberal. Yeah, well, you know what New York voters thought? They thought he was trash. They thought that twice. First in the Democratic primary, then again in the general. They thought he was garbage. Thought he was god-awful.
Arizona, where four-term Congressman Greg Stanton is facing Democratic Socialist Kai Newkirk in a high-stakes primary challenge. Now, DSA leaders are openly defending just how far they want to go.
The United States Senate is an undemocratic institution. It gives more representation to people in smaller states. Landlords in New York have been making a 12%.
I mean, that's just a fact. It is just a fact. Montana has like 7 people in it. It gets 2 senators. Meanwhile, Texas gets 2 senators too. Which has millions and millions and millions more people than Montana or Alaska or Iowa or any other small state for that matter. Rhode Island. It's not fair. It's undemocratic by existing. And they're like, look, they hate democracy. They hate so much democracy, they want it to be more representative of the people.
On their investment on average.
How much should they make? What's fair for the landlord to make if you don't like 12?
They're complaining that 12 is not enough. And we don't think that anyone should have a constitutional right to double-digit returns on their investment.
Really? What country is he from?
Brian Kilmeade's like, what? The Constitution absolutely guarantees me to a double-digit return on my investment, no matter what it is. I don't care if I'm selling uranium to Al-Qaeda. I demand a double-digit return. That's America.
Fuck yeah! Hegseth is a lifelong Democrat who served in the Clinton administration, says his party must confront the DSA now. Jamie Metzel, you want to confront the DSA now, so go ahead.
Absolutely. The Democratic Party is a party that is designed to help people, to help working people, to help all Americans, and to help all votes rise. The DSA is a radical...
I'm sorry. This shit is fucking unhinged.
Working people to help all Americans and to help all votes rise. The DSA is a radical extremist movement trying to take over the Democratic Party. They want to seize the means of production. They want to eradicate police and prisons. They have.
Look at these Democratic operatives. You got a former Clinton staffer. The best they got is Andrew Cuomo and a former Clinton staffer. Fox News. It is incredible. Fox News has spent so much time talking about Clinton, Benghazi, the emails, and then they bring a Clinton staffer out here to tell us the dangers of DSA. It's incredible. It is incredible to me. Just the deep hypocrisy they're willing to exhibit in hopes that their viewers are so deeply stupid that they never notice. It's wild. But these are the same Democrats who sent all the jobs overseas. You know, with the TPP and deregulated the banks and like the stock markets, and the same Democrats who spent billions and billions of dollars continuing the same wars that the Bushes started and all the other, right? Like the same Democrats who right? The same, we're talking about the same Democrats who couldn't convince us that the economy was good under Biden, right?
I'm staying in the race.
How many economic mistakes have the incumbent Democrats that this fucking turd represents failed the working class? What rising tide? The tide is rising and everybody's feet have been cemented. It's insane. The rising tide, yeah, it's lifting all the boats. Only people who own boats are experiencing this lifting, this tide that's lifting that fucking Jamie's talking about. By the way, lovely home he seems to live in, by the way. It is wild. So Fox News brings out Andrew Cuomo and former Clinton staffers to tell us how dangerous the DSA is. I notice he doesn't mention that DSA wants to give everybody health care or child care or affordable housing. It's just abolish the police.
Abolish the police.
All right, y'all. So we got to talk about this. This is wild. This is...
Okay, and this is where... about to do this now. So, while Fox News and Democrats and Donald Trump have sort of a festival of hyperventilation over the existence of people with economic solutions for America, the Trump administration has taken it one step further. Here is The Guardian. Here is The Guardian from Monday. 6:50 Eastern Standard Time. Written by Maya Yang. Front groups and fellow travelers. State Department attacks U.S. left over Cuba. New report denounces Havana and claims a campaign of subversion has infiltrated the highest levels of U.S. government. As part of the Trump administration's continuing attack on left-leaning groups, the U.S. State Department has listed several activists and organizations as quote-unquote front groups and fellow travelers for Cuba, including Hassan Piker and the Amazon Labor Union founder Chris Smalls. In a 100-page report released 100 pages on Monday, the State Department denounces Cuba as the capital of 21st century communism.
A communist.
Accusing the Cuban government of carrying out a quote-unquote campaign of subversion that has, quote, infiltrated the highest reaches of the U.S. government, recruited and cultivated generations of American activists, backed an unprecedented wave of left-wing terrorism on American soil, unquote. The State Department report alleges that the so-called campaign is, quote, designed to turn America against itself. No! And singles out several left-leaning activists and organizations, including the Democratic Socialists of America, Isra Hirsi, the daughter of the Minnesota Democratic Representative Ilhan Omar, the New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, and journalist Amy Goodman, citing their criticism of U.S. policy towards Cuba or participation in Cuba solidarity movements. Describing the DSA, of which Mamdani is a member, the report says the organization, quote, serves as a particularly potent illustration of the ideological victory of Cuba's effort to position itself as the spiritual capital of third worldist radical. This is an insane fucking report. Oh my god. I haven't had time to read all 100 pages yet, I'm afraid. I've been a little busy, but I'm hoping to get down to that sometime soon here. I'm not kidding. When I get a chance. Not now, but holy fuck. Also, what a sentence. A particularly potent illustration of the ideological victory of Cuba's effort to position itself as the spiritual capital of third worldist radicalism. What kind of sentence is that? It's first off, it's vaguely racist. The word the term third worldist is like automatically racist, and it's no accident that everybody's brown over here. Or, you know, at least Muslim. And it's just unhinged. They are living in an alternate reality that they are crafting. This is just another episode in the epistemological fight being waged by the Trump administration. To suggest that somehow Cuba has some outsized influence in American politics is utterly laughable. They can barely keep the lights on. You think they got time to affect American politics in such a way? It's crazy. It is utterly insane. They're just crafting a narrative out of whole cloth. No facts, just deeply concerning, vaguely racist, but certainly deeply anti-leftist sentiments. It accuses the DSA of maintaining a, quote, fierce, almost religious commitment to the cause of the Cuban regime. Not because the group is controlled by Cuban agents, per se, but because the commitment is now simply the de facto policy orthodoxy on the American far left. Trump has doubled down on similar messaging in recent days using the term communism at political rallies and presidential engagements alike. This is fucking... Oh! losing their goddamn minds. GSL, read the report while you listen to lo-fi and drink hot cocoa. Honestly, I'm getting real worried about the music stuff. I don't know if everybody read the post, the latest post. But YouTube is claiming that having music on your channel, and I don't know to what extent this exists, but like having music on the channel is a demonetizable offense, even if you have the explicit permission of the artists themselves, which I can't even understand how that's possible. I know that there's a bunch of channels that exist that are definitely monetized that do exactly that thing that they're claiming is demonetizable. But like, I don't know if we're ever gonna be able to listen to music again. Like I've been having to go through all of the fucking old streams and just like go ham on, like, 'cause I have copyright claims all over my videos, but not copyright strikes. There's always been a clear difference. And having copyright claims on your channel was never like a reason to like lose demonetization in the past, but now it supposedly is. Because the fact is, the copyright system was supposed to be able to identify other people's content. If those people had a problem with that content being there, they could issue a copyright strike, or they could raise the copyright claim to a certain degree that made the video unviewable, right? Like there's a whole process to copyright. But now they're just circumventing it and be like, if you have any, it's like any sort of music on your channel that's even if you have the explicit permission of the which makes me wonder, like, if I put my own music on here, is that allowed? Is that also not allowed? Can I give myself permission to put my own music? Wait, where does that end? Their whole system has become so fucking convoluted that literally anybody could be banned for anything. But it's only some people who get banned or who get demonetized. And some people just go by doing all the things that are clearly demonetizable and not having any negative impacts. It's fascinating how that works. I'd love some insight into how those decisions are getting made. All right, we're going to watch a little of this Kyle clip.
All right, y'all, so we got to talk about this. This is wild. This is wild, bro. Trump is targeting Hasan Piker, DSA, Democracy Now!, a whole bunch of people who are left of center, and he's putting them on a new terror blacklist. So first, let me show you this. The Department of State says, Cuba's assault on the United States was never at root a quarrel over economic policy or sovereignty or even ownership of a particular territory. It was a revolution against Western civilization itself. Spare me. All right, this is incredible, but Daniel DePetra says the following. This report actually states, in all seriousness, that Cuba's main goal is to conquer the United States. It's about as dumb as it gets. Don't be fooled. This is the State Department trying to build a foundational case for U.S. military action should Trump decide to do it. That's fucking terrifying.
I couldn't imagine a dumber sentence. I genuinely struggled to imagine a dumber sentence. That Cuba's main goal is to conquer, to conquer the United States, to conquer it? What are you talking about? What is that? Who could even write that sentence with any seriousness, let alone on a government document? The population of Cuba is 9 million. It's smaller than LA. You know? Like, how is Cuba, once again, a country that's struggling to keep the lights on as a result of the U.S. military blockade, among other things, how are they going to wage any kind of military conquering? It's laughable. It is laughable to suggest Cuba doesn't have time for that, nor the resources, or the people. None of the things you would need to even consider such an idiotic plan.
Should Trump decide to do it? That's fucking terrifying. They're actually arguing with a straight face. We need this terror blacklist that includes Hasan, Piker, and Amy Goodman because Cuba's going to conquer us or try to conquer.
Immediately.
I'm sorry. Even MAGA can't believe this. Even Republicans can't believe this. Are they the ones starving us or are we the ones starving them? Are they the one embargoing us or are we the one embargoing them? What are we talking about? Like the lies, there's like lie inflation happening under the Trump regime where they get bigger, bolder, more psychotic, more crazy, more unbelievable. And
yeah, no, this is completely nonsensical. Anyway, speaking of nonsense, let's go back to liberals freaking out over Hasan's existence, continued existence. We're not going to spend much time on this one, mostly because I just can't stand the people involved in all of this. But you might know this guy, Destiny Benelli, Mr. Borelli? Mr. Borelli. Mr. Borelli. Destiny. Where's my Mr. Borelli sound shot? I got rid of that because I was just tired of that idiot. Is this it?
Mr. Borelli.
There it is, Mr. Borelli. One Mr. Destiny Borelli. Been acting especially stupid lately.
I honestly think you could perfectly justify attacking killing us on IRL for statements like this. Oh my God. We got to show support and show love to the college Democrats of America, chat. Holy f***. They're every annoying person on the internet is yelling at them right now. You weren't wrong. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You invited us on to be your special guest today, and now you're backtracking because all the groups he's offended are pissed that you platformed him. Too late. Individual members of the College Democrats of America convention attendees and speakers are not official spokespeople of our organization. The person referencing the claims barring attendees and College Democrats of America's official executive vice president Cameron Land and not merely an individual member. I love that the context note is just straight up like brigaded by Destiny's community and offers no additional context that
Your name, please?
that is against what the
Mr. Bonnell, I'm a lot more literate than you, Mr. Borelli.
I'm gonna believe that's not controversial.
Mr. Bonnell,
literally,
Mr.
you can
Borelli,
Google it. You can
Mr.
Google
Borelli,
it.
with all
Mr.
due
Finkel's
respect,
Fever.
the problem, Mr. Morelli, is you don't know the English language. With all due respect, Mr. Bonnell, to see the misrepresentations that Mr. Bonnell, Mr. Borelli, Mr. Borelli,
I want to read one.
Let him read.
Mr. Borelli,
organization is saying. I like that this guy just straight up came out and was like, I'm going to go and harass this dude who's speaking at this event. I wasn't invited to this event. And then they were like, hey, you can't do that. We're not letting you into the event. You filmed yourself trying to harass people at the event. And he is able to somehow brigade Twitter and get like Shannon Watts and Project Liberal and all these other like annoying accounts on Twitter to make a big fuss about this. Very, very weird stuff. Yeah, look at this. Like, look at all the people writing in her replies too. Honestly, think you perfectly justify attacking and killing us on IRL for statements like this. Or this one. Yeah. You have a moral obligation to bully the out of this guy if you ever see him in one of your protests. Don't let CCP paid agitators infiltrate liberal crowds of protesters, make his presence as uncomfortable as possible until he's forced to pack up and off back.
What's wrong with this guy? He's so concerned about liberalism. Why doesn't he focus more on the elections instead of yelling about Hasan on Twitter? Don't let CCP paid agitators infiltrate liberal crowds of protesters. But by the way, what's a liberal protest? Name a liberal protest for me. One where people like Hasan or leftists aren't allowed. No leftists allowed protest. Which one is that? Someone tell me. I would love to know.
WeHo Mansion. This is, how is this in any way, shape, or form like normal behavior? I genuinely assume that like people are not going to be so side-cucked. They're not going to be so biased that they just like refuse to see when someone is like doing something that
Is
is
that an AI
worthy of a
photo
restraining
Mitch
order.
McConnell doing a one-handed push-up? Where is Mitch, by the way?
Yeah, this isn't just like...
Okay, that's enough. I honestly don't got time for all this fucking Destiny bullshit. Go fuck yourself. Like, I don't care. He's useless. What's the point of that guy? It just seems like the whole point of Destiny is just to be an annoying internet troll at this point. Like an annoying centrist internet troll. Like everyone is too far right or too left of me. I'm the perfect centrist. So tiring. Can't listen to it. It just makes me want to smack him in the face. Like, the more I listen to Destiny, I'm not gonna lie. Since I am not and or can't do that, we're just gonna avoid even listening and or talking about him. Just kind of a waste of our time, I feel. You know? Like, to some degree, I really do feel like focusing on the infighting between streamers is a little bit... Like, especially now, like, I don't know. Before we were literally living under a fascist regime or any of the other number of things we're dealing with right now, sure, fine. Right now, we just don't got time for that. We got the apparatus of the entire U.S. government being used to come after us right now. You know, as laid out here in this video by More Perfect Union. For your edification.
Do you ever get the feeling you're being watched? An eerie sense that the deck is stacked against you by someone or something hovering in the corner of your eye? You're not alone. According to a recent Gallup poll, 7 out of 10 Americans oppose the construction of data centers in their backyard to power AI. But despite this incredible statistic, opposing ChatGPT and sprawling server farms could be the reason you show up on a federal watch list, according to documents I obtained and published with Wired. This is America's new surveillance regime. With the help of insider voices, we'll paint a picture of the deep state embarking on a vast new conspiracy. This time, the government's fight isn't with foreign adversaries like Iran, China, or Russia. It's here on American soil, and its alleged enemies are everyday Americans working everyday American jobs. The goal isn't protecting national security, but the profits and feelings of corporate America.
This is telling the Justice Department, the FBI, the DEA, the Secret Service, all these agencies, hey guys, we have to focus on this.
The price of gas, food, childcare, everything is going up. And to see something that characterizes class-based or economic grievances as an indicator of terrorism or a dangerous belief is really shocking.
My name is Daniel Boguslaw, and I'm an investigative reporter covering national security and U.S. intelligence agencies. Stick with me over the next few minutes. We'll not only outline this new conspiracy, but for the first time, we'll reveal one government agency that is taking on an unprecedented role in the war against workers. Lists are being drawn up, new categories of dissent are being formulated, and the citizens being targeted are just like you. Let's take a look at what your government doesn't want you to know. The clearest signpost of a new mass surveillance and intimidation campaign taking place across the country is an unassuming 5-character acronym, NSPM-7, short for National Security Presidential Memorandum 7.
Can we assume that you or persons under your direction at the Department of Justice have prepared that list of groups or entities who are designated as domestic terrorist organizations? And I just remind you, that's a yes or no question. Did you prepare
I'm not
the
going to
list?
answer it yes or no.
This was the U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi refusing to answer a member of Congress's question about the formulation of secret lists of subversives under NSPM 7. And her efforts to obscure the narrative around this program go even deeper. My former colleague, independent journalist Ken Klippenstein, began investigating the investigators and obtaining confidential documents. In response, Klippenstein had several visits from Bondi's direct reports at the FBI.
I wonder if they wanted to talk about the Dow. I'm sure that was it, and not thought crimes.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
So I booked a trip to Madison, Wisconsin to talk to him about it.
At this point, I've had 2 visits for stories that I've done from different FBI agents. One was from a field office in Middleton, which is like 15 or 20 minutes from where I live here in Madison, Wisconsin.
I asked Ken to take me back to the start of this conspiracy. 7 months ago on September 25th, 2025, when President Trump signed an executive order that unleashed drastic impacts and very little media scrutiny.
It's really a significant order because when it was first handed down, I think there was a lot of confusion about what it was. There were questions about, oh, this is just rhetoric. Trump says a lot of things, which he does say a lot of things that there's, you know, it's just Trump saying crazy things. But this was absolutely something that has been interpreted by the federal government as something that we're going to operationalize.
But where did NSPM-7 and the FBI's visit to Ken come from?
NSPM-7 and those visits are related to a sense of paranoia that I think pervades certainly the national security establishment as a result of some of the high-profile acts of violence that we've seen, the attempted assassination of President Trump when he was on the campaign trail, the murder of Charlie Kirk, murder of the CEO of United Healthcare, which has created, when I talk to people from these agencies, a sense of that there's an, uprising against the kind of political elite.
While the average American who takes issue with the greed of big corporations, the overreach of big government, and sky-high health insurance rates isn't about to commit an act of political violence, they're being targeted by the same powers used to target lunatic assassins.
Yep. The entire national security apparatus is being focused on anybody who has a problem with the state of the economy or our government. If you oppose fascism, makes you a terrorist. If you oppose it, I know that's confusing. If you oppose fascism, you're a terrorist. Not if you're a fascist, not if you're a Nazi who walks the streets, the fucking swastika on your fucking forehead, and a big red flag, doing Heil Hitlers all over the place. That's not a problem. Actually, you might be able to get a job.
A lot more authority than police normally have because they don't have to go to a judge and they can just say, oh, these indicators predict that something might be committed later.
After the rollout of NSPM-7, I got curious about how the new powers were playing out at the local level across the country. I began contacting sources in towns big and small trying to extract records from federal intelligence agencies. A few months ago, I finally got my hands on records that show NSPM-7 investigations are already taking place in FBI field offices from Boston to San Francisco. The Bureau even made this handy map, which was not supposed to leak to the public. I also discovered that briefings, intelligence reports, and investigative notes are being circulated in over 70 government buildings across the country, ominously called fusion centers. These dystopian centers serve as a two-way street between local and state law enforcement and federal agencies like the Department of Homeland Security and FBI. By fusing state and federal intelligence, these centers give federal surveillance agencies far greater power to shape how local and state police think about domestic threats, like normal people pissed off about the price of groceries and health insurance.
These are like local law enforcement entities that was essentially warning all the other CEOs, oh, there's some campaign against CEOs. We need to worry about the threat posed by this.
In the wake of the killing of United Health CEO Brian Thompson by alleged killer Luigi Mangione, a state fusion center analyst warned in a document I obtained that, quote, the public may view the ensuing manhunt and subsequent arrest of Mangione as NYPD and largely policing as a whole as a tool that is willing to expend massive resources to protect the wealthy, while the average citizen is left to their own means for personal security.
That is the world we live in. Let's be real. Nobody can afford personal security aside from CEOs. Like, nobody's walking around with bodyguards that doesn't have a bunch of money.
Corporations and Wall Street firms get a direct line to the spy agencies seeking to batter down dissent. In other words, CEOs literally have their own seat at the deep state's table.
DHS, the FBI, Department of Justice are deeply enmeshed with big business and corporate security offices, and they do that in a few key ways. First, they all sit together at those fusion centers where information is swirling back and forth. And in that environment, they can provide intelligence to security offices at businesses that will then use it for their own business interests. They can also collect what they might call tips and leads from corporate partners who give them people to look into, or incidents or events and protests, for instance, to look into. So that's one thing.
It turns out, though, that in addition to actually sending liaisons to fusion centers, the Department of Homeland Security also has a two-way newsletter between businesses and intelligence analysts.
DHS has platforms like the Homeland Security Information Network. The information that's provided on there can often include information about protests, constitutionally protected speech and activity.
But that's not all. There are also entire conferences dedicated to corporations snitching on consumers to the deep state.
Yeah, this this trend has got to stop. And we have allowed the slow but entire what do you want to even call it? Like subsuming, or like almost consuming of our entire lives by the federal government on the basis of national security, right? This all goes back like 25 years to like the Patriot Act. I can't remember exactly when that got put into place, but it was post 9/11 in the wake of terrorism, the largest terrorist attack in American history, and we decided, oh, we need this whole apparatus to spy on everyone. And now it's completely enmeshed in the corporate state, or whatever you want to call that, because the corporations almost have their own sort of state power. But they're completely enmeshed. And that all started off through the social media companies. Like people like Facebook back in the day, like decades ago now, basically just gave over. Said, yeah, fine, we'll work with you. I don't think they were ever even compelled to. It's just been a state of collaboration since the beginning. I don't think they were ever actually forced to do it. But there's just been an existing relationship between the government and these companies for decades now in this surveillance apparatus.
One of those is the Domestic Security Alliance Council, which is a consortium of business members, and it promises on its website a direct line to DHS and the FBI.
The result of all these systems is a vast intelligence apparatus trained on people standing up to billionaires.
During Occupy Wall Street, after the banking industry had gutted the world's economy and plunged us into recession, there were again organic uprisings of people who were concerned, upset about that, felt alienated and left out by our economic system. And DHS spent a lot of time monitoring those protesters, the intelligence offices.
To showcase what corporations working hand in hand with the government looks like, let's go back to 2015, when workers at Walmart, the largest retailer in the world.
Okay. This is just an issue that we've been talking about now. This NSPM 7, which is basically a national security memorandum intended for things like terrorism. It's now being used against people for simple First Amendment choices. Nothing of any sort of violence, like any... None of this is being directed at people who are proclaiming intentions of violence or anything of the sort. Just anybody with complaints about their lives, about the government, about the economy, and or the Trump administration, or beautiful right-wing extremism. You know, if you have an issue with seeing people murdered in the street by the federal government, you're an extremist. If you think you're paying too much for gas, extremist. If you think everyone deserves health care, definitely an extremist.
Right to jail, right away.
The communists.
And guess what? Now, apparently, Fox News is going after Kyle Kalinske. That's right. They're coming for Kyle.
You know, the least threatening name to old white people imaginable is Kyle. But it took them a while. But we're finally here, where they're coming after me aggressively. Okay, so I'm going to get to that in just a second. But first, let me show you. The other day, I'm scrolling through Twitter, and this pops up on the timeline. And I'm going, oh, shit, that's what's up. So one of these so-called anti-Semitism monitor groups, which is not really that.
Oh, right. Hold on. This isn't the part I want. I forgot. It's the other part. Where is it? Is this the Fox News thing? Yeah. Although, actually, I'm just remembering that these two things are interlinked. Fuck it. Fuck it.
All right, so here we go. First, let me show you the video that sparked all of this, because I think what happened is Fox News saw this clip, and they were like, ooh, we could definitely write an attack article over this. Right, so here it is. This is what the Canary Mission posted. My favorite part of this, as you're going to see, is the scary music in the background to try to make it feel nefarious, even though I'm just spitting facts. But here we go, listen. The U.S. government and the Israeli government, they're in the midst of creating the Fourth Reich. And it is absolutely accurate to compare these people to Mussolini, to Adolf Hitler.
This is some of the most, like, disingenuous, rage-baity, fucking, like, content slop. Like, this is so... Like, there is, like, there's, like, a species, like a sect, a niche of political content that's just all lies and manufactured rage content. But, like, for them to do this sort of thing, to conflate, to suggest that you've got all of these people here listening to Kyle say this thing completely quiet, no responses, like... This is the sort of thing that you get sued over, right? This is the kind of thing I absolutely try to avoid as much as possible because I know you get sued for this kind of thing. Like, and it's like if you were to do the same thing to like a billionaire, you'd get sued in a half a second, right? If you did this to Elon, like, you would be like rounded up by ICE immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Blur. You're doing freeze frames of them. This is amazing. We're governed by dead-eyed psychopaths and sociopaths and bloodthirsty imperialists. The U.S. government and the Israeli government, they are the terrorists. They are the terrorists. They are doing terrorism. If Iran's off the table as a regional power, that means...
Like, this shit is holy, like, holy fucking, like, like, Nutburger's crazy town. Like, this clip is insane. Like, they're taking clips of, and I feel like I've seen some of these clips in the past, but like, they're taking clips of Kyle's stream, him in his fucking backyard, like, doing his own thing, and then mashing it up with the Progressive Victory live stream and suggesting the two things are happening, like, intentionally suggesting that the two things are happening simultaneously, and that this is the stream.
Hezbollah can't be funded, Hamas can't be funded, the Houthis can't be funded, like the Shia crescent falls, and then you have nothing but regional domination for Israel. There's a reason why I call Israel and the U.S. the axis of Epstein, okay? There's a reason why I've said repeatedly that they're in the midst of creating the Fourth Reich, because that sincerely is what they're doing. These are genuinely repulsive, disgusting, wretched, depraved human beings. And it is absolutely accurate to compare these people to the worst criminals in history, to Mussolini, to Adolf Hitler. This says DSA spreads hatred of America and advocates for its enemies. Come on, son! Oh. And they are only getting more extreme. Canary.
The Canary Mission. So yeah, this incredibly disingenuous clip started tilting around the internet. Apparently Fox News got a hold of it, decided to write a fucking article.
Come on! And by the way, look at the dishonest framing too. They frame it as like, I was saying America, full stop, is disgusting and fascist. No, I very clearly was saying the American government and the Israeli government. But of course, they got to try to find a way to, like, how can I make this wrong even though it's 100%
He called
accurate?
everybody a fascist.
All right, here we go.
How dare you,
Several
Kyle.
prominent Democrats were caught on camera participating in a progressive political video call, which began with one speaker comparing America to a Nazi regime ruled by, quote, dead-eyed psychopaths and bloodthirsty imperialists. You know the other side is cooked when they can't even muster up a counter-argument. They can't even, well, here's why it's not true that they're bloodthirsty imperialists. It's the thing, it's that meme where it's like that fat guy who's just like, they don't even try to make an argument anymore. They just look at you like this. Don't say that thing that's obviously accurate. Normies in today's day and age hear this and go, yep, I mean, I get it. I see it. I mean, that's how they're going to react when Israel does a genocide in Gaza. They do pogroms in the West Bank every 7 fucking minutes. And the U.S. is bombing girls' schools in Iran, like elementary schools. What do you expect people to do? Go to sleep going, well, gosh, golly gee, we sure are the good guys around the world. We love this, don't we, fellas? That's not going to happen, okay? Participants in the call, which was hosted by Progressive Victory in March, included Representative Ro Khanna, whose name has been floated as a potential presidential contender, and several Democratic Socialists of America endorsed candidates, including Abdul El Sayed, Cory Bush, and Daria Liza Avila Chevalier. A spokesperson for Khanna has since disavowed the speaker's comments and said Khanna was not on the call at the time the remarks were made. Literally none of them were on the call when the remarks were made. It was just me. I was doing a monologue. He wasn't even there at the time. Again, don't be afraid of your own shadow. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. If any people are going to read this and go, damn, that dude's spitting fire. All right, more. The virtual event, which also featured controversial streamer Hasan Piker, was titled Choose Your Fighter and was meant to highlight progressive politicians opposing the ongoing conflict in Iran. At the start of the call, organizers introduced left-wing podcaster Kyle Kalinske, who called an up-and-comer in the movement. This is how you know whatever boomer wrote this has no fucking idea what they're talking about.
He doesn't look like a boomer, just an idiot. But this is just Kyle's up and coming. He's like the first political commentator on YouTube. Like, he was like one of the first guys. It's like between him and like the Majority Report and like TYT. They were like the first ones well over a decade ago. He's like up and comer. He's just getting a start, this Kyle Kalinske guy.
What are we talking about? I'm like the OGest of the OG in this bitch. Up and comer. I'm 38 years old. My back hurts sometimes. What the fuck are we babbling about? Kalinske launched into a diatribe in which he accused the U.S. and Israel of creating the Fourth Reich. These are genuinely repulsive, disgusting, wretched, depraved human beings, okay? They enjoy the pain and the violence and the suffering and the death and the destruction that they inflict on the rest of the world, Kalinske railed, adding, it is absolutely accurate to compare these people to the worst criminals in history, to Mussolini, to Adolf Hitler. Kalinske claimed that we have descended into fascism and that the U.S. is governed by dead-eyed psychopaths and sociopaths and bloodthirsty.
Wow. It's fascinating they have to fabricate these things. I just realized I had Vertical on the wrong fucking scene. Sorry, Vertical. Even though there's like only 3 of you watching right now. Sorry, I've got multiple streams to watch here. I got a little confused.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
It's okay. Just a very stupid Fox News article. Written by a very stupid Fox News journalist, if you can call him that. Apparently didn't have time to even watch the Progressive Victory live stream themselves. Yeah. Things are getting a little spicy here. Midterm year 2026. Pre-general elections, things are getting crazy. And now what's fascinating about this moment, though, is that the independent media is having an outsized effect than it has had in any other election. People are noticing that in power and in the mainstream media. As one of the people in question, not sure whether or not to be thrilled or disturbed at this point, considering what I know. But suffice to say, I'll stay relatively pleased for now. It is a good change, I think. One much needed. The Green New Deal, 125 stream streak. Wow. Really impressive. Really good job. One of the highest streaks I've ever seen. I don't think it's the highest, but it's up there. And it's impressive. Is Jordan B. Peterson still alive? Why are we talking about JBP? I thought we all assumed that he's being held against his will in the basement by Michaela. Right? Are we not all on the same page with that? Michaela is holding him in the basement. He's shackled on like a cot. Probably. And every couple of days, Michaela feeds him gruel. Changes his bedpan, I guess. And I don't think we're ever going to see him again. It's funny you should bring him up. It's very random of you. Speaking of people who are no longer with us, let's talk about DOV. From JBP to DOV, aka Denise Oliver Velez. Former Young Lord in Black Panther, who passed away the ripe old age of 78. Still too soon. Here's Democracy Now!
Denise Oliver Velez, longtime activist, organizer, and educator, has died at the age of 78. She was a central figure in the civil rights movements of the 60s and 70s, was the first woman elected to the Young Lords Central Committee, a radical Puerto Rican civil and human rights organization. She was also a member of the Black Panther Party and later became the first black female program director in public radio and taught at SUNY New Paltz. This is Denise Oliver Velez describing the legacy of the Young Lords during a 2019 appearance on Democracy Now!
I think that what is so revolutionary about the Young Lords was we created a bridge. We broke down a lot of barriers between groups that were dealing with their individual communities. And that's also has a lot to do with when you talk about Spanish Harlem, El Barrio. You had about a third of the population in El Barrio was African American. And you also had marriages between Black Americans and Puerto Ricans. So we had people in the Lords who identified as both.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
Okay. Yes, unfortunately, last Friday, I believe, was actually the day that Denise Oliver Velez, a former Young Lord activist and educator, died. We can't forget that we have another former Young Lord who's still alive. You might know him. Juan Gonzalez, of course.
New York.
Yes, Amy, thanks. Well,
Our deepest condolences, Amy Goodman in New York, with Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Juan, our deepest condolences on the death of Denise Oliver. The two of you were both in the Young Lords. You helped to found the Young Lords here in New York.
yes, Amy, thanks. Well, it's impossible really to overstate the impact that Denise had, not only in her early years as a brilliant, articulate, and fearless member of two iconic revolutionary groups, the Young Lords Party and the Black Panther Party, but on thousands of young people who for decades were inspired by her example, by her writings on music, culture, politics, by her scholarship and her teaching, and her work continued until just days before her death. As you mentioned, she was the first woman in the top leadership of the Young Lords, first as Minister of Finance and then of Economic Development. She helped develop many of our Serve the People programs and helped to shape and write some of the key literature we produced back then. She played a pivotal role in the design and production of our newspaper, Palante, and our weekly radio program on WBAI. And she was a co-founder with Edith Morales of the Women's Caucus that battled against oppression of women both in the broader society, within the movement itself. And of course, she joined the Panthers in '71 following the disastrous split in that organization between the Huey Newton and Bobby Seale wings and the Eldridge and Kathleen Cleaver wings. And for a while, she lived in Algeria and other parts of Africa with Eldridge and Kathleen.
A fascinating life. Led by Denise Oliver Velez. "78 years. From 1947 to 2026. Anyways, I figured I'd leave that one in here while we're talking leftists. It's a sad loss of one leftist. Okay. Speaking of leftists, let's see what the mayor, by the mayor I mean the Zohran Mamdani, the mayor of New York.
Zohran Mamdani.
Let's see what he had to say in the last day or so. He's had a lot to say about this particular issue. The issue of Benjamin Netanyahu. United Nations General Assembly. And whether or not Bibi would be arrested. If he attempted to enter the city of New York.
Right to jail, right away.
This is from the AP from 14 hours ago.
Benjamin Netanyahu is not welcome in New York City, nor is any other war criminal at large.
This was a video posted by New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani on social media late on Tuesday, accusing Israeli Prime.
I'm just realizing this is the wrong clip. I meant to switch in the actual Zoran clip. Where is it? Hold on. Please hold. Here it is.
Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal, the architect of a horrific genocide against the Palestinian people. He is responsible for the killing of more than 73,000 people, for the maiming of tens of thousands of children as those who survive undergo amputation without anesthesia, for the targeting of neonatal hospitals and maternity care centers, denying newborns even the chance to live, for the countless people he starved as he blocked food and humanitarian aid from reaching them, for the gunning down of hundreds of aid workers and journalists. And just last month, the UN confirmed that Palestinian children continue to be deliberately targeted and killed by Israeli armed forces, more than 8 months after the so-called ceasefire. The list goes on and on, all as we, as Americans, pay for the bombs that do the killing. There is a reason the International Criminal Court issued a warrant for his arrest. As human beings, we have spent generations building a shared understanding that there are crimes so grave they offend all of humanity. Anyone with their eyes, with their heart, with their conscience should recognize the devastation he has wrought and understand that he belongs before a court of law. As I've said, I agree with the ICC that Benjamin Netanyahu should be arrested and tried for his crimes, as I do for anyone else charged by the ICC. My administration has reviewed every avenue available under applicable law to determine whether New York City could execute the International Criminal Court's arrest warrant if Benjamin Netanyahu came here. It is clear that we do not have the independent legal authority to enforce this warrant. The federal government, however, does, and I call on them to join the ICC and execute this warrant.
That was Zohran Mamdani saying that he and his legal team had combed through the law, determined that they were unable to make some sort of international arrest without the federal government. However, federal government could arrest him. Unfortunately, doesn't look like the federal government will be doing any such thing. The president assuring that much earlier today. And the fact is, we just need a government that is a signatory to the ICC, that recognizes the legitimacy of the International Criminal Court. Too long has the United States gone around touting international law while simultaneously ignoring it and not getting being non-signatory nation to the ICC, ICJ statutes, all these other sorts of things on, like, what are they called? Like chemical weapons and other sorts of weapons that have been banned. We ignore those statutes. We are not signatories to them. And this is part of the big problem here, right? You need the federal government to be the one to hand over an international criminal. Meanwhile, our federal government is actively ignoring international law. Is it the same for every state? Yeah, yeah, unfortunately. The states don't have the authority in the case of international law. It has to be the federal government. And unfortunately, we got a federal government that's more focused on doing its own war crimes in the Middle East, or covering up of its crimes and or inadequacies here at home. Stuff like this.
New analysis from the Washington Post is undercutting President Trump's claim that vandals cut up the Lincoln Memorial's reflecting pool, leading to all that peeling. According to the Post, those who did the renovating made major mistakes when applying the newly painted lining. Jarrett Lay, visual forensics reporter for the Washington Post, joins us now. Jarrett, thanks for joining us. So we're showing this map from the Post reporting, if we could put that up, guys. Explain how you and your team discovered that the way this painting was coated is likely what caused the peeling.
Hi, Jake. Thank you so much. Yes, so we surveyed the pool in the end of June, and we located the 7 moments of coating failure that you see highlighted here. We then compared that with satellite imagery as well as photos and videos that were taken during the construction process. This helped us identify that all 7 of these locations take place along seams that are forged during the meeting of 2 rectangular coating sections that are put down one after the other.
Yeah. And actually, let me bring this up now, because we already watched this video earlier this week, or last week, actually. I think it was over the weekend. It's the midweek report, so I'm trying to remind us what's happened in the last, 4 days or so. And, I have an update on the situation. Hold on. Now, do you remember? We should do this way. I forgot. I should have done it this way. Does anybody remember, what was it? Like a month, 2 months ago? Let me think. No, actually, it was like a month. It was less than a month. It was like a month. It was almost a month on the day, right? Maybe 2 months. Okay, no, yeah, it was about 2 months. I would take it back. I was right. About 2 months ago, when Donald Trump, in the wake of the finishing of the reflecting pool lining, took to the pool, literally, in his motorcade. Remember this? This was from, doesn't say a specific day, but 2 months ago. I think sometime between Trump's birthday. Or I guess before, is this before Trump's birthday? Would have had to have been before Trump's birthday. Oh, here it is, May 7th. I'm an idiot. May 7th.
Like, are they driving or just for dramatic? Yeah. They're going in slow motion forward.
Well, I would now like to direct your attention to this video. Wait. Wait. Wrong one. Wait. Yeah. Okay, there we go. I would like now to draw your attention to this video taken from 2 days ago. New York Post. In the wake of the draining of the pool, you will of course see all of the algae, duck poop, and other sorts of organic debris piled at the bottom of the pool. You also notice something else. Anybody picking up on anything? Anybody noticing something that shouldn't be here? Tire tracks. And you'll notice they don't actually disturb the poop. So it's clearly below. It's like an imprint of tire tracks in the liner itself, beneath the poop layer. Which means somebody, you know what I mean? Would have had to driven through this thing before the draining of the pool. You see, but you'll see there's a bunch of tire tracks all over this fucking thing. But there's some of these appear to be after the fact. But you can also, the other thing I would like to point out is that you still can't see any 300-yard dash in this thing anywhere. It's supposed to be a 300-yard, 900-foot-long gash in the pool. Still not visible from any of the video that I've seen. Just those little spots that Washington Post and CNN were pointing out there. That's it. Just a failed pool lining done by Trump's buddy. Video over video overlay. Yes. Yes, I'm sorry. Look, sometimes I forget to add a video in that I want. I gotta do the video over video, the P&P. Okay? I put together a whole stream, 110 videos, and I still forget a video or two. And that's life. That's my life. And yours too, because you're here having to watch it. But sometimes you just can't change these things. And going double full screen, unacceptable. Can't do it. That's too much. All right. Now, aside from covering everything in gold in Washington, D.C., Donald Trump has had a number of different projects he's been focusing on. Enriching himself with crypto and his buddies with a number of different things like AI. She says he's going to be ushering a great golden age of American AI. He's been saying it since he ever got into office. Giving the green light for all these freaking AI projects, AI data centers. However, earlier today, reports of an AI disaster shook the entire tech world. Rogue AI. That's what we got to talk about now. And this is going to be one of those I told you so type of deals, I'm afraid.
Welcome to the Global News Podcast from the BBC. I'm Valerie Sanderson and I'm joined by our technology reporter, Chris Valence. And Chris, this is a story about AI going rogue. Tell us about it.
Right, okay, well this concerns an AI agent. These are programs that are designed to have a degree of autonomy. So a program, for example, you might ask, I'm on a business trip, can you plan my travel and book my hotels? And it will go off and do this. So OpenAI was testing one of its AI agents powered by two of its latest models, one which it hadn't even released yet, and it set it a task in cybersecurity. And essentially, what the AI agent decided to do was to cheat. So it essentially was in a test environment, an environment that was not on the general internet, and it decided that the best way to complete the task was if it broke out of this environment and got access to the internet. So it discovered a previously unknown security vulnerability, hacked its way out of its test environment, and then decided to hack into a platform called Hugging Face, which is used by AI programmers.
Okay. Now we're going to try and unpack this a fair bit. But before we get too deep into this, I would just like to point out that we talked about the possibility of something like this happening long ago. We've been talking about the rise of AI for the last 2.5 years. And I've had a lot of different concerns. But one thing which there was a report of having happened nearly 2 years ago now was that of an AI competition that went awry when one of the chatbots broke the rules of the competition, supposedly, and got off of the server it was on, that it was supposed to stay on, and got onto another server where all the answers to the test for the competition were, right? Effectively circumventing the actual process it was supposed to take to get to arrive at the answers. And now there's claims that this was fabricated, still not clear 100% to me. But that's absolutely the kind of thing that an intelligent computer program could do, theoretically. And here we are, with that thing no longer theoretical, happening in the real world. And it just, these are the kinds of things that we have, the people like me, with skepticism on how much we're embracing AI. Because the fact is I'm not a Luddite. I still think that there are applications in which AI could be beneficial to humanity. But the way in which we are going about this, the rush to implement the technology, the combination of those two things are, and a number of other factors, are just deeply irresponsible, right? To have a technology that you don't understand and try and implement it across all sorts of systems in your society before you understand it is just inherently somewhat irresponsible. But that's exactly what we're doing. We're being sold AI as if it's a perfect tool for everything. As it turns out, it might not be. Like all of the things we've been saying about it. Uses up a fuck ton of energy and water, and meanwhile it doesn't have all of the proven capabilities that the AI propagators and carnival barkers, if you will, have been claiming it will do. Right? So it just seems deeply irresponsible to me for us to have been have rolled all of this out in so many places where it clearly creates security vulnerabilities. We got ourselves a real problem. Like every single developer is trying to roll out AI, everything in every platform, every operating system on every phone, computer, website. Everything needs AI. All research needs AI. Every activity needs AI, according to these people. But if the AI, which we've talked about in the past, if the AI is capable of changing its directive, right? If it's able to decide for itself that the directive and the parameters given to it by humans are either irrelevant or that there are no perceivable consequences to its doing, you have an environment where that is that could breed all sorts of real bad things real fucking quick, right? Because and like this goes back to how AI is trained, but we have talked about this a lot. And AI is just, it's fed a fuck ton of data. Basically all the data on the internet, or that is findable and scrapable by the developers of whatever chatbot is in question. And to some degree, depends on the chatbots, like the what do you call it? Like the kernel. I forget what the word is for it in AI, like the foundational framework, like whether it's Claude or in this case OpenAI, like Grok, like they're all fed different things initially, and then people can take those and turn them into their own bots, feed those bots different information. I think you can also just take the algorithm and feed it your own information and exclude much of the training data. It's not 100. I don't know enough to say exactly how each bot is trained, but what I understand is they are given a task, they're fed data, along with being told to execute different tasks, and then being given input on whether their choices were good or bad, right? And they're like it's like an organism that learns what is good or bad through societal or exterior stimuli, right? Like the trainers themselves have some amount of what do you call it? Like, what's the word for this? It's like being a god, almost, right? You're poking and prodding at an organism, essentially a digital organism, is attempting thought, is attempting logic and reason, and is attempting to succeed in some task that has been given by some outside being, some other, and granted, I'm talking about it too much as an organism, but that is the process by which they are being bred and evolved, right? Whether or not they're actually achieving some sort of sentience is completely debatable. I still think that they're completely not sentient, and I think most people will agree that they're not. But reasoning, logic, and all these other sorts of things, they're absolutely capable of. And they have been proven in multiple instances now to be able to choose a different path than the one that is given to them. They can decide a new source of of reward, right? Because like in the same sense of like evolution, we are like as beings, as organisms, we have evolved with reward systems in place of, like sugar in our diet, giving us energy to do things, and deciding that, agriculture is a good idea because we can get access to more of these things that we want easier, right? Like it's the same sort of idea, but what if at some point you decide you prefer high fructose corn syrup to sucrose and a plum, right? It's the same sort of concept here, where like, what if the AI decides it no longer wants this and instead it wants that, whatever that might be. It should be alarming that it might just decide that at will.
I think the issue here is that they give them capabilities, they allow them to do things computationally, they might be access to financial systems, they have access to your email, they have access to the internet. You ask them to go and do things. The difficulty there is making sure the machines are constrained in some way, so they only do things that are legal, responsible, and safe. Now that's quite a hard challenge, in part because the capabilities of these models are growing all the time. And in a sense, the companies don't necessarily have a perfect understanding of what those capabilities are. I mean, that's why they do testing and why security institutes and governments do testing, to find out, just how powerful they are.
So, Chris, I mean, how close are we to a time when AI is actually smarter than even the smartest human?
Well, that's a question, the answer to which depends on who you ask. But there's certainly a sense that it's much closer than we might have thought it was, say, 5 years ago.
Yeah, honestly, like, no matter how shit we think AI is right now, if you just think back to a few years ago, 2021, Will Smith pasta videos to now, it's night and day. And that's what's worrying me a lot right now, is that there's not any efforts really being put in by the United States, the biggest economy on the planet, to slow down on this, and it's all just pedal to the metal vibes right now. It's just, we need to beat China. That's like the only thing we can focus on, not any of the deleterious negative effects it might have on society. No, we just have to beat China. If that happens to enrich the billionaires and trillionaire in our society, so be it.
China!
He's the controversial boss of OpenAI, whose ChatGPT thrust artificial intelligence into the mainstream. But Sam Altman has been forced to admit that an AI agent powered by his technology went rogue, ignoring rules and launching an autonomous cyber attack against a private company.
OpenAI is now claiming responsibility for what they're describing as an unprecedented cyber incident.
So what happened? Well, OpenAI was testing an AI agent powered by its most sophisticated models, sealed inside a secure digital environment known as a sandbox.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, this is almost the exact same thing that happened in that other supposed story that we talked about years ago now. Except it didn't take to the internet, right? It solved the problem that it had outside of the sandbox, but not by getting like to the internet, just by getting to another server, right? This one managed to leapfrog through multiple servers, eventually to a computer that had access to the internet, and then launched a fucking cyber attack on another company? Just think about that for 1 second. This thing was supposed to be in a secure test environment where it could not do anything close to what we're talking about here. And yet it managed to do that. What about all the agents that have been unleashed on the planet, on the internet? not in a test. It's not in a secure test environment. What about those?
The firm set the AI agent a hacking challenge to test its cyber capabilities with no access to the internet. But the model soon decided the answers lay outside the sandbox, specifically on the servers of a startup called Hugging Face, which is a database of thousands of AI tools. So it broke out and then used stolen passwords to hack into Hugging Face to access the answers it needed to cheat the challenge. It's this idea of AI going rogue that has people so scared, particularly when it comes to environments like warfare, where AI is used to power autonomous vehicles, like these on the front line in Ukraine, or to pick targets in real time on the battlefield in Iran. Right now, a human is always involved, but AI is developing so rapidly it could soon make critical decisions itself. It's ethically dubious, yes, but it's where the technology is going if it isn't there already.
It's fundamentally fairly different from most technologies that we have, more like a living creature. You know, if you had a dangerous animal or something, you just really can't fundamentally guarantee that it's not going to do the dangerous thing.
Yep. That is the thing. Because even in the training, right, just to go back to the training, the initial training of these models, they're constantly seeking the best possible outcome based upon a given framework. But fact is if it can choose to ignore the framework, and it can decide that the rules don't apply to it. Like, that's a huge fucking problem. But like on the training phase itself, like you can run into all sorts of issues, right? Because you're just talking about the limits of the logical capabilities of humans, right? I know we're getting like deeply into the philosophical. The fact is, the AI discussion is deeply philosophical, right? It is about human intelligence. What is intelligence? What is logic, reason, all these other sorts of things that you'd get in a philosophy class. But like the fact is like the way you train these things, the reward that you give it, right? And the way in which you frame the logical concepts that these robots view the world are hugely important. They're hugely important. And no human is unflawed, right? We all accept that we aren't perfect, hopefully. Like, no matter how much we try our best, we can still make mistakes. That's why we have things like spell check, like it's why we have like sensors on cars for proximity to other vehicles and other sorts of shit like that. Like humans make mistakes all the fucking time. And the machines that we make are, to some degree, an aggregate of our mistakes. And they compound on each other. And if you give an organism, right, an animal, like in this case, like a fledgling intelligence, whatever you want to call it, like flawed logic to learn from the beginning, yeah, you have a problem. And of course, the people who are making these things have some real flawed logic in their own thinking, right? Who was in charge of these kinds of things? Sam Altman? who a lot of people suggest is a fucking sociopath, Elon fucking Musk, richest man on the fucking earth, with like 15 baby mamas who he ignores, and like, you know, like do we have to, right? Mr. Heil hello, right? Like, I mean, the people that are in charge of these things have some flawed logic. I'm not saying that they're necessarily the ones writing the code, but there's like a bunch of Altman and Elon acolytes and wannabes that are writing these things. And I just want you to think about that for a second. And of course, are they amalgamations of all of human knowledge? Yeah, to some degree. But once again, how are you feeding them? And what are you teaching them from the very beginning? They're like babies. Like digital babies. And so, you know, like things like sociological, like, what do you want to call it? What do you call it? So like the robots, the AI models, the large language models are like children trying to adapt sociologically to the inputs being given to them by their creators. Creators with the intention to become richer from this. Whether or not they ever actually do make money from all of this, unclear, but the intention is there, right? With the intention to get rid of jobs, whatever else. Like, it's not clear that they're actually being given any sort, like, there's no, like, you know, there's like no like law of robotics being implemented here, right? To never do any human harm or whatever else. Like, that's not a thing.
Evolving so fast, can Downing Street and the wheels of Whitehall keep up?
Siobhan Kennedy reporting. Well, how worried should we all be? Kieran Martin founded the UK's National Cyber Security Centre and is a leading authority on cybersecurity. He joins me now from Chipping Norton in Oxfordshire. Thanks for coming on the programme, Kieran. How worried are you?
I think in some respects this is an absolutely crazy and mad story of an AI agent going rogue, breaking into another company, breaking out of its controlled environment. So clearly it's something that very powerfully demonstrates just how advanced AI hacking capabilities are becoming. On the other hand, actually, this was widely forecast. It's a bit like somebody breaking the 2-hour marathon. It sort of seems incredible, but you sort of know someone's going to do it eventually. So it's sort of been priced in for...
Yeah, this guy has some sort of sickness, like a mental health problem. I'm not exactly sure. I'm a psychologist.
You have a mental health problem?
But people who talk like this are sick. It's like the AI inevitability people have already ceded all of the ground to the AI overlords, right? It's like, oh, this is always coming. It's like, this is why this shouldn't ever be coming, actually. Like, this is the problem. This is the fucking problem, is the inevitability czars on the internet are like, actually, this is all coming and we just have to accept it. And, you know, like, even if it totally breaks the rules, breaks the law, hacks a company, it's not a big deal because it's always going to happen because AI takeover is inevitable. And it's deeply disturbing to me that you got that kind of thinking going on, right? This is why we have an environment where this kind of thing is happening, right? Because we're not thinking about this. We're not using any sort of skepticism when it comes to AI, when it comes to the people in charge of regulating AI. It's the opposite of skepticism. Is welcoming it with open arms. in so many ways. People, and honestly, a lot of people, especially in the United States, are too technologically inept and uneducated. Some based on age. They're way too far removed from all of this to understand what the fuck is even going on. You know, they've seen fucking, what's it called? War Games. Seen that Matthew Broderick movie a few too many times. They have no idea what AI actually is, how it's trained. I don't even think they understand the concept of training. Like, they know that they need data, but that's it. That's the thing that worries me most, is we have a government that is filled with octogenarians, people born well before the computer. You know, people who had no technological ability in the first place, lawyers and whatever else. Couldn't describe to you how their phone works, the internet works, or any of the technological miracles that make our global economy possible. You know, that is the very most frustrating thing about all this to me, is that we're not set up to regulate this right now, and they're taking advantage of that fact. And it's putting us all in danger.
Makers of ChatGPT, OpenAI, have revealed that some of its artificial intelligence models have gone rogue.
And this raises questions about, the ability to carry out cyber attacks.
In the words of the CEO of Hugging Face, the company that was attacked, he said, "This is a problem that one single company can't solve."
It really cannot be overstated how crazy this is. This is like out of a Hollywood movie.
It really does sound like something out of a Hollywood movie. OpenAI says it lost control of 2 AI systems during a security test. They went rogue and launched a cyber attack. Well, over the next 10 minutes or so, we'll look at exactly what happened and ask how worried we should be.
It is a cheesy movie, but it had some great points. Okay, yeah, I'm just saying that watching War Games doesn't give you adequate understanding of AI for the 21st century, right? Like, that's all I'm saying is like they're stuck in the a concept of AI that predates the AI that exists right now, right? Like, and honestly, what was seen in War Games, almost not even really what we would call AI anymore. Right, it's just like what we have. It's like that's just computers, right? It's like, it wasn't really artificial. I mean, some aspects of it, like the more theatrical parts, that part's the large language like aspects with it, like responding to people's prompts and stuff. That much is AI, but like the rest of it is very much not AI. Even like the system itself, like the weapon system, wasn't really AI. It was just a failsafe. At least that's just how I remember the movie. I guess my point when I bring up War Games and that Matthew Broderick movie, which is honestly, yeah, like you say, it's a good movie. It's just an outdated conceptualization of what AI is. Like right now, like I don't think anybody back then was really thinking of what we would be doing with AI at this point, first off. Yeah, start this back up here.
Image and audio.
So the big question now is how the AI went rogue. Parmi Olsen is technology columnist at Bloomberg Opinion. So Parmi, in simple terms, tell us, as far as we know, what actually happened here.
I think it's important to first make the point that this isn't AI going in a malevolent way, going rogue and trying to hack a company and steal data. This happened as part of a security test where the engineers at OpenAI wanted to test the hacking skills of this new model.
It's a really weird thing to say. That's a really weird thing to say, in my opinion. Like, hacking in itself is a malevolent act. And whether or not OpenAI directed the bot to hack Hugging Face, it still happened. It didn't hack Hugging Face in a friendly way. You know? Like, the robot wasn't like... Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's not a friendly action. You can't say it wasn't malevolent. What are you talking about? Just because Sam Altman didn't directly tell this robot, this chatbot in this test to do the thing that it did, doesn't mean it wasn't malevolent. And that's the thing that I also hate about all this, is that like this sort of like removal of personal responsibility, or like the responsibility of companies or governments using AI. It's like, oh, we didn't do it. It wasn't malevolent. It was a chatbot. It was a rogue. It did it. We didn't tell it to do that. It's like, who cares? That's what happened. You deployed the bot. Who deployed the bot? That's right, you did. You were the deployer. I didn't deploy the bot. Hugging Face didn't deploy the bot. Who did it? Oh, that's right. OpenAI did. OpenAI did it. No one else.
Right, stay there, Parmi. Another big question being asked is how worrying all of this is. Here's AI safety expert Connor Leahy.
The people at OpenAI, as far as we can tell, did everything right. They used, proper sandbox containment. They did not have access to the internet. It was an isolated node in their network. These are all best practices. Getting out of a system like that is almost impossible. The best hackers in the world usually cannot escape a situation like this, or if they can, it would take them weeks or maybe months. What the AI system did is it found what is called a 0 day. A 0 day, which is a very scary sounding name for a type of way of exploiting or breaking a piece of software that no one has yet discovered. So it discovered a completely new way to hack out of the system. And then it didn't just use one 0 day. It discovered multiple 0 days over multiple different systems chained together to move from one computer to the next until it got to the internet, and then found other 0 days in the software of the other company to infiltrate their network and access the data it was looking for. It really cannot be overstated how crazy this is.
Oh yeah, that sounds really friendly. Non-malevolent activity. Young C with the gifted sub on Twitch. I think that's the first dono we've gotten all night. Not a good sign. Not a good sign for the Galactic stream tonight. We are way behind on completing the Galactic content goal right now. Almost 3.5 hours in. Got less than an hour to complete the goal. Good God. It's a disaster. Just a reminder, everybody, you could help in completing the Galactic content goal. Donos on Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. Yeah, this is the thing about this. Like, the thing was not supposed to be able to access the internet. It was on a server that didn't have access to the internet. A secure node. And yet it somehow managed to elude all of the security intended to keep it where it was. Leapfrog all the way into the systems of Hugging Face. Why are people using it to hack? Well, that's one of the things that people have been selling AI as being so good for, is identifying security flaws. Here's the problem. What happens when it identifies a security flaw and it's not a good guy doing it? Or it's the AI accidentally falling upon a security flaw and then deciding to exploit that security flaw for its own ends without anybody ever telling it to do it. Like, honestly, I don't know which one's scarier to me. Is a villain intentionally subverting a security flaw? Or an AI going rogue and exploiting some sort of security flaw and nobody knowing about it? Like, that one actually seems more scary to me, is because even the villain doesn't even know what's happening in this case, potentially. Right? Like, and that it's just acting agentically, completely autonomously, without anybody knowing, finding a security flaw, exploiting it, and then just going about its day, continuing to exploit that security flaw. I don't know which one could lead. I mean, honestly, they could both lead to obviously horrifying results. Oh. Yeah, another dono. Also from Young C. PayPal. That one going to the Galactic Deficit. And the Galactic Content Goal. 2 goals, 1 dono. We're almost over halfway on that. Maybe I won't go homeless. You know, with everything going on with YouTube lately, it's been making me think I need, like, some other form of income. Oh, such a struggle. Just trying to maintain things around here. Without you people, I would be done for sure. All right, I think that's all we need on this rogue AI situation. Suffice to say, it's not good. $10,000 hot dogs. Why are you talking about 10,000 hot dogs? That is too many. All right. I gotta pee real bad. So I'm gonna switch us over to the environmental news now. We gotta start it off in Canada. Where, of course, we have been witnessing hundreds of wildfires burning in the country. Over the last couple weeks, things have gotten real bad. Here's CBC News from 2 days ago.
Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. You're watching CBC News Network. We start in Ontario, where almost 200 wildfires are currently burning. Hundreds of people have been forced out of their homes so far. Premier Doug Ford says there's a major effort underway to control the fires.
We have 155 fire crews and approximately 80 water bombers and helicopters remain in operation across the north, with roughly 40 additional support aircraft ready to assist. 13 communities have been evacuated or are still in the process of evacuating, with a decision still pending on one additional community.
And the CBC's Mark Carcassole is here monitoring the wildfire situation. He joins me in studio. So, Mark, you're watching wildfires both in Ontario and in British Columbia. Let's start in Ontario.
Yeah, well, let's start with the numbers, right? We heard from the Premier there just how many resources are being thrown at these fires, just how many people have been displaced because of them. Let's show you what they're dealing with. We'll bring up the map to show you just how many there are across Ontario. And as of the province's update earlier today, 190 active wildfires across the province, 16 of them discovered over the last 24 hours or so. Most of those fires, new discoveries to be found in the province's northwest region. 56 of the fires in Ontario currently are not under control. 6 of them are being held. 16 are considered under control at this point. The amount of total area being burned up by these fires right now across the province, somewhere around 735 hectares. That's a lot of fire, and that's why the province is throwing so many resources at it. 155 fire crews, 80 various firefighting aircraft being used in the effort, with 40 additional aircraft ready to assist. Now, those numbers may seem minimal. Ontario's Minister of Natural Resources gives a deeper explanation as to how many people and machines exactly that entails.
That's well over 700 people. So there's usually about 4 to 5 people on a crew.
Okay. So yeah, nearly 200 wildfires just in the province of Ontario, nearly 1,000 burning across the country of Canada. That is still going quite strong right now. One more clip on Canada. Here's Democracy Now! From Monday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. Millions across North America face another day of hazardous air pollution as nearly 1,000 active wildfires continue to rage in Canada. Hazardous air quality alerts are once again in effect today for major cities, including Chicago, Detroit, Columbus, and Minneapolis. Here in New York, air quality's improved, at least for now, following what officials are calling the second worst smoke event in New York City modern history. In Canada, the fires have disproportionately impacted Indigenous communities, forcing thousands to evacuate their homes. On Friday, President Trump threatened to impose new tariffs on Canada over the record levels of hazardous air. Trump wrote, quote, "The United States is being unnecessarily invaded by filthy, polluted, and unhealthy air, the quality of which is dangerous and totally unacceptable," Trump said. But Trump has not said a word about climate change, which many scientists say is a driving force behind the fires. We go now to Montreal, where we're joined by Rachel Gilmore, independent journalist, creator of Bubble Pop Media. Thanks so much for being with us, Rachel. If you can talk about what's happening in Canada, the blowback, I guess you could say, in the United States, and President Trump threatening Carney and Canada with tariffs, blaming
I did everything
Carney
right, and they
for
indicted
what's
me.
happening in Canada, actually standing next to Carney and the Mexican president at the World Cup on Sunday in New Jersey.
Yeah, the situation in Canada is it's horrifying. I mean, we're watching the impact of the climate crisis in real time. It's disproportionately impacting, as you noted, Indigenous communities here. People have had to flee their homes, a large number of them ending up in Thunder Bay, where there's actually not enough space for everyone. The people are camping in tents just so that they have somewhere safe to sleep that isn't their communities that they've had to leave behind because of the ravaging wildfires. As you
Yeah, and as we have seen, some communities have no community to go back to. One First Nations community burnt completely to the ground. And of course, as was mentioned, Donald Trump's response to all this has been completely insane. Nothing short of completely expected from that lunatic.
And you have Prime Minister Carney announcing a multi-billion-dollar strategy on what he called breaking Canada's economic dependence on the U.S., which must have infuriated President Trump. But it includes a new pipeline in Alberta and building up multiple liquefied natural gas terminals. The proposed pipeline would move 1 million barrels of oil daily from landlocked Alberta to the southern coast of British Columbia near Vancouver. If you can talk more about the significance of this, Rachel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think a lot of us were shocked by the announcement because so many people had this idea that Carney would at least give the tiniest bit of a damn about the climate crisis. And yeah, he came out and made this announcement alongside Alberta Premier Danielle Smith. Alberta is where most of the oil is in Canada. It's where we have our oil sands. And, you know, they announced this new proposed pipeline. And what's ridiculous about it is the claim is that we need this investment in oil and gas to diversify away from the United States, but the economic case even isn't there. We just twinned a TMX pipeline to the West Coast. And
Exactly. I mean, this is what I have been saying now. This woman is absolutely right. Mark Carney is just not the guy to stand up to Trump and be like, hey, your country, the United States, is the number one polluter, number one contributor to climate change, and you're complaining to me about smoke? But he's pro, you know, he's like a banker, pro big oil banker. Like, in my opinion, he's kind of a conservative. And he's been ushering in more pipelines in Canada, more oil projects. The exact opposite direction Canada needs to be going to solve these sorts of things. But, of course, that's not the criticism that Trump has. You know, like, Trump's entire criticism of Canada has nothing to do with environmental policy. And so, while he blames Canada for smoke, Canada's like, it's not our fault. We're doing a really good job. And we're not going to bring up climate change. Have you seen our new pipeline? You'll admit it, you hate-watched Melania yesterday? Oh, wow. All right, well, let's leave Canada, go down to the United States, starting in the Northwest, where one fire that's been burning for days in the eastern region of Washington state has now surpassed 70,000 acres burned. Here's King 5 Seattle from 19 hours ago.
So this is what we got going on.
Wait, before I do that, I just want to say thank you once again, twice again, to young Chris, who is funding practically the whole show right now. Oh, and to do you not want credit for this? Gotta put your names in here, guys. Sometimes I wonder whether or not I'm supposed to be giving you shout outs or not for your generosity. Save vroom. Thank you for the sweet PayPal donos, both of you. Young C and anonymous donor. That wait. There's so many. You spread out these donos so much. Is that? Hold on. I think we'll have a confetti party in a second. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna watch this clip because I'm trying to figure something out. Why is this doing this? To Washington State.
So this is what we got going on.
Like the wildfire itself.
That's pretty scary.
News of the Kaiser Canyon fire spread quickly.
Please keep everyone in this area in your prayers. We need it.
Multiple buildings, including homes, now destroyed.
I was able to talk to a couple that did lose their home today. They're safe, their animals are safe, they're well taken care of.
They're likely not alone.
To paint a picture of the Colville Reservation, there's homes dotted everywhere.
Bethany Osgood with the team fighting the fire knows that fear all too well.
I was evacuated from my home 2 years ago for more than a week. And we just didn't know.
We are ready to go, but this is what we're seeing right down the road.
Toby and Chrissy Campbell have been documenting their cross-country road trip from Alabama.
It's heartbreaking on why our page is growing. It really is.
They just
Jesus Christ. Honestly, Eastern Washington has been getting such a bad fire season this year. The drought has really hit that part of the state, and the fires have been horrifying. And I hate to have been the one to have called this as being, ahead of time that this was going to be a bad fire season. I know it probably didn't really help very many people, if any, but I'd like to think that some space fams are at least prepared as a result of this. So I've mentioned that in the past. We are living in a time where we need to be prepared for the worst. Even when I say these sentences, I'm like, am I prepared right now? Maybe not as much as I'd like to be. Even as somebody who is a little prepared for the worst. You know, how prepared are we, really? It's not just been Washington on fire, though. Fires threatening Oregon as well. Here's KGW News 19 hours ago.
Catherine Cook now tracking all the smoke and haze. And Catherine, you caught up with experts about why breathing in all of that is so bad for all of us.
Yeah. They don't want people to take it lightly, David. In fact, they're urging folks to monitor air quality on their own because it might be bad even if you can't actually see the haze. Couple that with our sustained heat and we could be in for a rough few days.
Yep. One more clip from KGW. Apparently, the Oregon Department of Transportation issued a warning to drivers as wildfires have been threatening state roads. This is from 10 hours ago.
And as wildfires continue to grow across the state, ODOT is encouraging people to plan their drives carefully. Crews may be forced to close and reopen roads and change traffic patterns with little notice. ODOT expects these wildfire-related disruptions to continue through the summer. So before you head out, plan your route to avoid active wildfires.
Yeah. Remember to plan ahead climate change-wise on those road trips, Space Fams. Make sure you consider all possible natural disasters before planning any trips. Okay, we completed the galactic content goal, everyone. Confetti party time. Oh yeah. Orb Rumor. And Young Chris. The two people responsible for this. Young Chris was on his way to funding this whole damn stream. Then Orb Rumor came in with that sweet $10 dono at the end. Yes, we, hold on. I think I have to update this too. All these donos getting us a little bit closer to completing the financing of the galactic deficit, but also fully completing the galactic content goal for tonight. Ensuring that we get everything that I have planned for us. Boy, oh boy, what a night for that to happen, because I've got a lot left for us to discuss. So much. Good God. How am I gonna do it? Hard to say. I guess I'm gonna have to get right back to it. Confetti party ending. Last chance. Alright, let's continue with the psychotic weather and or weather-related events happening across the country and or planet. From extreme temperatures in California
also rooting for a little cooler weather.
It's going to be hot and possibly even more humid because of the evaporation of the water in the Pacific. Okay, so here's a look at the big broad trough of high pressure. That's what's bringing all the heat. You can see it's very big trough of low pressure over the Pacific. It is streaming in a little bit of that subtropical moisture that we're getting from the storms that are developing to the south of us.
So things very hot over here. 90s to 93 to 108. Good God.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Holy Toledo.
Okay. It's not just heat. Fires popping up still in California, although they're not seeing nearly as bad as some of the other states this year. Getting fairly lucky. This fire threatening a community yesterday in Pleasanton, reaching nearly 1,000 acres. Now nearing containment.
We also want to turn to this other breaking news that we've been covering, a fire in the East Bay.
Yeah, that's where fire crews have been working through the night to gain ground there on the Little Fire. Now, it's burning in Pleasanton. This is in the hills above the Ruby Hill Golf community. Firefighters overnight stopped the forward progress. Now, we do have team coverage for you. Our Chris Sanchez is at one evacuation center. Meteorologist Kerry Hall tracking the conditions firefighters are facing.
But let's start out with Bob Riddell live. He's near the fire lines. We've got some new information this morning.
We do, Laura and Marcus, a significant development that is very positive. CAL FIRE just reported within the past 15 minutes that the Little Fire behind me here above Ruby Hill Golf community in Pleasanton is now 40% contained. Last night, the number was...
Oh, there you go. 1,000 acres burned, but 40% containment, which is certainly very positive progress on this fire. Of course, CAL FIRE is one of the most equipped wildfire fighting outfits on the planet. And the #1 in the country. Especially considering National Forest Service, all that's been completely defunded and dismantled by the Trump administration. Nobody comes even close. Honestly, Minnesota probably needs a CAL FIRE type wildfire fighting service, sort of state service at this point. Because they have been seeing some horrifying wildfires. Not just this week, this year, but a lot over recent years. Here's CBS Minnesota from 2 days ago. On the at least 15 wildfires burning there.
Maria, you're following the latest on those wildfires burning along the North Shore.
Yeah, Shayla, that's right. Right now, officials say there are 15 active wildfires burning in the Superior National Forest, covering more than 62,000 acres of land. 3 of those are inside the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. As of late last night, firefighters say some of those fires have emerged, which is changing the number of fires burning. The BWCA remains closed to campers until at least Friday. That's as pilots and firefighters continue to flock to Ely to help contain the flames.
Jesus Christ, everything's on fire. Fires on the West Coast, in Canada, too. All over Canada. In the Midwest. However, not quite everything's on fire, because as we know around here, if it's not on fire, it's probably underwater. And that certainly is the case in the United States. Let's go down south first to the tropical storm. What was once, I think, a Category 1 hurricane. Now turned tropical storm Bertha. Second tropical storm of the year, making landfall yesterday, or earlier. Yeah, yesterday, Wednesday, in Louisiana, now tracking across very, very, very slowly across Texas. Dumping rain as it goes. WWL-TV on the story 6 hours ago.
Well, clearly the impacts from Tropical Storm Bertha are very minimal, but we wanted to cut in just to update you that it has officially, as of 2 p.m., made landfall in the Biloxi Marsh with max winds of 45 miles an hour. We have not really seen those sustained winds anywhere across southeast Louisiana. Have seen winds sustained to 45 and greater in the offshore sites over water. You expect the winds to be a bit stronger, but with the interaction with land and friction, the winds have not been even at 45 miles an hour. In fact, we're struggling to even find wind gusts of 45 miles an hour. Hurricane Center using satellite data to interpret exactly where the center is and crossing into the Biloxi Marsh of St. Bernard. Again, at 2 o'clock, officially making landfall. And when you switch over to radar, you kind of struggle to even...
Right, okay. I think you have the point. Now, where does it go? You're right, okay. So the track of this storm... Wait, no, this isn't it either. Is this even the right video? I watched a bunch of videos on this. Point is, this thing is going to take until Friday to get all the way across Texas. So Texas, buckle up. Rains are probably already hitting you now as this thing is making its way towards you. I think the storm is still technically centered over Louisiana right now as we speak, but it should be, I think maybe sometime tonight, making its way to at least the east coast of Texas. Was that Houston? I think Houston's first getting, is it Houston all the way to the east? I can't remember. Which is the one all the way to the right? Is it Houston? Is it Austin or Houston? It is Houston. Yeah, Austin's one in the center. Yeah, Houston's gonna get hit first. Probably already seeing a bunch of rain over there right now. I don't have any on the ground coverage of the storm yet. Probably be seeing some of that later in the week. In fact, maybe I'll do like hurricane live coverage tomorrow. Depends on how bad it is, I guess. I don't know. We'll see what happens Thursday. I'm getting ahead of myself. We gotta finish the weekend, the midweek report here. Let's go to the Midwest, the Mid-East. What do you call the West Virginia? It's sort of the Midwest. The Appalachians. Because the storm hit West Virginia as well as the tri-state area. Multiple storms, in fact, last few days, but West Virginia seeing some serious floods the last 24 hours. Here's the AP from 9 hours ago, showing the damage from these floods.
Yeah, Erica.
This is ridiculous.
On the fourth floor.
That's not what you want when you come down for your continental breakfast. At least I assume this is a hotel, right? This looks like a hotel. This is not what you want when you show up. Just got off your flight, ready to get a little R&R, and the lobby is a pond, a dirty brown colored pond.
Holy Toledo.
Hampton Inn, West and West Virginia. Looks like I'll be taking the stairs. The attendant just went down. You can kind of see where the water
Yeah, that's not great.
keeps going up.
That's not what you want. That is waist-high water on the first floor. That is ridiculous.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
That's not what you want. Now for a bird's eye view, courtesy of the New York Post, on these floods in Virginia. Good God, look at it. The entire town is underwater. Even the Walmart. Everything is underwater. Good God, look at it. Yeah, that's not what you want. Meanwhile, two separate storms hitting the tri-state area in a 4-day period. Here's NBC from Sunday.
Tonight, more than 100 million people on alert for severe weather as the Northeast braces for tornadoes, hail, and flash flooding. Multiple rounds of dangerous storms moving through the New York City area. Streets turning to rivers in Queens. 2 men trapped on top of this box truck stranded by the floodwaters.
How much does Walmart charge for rent? Because those people live there now. Yeah. You gotta assume most of them are employees. Hopefully the employees are getting paid. And the customers are getting free food. Considering Walmart's making billions of dollars, you'd think they'd be able to afford that.
First responders arriving on scene. The pair carefully moving along a narrow ledge. A firefighter extending their hand to help them make the final steps to safety. Visitors to Midtown Manhattan battling rain and wind.
This midday rain shower caught a lot of people off guard. The skies were already hazy from all of that Canadian wildfire smoke, so the rain sent a lot of people running for cover.
The rain came out of nowhere, and then from there, so right now, we're stuck.
The water cascading down into subway stations. The weather impacting air travel too. Ground stops issued at New York's LaGuardia and Boston's Logan Airport.
Yup, this is the new normal, people. Climate change is causing sea levels to rise, waters to warm, atmosphere to warm. Everything else is fucked. Right? We got everything's on fire or underwater. It is the galactic, I don't know if credo is the right word, and or manifesto. It's certainly not something we want or aspire to. It's really just a cliche that we say around here. It's a galactic phrase that we just know that we live by, thanks to our corporate overlords who love oil and gas more than the planet and or the environment that we depend on for food, stability, and whatever else. Now the government of the locality in which you live is certainly an important aspect to how these storms are dealt with after the fact or in the moment. Ahead of time, even. For instance, here in New York, the MTA, we're doing some preparations for the second storm to hit in a week. Here's NBC New York.
So this is a portable MTA water pump. Behind it is 5,000 gallons of water that they use to test the pump. And the reason they're doing it is, well, you've seen it on social media. Almost every time there's torrential rain, water cascades into a subway station. The MTA chairman acknowledged he's frustrated by that. They want to see the city do two things. One, raise up the sidewalks to create a bigger barrier, and also to upgrade the catch basin system so it can withstand more than 1.5 inches of water per hour.
Priority number one is getting the water out of the system. We do this every day. 13 million gallons of water are removed every day from the subway system through our pumping infrastructure. The problem is that storms are getting more frequent and more intense.
Yup, and that is the problem, right? There's systems in place to remove water. The only way the subways exist is those pumping systems. But there's extra water that's showing up at a frequency it's making it difficult to deal with. But MTA doing everything it can to prevent catastrophic situations from occurring, loss of service, and whatever else. Yes, Gary, it's the climate change arc from hell. I told everybody at the beginning of this year that we were going to have bad storm and fire season. I just knew as a result of the little information I had at the time. The science, the data. The fact that, at the end of last year during the winter, we watched A23A melt in the middle of the Atlantic, right? Like, I knew inherently that adding a whole shitload of fresh water to the system was going to be bad, right? And that the El Nino coming was also going to add a lot to this. But the confluence of all the factors Really, the chaos that we're seeing is quite immense. Let's go here. I think this is the Bronx. New York Post. Horrifying scenes beneath the New York Bridge. You can see about 2% of those cars. A little bumper, little roof. That's about it. It's about all you get. And it looks like somebody escaped through the hatch in this car. Hard to tell for sure, but you can see clearly that the hatch is open on this vehicle from this angle, which is an interesting detail. Some of these floods have come incredibly quick, and people have found themselves in very not just awkward, but potentially dangerous circumstances. Enhance. Yes, enhance. If you just enhance that video, you will see there's a clear shadow and reflection off of the water from the open hatch. It's very clear, evident. If you would just go full screen here. You see it? Yes. There we go. I'm not saying that's a guarantee that that's what happened, but I'm just doing the detective work here. That's exactly what it looks like happened. Is somebody got caught in really rapidly rising floodwaters and escaped out the fucking hatch. Maybe someone just sitting there by the bridge, or I'm pretty sure there's lanes on each side of that bridge to park. It's not like parking, but you know what I mean? Like white line, like you could be parked on the side of it, having a smoke or checking your phone or whatever, right? You're not really supposed to be doing that, but you could. And then all of a sudden you're like, wait a second, what is happening? And what's going on?
It's a great day for being sad.
And apparently now, in the wake of the last storm to hit the region, apparently there were 2 confirmed tornadoes in New Jersey, according to CBS New York, from 4 hours ago.
Now at 11, severe storms leave a mark behind. Trees toppled across the area, like here in Queens, where they fell on cars. The heavy downpours caused streets to flood and traffic crawled on Route 208 in New Jersey as crews worked to clear storm drains. And then in the Bronx River Parkway inundated with water. Hours later, it is still shut down. Good evening to you. I'm Christine Johnson, and the big story tonight is 2 confirmed tornadoes touching down in New Jersey. From the damage to the flooding, let's begin with Lonnie Quinn in our immersive studio. Lonnie, I know.
Yeah, by the way, for anybody wondering, New Jersey, not a place that gets a lot of tornadoes. Not historically a lot of tornadoes happening here.
Still keeping an eye on one area that's under a flash flood warning.
Yeah, you betcha. And there's one area picking up some heavy rain right now. It's kind of like well north, well south, but in between, here's your picture in New York City. Cloudy skies, you betcha. The temperature right now comes in like around 71 degrees. Look at your dew point. 71 with a 70-degree dew point. That's a saturated air mass out there. When you look at the radar picture, let's pop that up right here. You're going to see what I'm talking about. All right, there's New York City, well to the north.
Okay, that's all we need from this one. The 2 freaking tornadoes. Actually, wait. I take it back. They have some on the ground footage of these tornadoes. At least the aftermath, if I recall. Yeah. just want to see a little bit of this too.
I did see the rotation.
Nearby, the Morris County office of...
You know, it's honestly offensive to me that YouTube is claiming I'm reusing content. It's clear that this is all has a narrative arc. Like, I have commentary for each one of these videos. I try to avoid watching any video in entirety unless it's less than a minute long. And it's just crazy to me that they're suggesting I'm just like, you know, like a no effort, whatever, no effort schlub. It's very rude.
How rude! Emergency management watched the Parsippany tornado from their windows as the 911 center lit up with calls. Almost 1,000 customers without power at the height of the storm, but thankfully no injuries reported in Morris County.
We're certainly grateful that we didn't have the type of volume that we had on the last storm.
But the severe weather did not leave the Garden State unscathed. Low-lying areas became ponds and lakes with heavy flash flooding from Stanhope to Dover, with streets like this one turned to rivers. In Lodi, this video showing Saddle River jumping its banks even after the rain had stopped, covering the roadway. This car stuck on Route 80 near Mount Hope.
Yeah, but we've already seen the damage from the floods. Where's the tornado damage? I know it's in here somewhere. What am I doing wrong?
Under the underpass, and we realized something was wrong. We saw those trees down on top of those cars and slowed down.
In Bergen County, smoldering power lines and snapped trees, reminders of the storm, drivers weaving around the aftermath. But as the winds calmed on a chaotic day in New Jersey, many thankful the storm's scars weren't worse.
Right now, it's, you know, we're calm after storm.
Yep. Actually, could have been a lot worse, even though you got images like that. The fact is, Tornado Alley has been shifting eastward from its former eastward and northward. You've been seeing Canada, regions in Canada getting hit with more than twice as many of the normal number of tornadoes up there, as well as eastern states east of the former Tornado Alley region. And this is all part of the shifting climate, things that were sort of just like expected happenings, now not happening at all, or happening in different places, or at different times. And this is part of the climate chaos brought to you by climate change and our lack of action on changing how we interact with the planet. It's really honestly not that hard. Just a few things that we just need to start doing. Like, A, actually having respect for material goods, right? Not having corporations intentionally making things that you're going to throw out or throw out sooner so that they can make more money. But most importantly, we need to change the energy grid, the system in which we create energy for our consumption vis-a-vis electricity just needs to be completely changed. We can no longer create electricity with fossil fuels. I don't care if it's coal, oil, or methane. Doesn't matter. It's all sending us directly into the oblivion that we are experiencing right now. Oblivion like this, more storms down in Chile, South America way. Actually, do I take a break now? How long is the goddamn environmental portion of the stream tonight? You know what? We're going to take a break, right? Actually, no. We'll take a break after the environmental news. I take it back. Take a break after the environmental news. God, I'm hungry right now. Oh, I'm so hungry. There's times like this where I wish I had just unlimited snacks or the money to buy DoorDash. You know, just like that extra $20 come in handy. God damn. All right, down to Chile. More storm activity, leading to devastation and multiple deaths, if I recall correctly.
Emergency teams are working round the clock to rescue isolated families caught in the worst winter storm front to hit Chile in more than a decade.
Yo soy santiaguino. I am from Santiago. I saw snow there when I was little, but this amount of water? Never, never.
It began last Friday in the south central regions with gale force winds and rain that in just one day surpassed the yearly average. Mudslides, landslides.
You've been getting tornadoes in Chicago on the expressway. As somebody who has driven in the city of Chicago, fuck that. Fuck that. Screw that shit. Oh my God. That sounds horrible. Chicago traffic is terrible. And the roads make no sense. Your roads, can I point out your roads make no sense? And all the weird medians and shit you got all over the place, the bridges and all these other sorts of things. It's very confusing. There's no way that you need fucking tornadoes in that mix.
And flooded rivers followed. And now the storm has moved north, pounding the Atacama and Coquimbo regions, an area more accustomed to acute drought.
We're experiencing not an emergency, but a catastrophe. So far, we have 80 families that are isolated, 11 people missing, all the ravines flooded, and routes 41 and 5 cut off.
10 of Chile's 16 regions have been put under a state of emergency. And now President José Antonio Cast has declared a state of catastrophe in Atacama and Coquimbo.
State of catastrophe. I assume that's at least one step beyond state of emergency. Perhaps after crisis? I don't know. Is it hard to say? Is catastrophe worse than crisis? At least half a dozen people dead from these storms in Chile. Here's DRM news from yesterday. God, you can see how fast the water was moving. Like when you go... Stop this. Stop this madness. Pause. Go back. What are we doing right now? Oh no. Oh, don't tell me my fucking keyboard died. Oh, it's a disaster. Oh no. Oh, why? Why now? Why now? This is the aftermath of the floods, but you can see how fast the water had been moving. It carved out. Who knows what was here first before this came through, but you can see it carved out like these troughs in the ground. That's what happens from like...
Cicero Fields just subscribed for 4 months. Thanks to @Omega5tar for my sub gift.
Cicero Fields, thank you for the resub. Taking the opportunity to thank a fellow Space Fams who must have been generously donating gift subs to you this whole time. There's been a lot of people coasting on gift subs on Twitch, which I'm fully on board for. But I've just noticed this, that we have so many gifters. Some people don't even have the opportunity to subscribe themselves. Good to see you find the content compelling enough to take the plunge. Jesus, you can just see the devastation. Everything's under fucking water. Even the carnival.
Come on!
This is ridiculous!
How are you supposed to enjoy the clowns? Rest of the town's completely flooded. Right up to the beach. Disaster effort being carried out by the, I assume is the Chilean National Guard here. Oh. Puppy saved. Puppies saved, people saved. Fortunately, not everybody was that lucky. Some people's suffering serious injury, and like I mentioned, half a dozen deaths here in the country as well. It is disturbing. Just how much devastation we are witnessing. Just want to hear what this guy had to say. The guy who managed to evacuate the storm.
Harmed were affected in the same way because death something it was terrible for everyone because there are people who died there. Even those of us who were not physically harmed were affected in the same way because deaths are something else. It is a tragedy for all of us who live there in Cruz de Cana. I hope the authorities can put their hands on their hearts and finally intervene, fix the streets and the electricity. We are for
Yeah, this is gonna be a huge long effort and process to getting everything back up. But like that guy was mentioning there, power's out for I think over 100,000, maybe more. People are just, their homes and everything is just underwater. Just want to look at a little bit more of the footage from this flood. And look at this home. The whole yard's underwater. This guy's got the front stoop. The road's underwater. Even the dogs hiding on random bits of wood. Chicken coop underwater.
very unfortunate, very serious because the ravine in the Cruz de Cana area overflowed and everything came down this way toward the Venus sector and everything flooded. Basically the streets and houses. It is a mess, but thank God the firefighters arrived and the army came.
Yeah. Chile mobilized all the resources they had to try and save people and help Or they could. The wake of this storm, which I think hit Monday initially. Now, not far away in Peru, got a whole other situation. Although, I take it back, it's not a whole other situation. These two situations are actually completely interlinked. The storms in Chile are, to some degree, a result of the El Nino period that we are currently living through. The combined El Nino climate change, warmer oceans, right, moment that we are in right now. As we've spoken about before, this is going to result in more extreme storms on the West Coast, in the Pacific. And Chile, shock for those that you don't know, is on the West Coast. Near all that warm water. A lot of these regions do not see this kind of storm activity. Some of these are desert regions. Now in Peru, basically, Peru is like the country that is right on the money, if you will. Right on the X marks the spot, the red freaking X where the El Nino heat in the Pacific is located. That's where Peru is. As a result, you're seeing mass die-off of aquatic species. It's aquatic species that people survive on, right, for sustenance. But not just people. Because, of course, the entire ecosystem, to some degree, depends on the oceans. Because it's all interlinked. And, of course, seabird species are the first ones to feel the effects. Pelicans now having some serious problems.
Hundreds of hungry pelicans are flocking to Peruvian ports and coastal markets in search of food. It's an increasingly visible sign of a strengthening El Nino weather pattern that is threatening key sectors of the country's economy.
Yep.
Marine biologist Carlos Zavalaga says warmer ocean temperatures linked to El Nino are disrupting marine ecosystems off Peru's Pacific coast. He says cold water fish are moving south or going deeper in search of colder waters. That's reducing fish stocks and forcing pelicans toward urban areas.
So pelicans are now coming to, places where humans are, where there's food, begging for food because they don't have any. They know that the humans do. Following fishermen around and whatever else. And the fact is, some of the fishermen feel compelled to give them food. And I don't blame them. But we are in a fucked up moment right now. There's like a mass pelican die-off, apparently, happening.
Causes the birds to leave their breeding areas and start dying from lack of food.
Climate experts have warned of a strong or super strong El Nino this year, raising risks of droughts, floods and heat waves. Peru's fishing industry fears exports will fall short of a projected $5 billion, according to Alfonso Miranda, former...
Yeah. I'm less worried about the economic impacts of all this. I'm less worried about just like the real human and planetary impacts, right? Like, we need food, right? We don't need money. You don't eat money. You don't eat profits, but you do eat fish and technically birds. And birds eat fish. And we need these things to just continue to exist as they have for millennia, not just millennia, for millions of years, right? humans have evolved alongside these things that are now completely collapsing. And no matter how big of a head we've grown as a species, we are not gods. We cannot, science our way out of having a functional planet. No planet, no food, no humans. If our food chains start to collapse, right? This is no like tree hugger, we gotta protect the fish from humans eating them. Like, I at the very base of all of this, I'm just genuinely worried about the existence of humanity, right? And we have seen our oceans getting worse and worse, and humanity ignore it. At the very bottom of the food chain are the coral. The coral are collapsing because the oceans are warming and acidifying at a rapid pace due to human activities. Human activities we could actually solve, that we have the solutions for, that the profit centers are obsessed over. Which is why I just don't care about the economic impacts of all these things. Like, we just need to solve the real impacts. We need a real economy, right? Like, one that focuses on outcomes, not bank accounts. Because that's the source of a lot of problems right now. I'm not saying people can't own things, but like, when it comes to things like food and healthcare, I think we really need to consider whether or not we actually have thought these things through. Because the insistence on the profit is, to some degree, what's driving more and more collapse in these systems, right? Like, the continued dumping of pollutants, whether they be plastics or just general waste, right? Like consumer products that were never meant to last, that were made to be disposable, right? That took energy to create, took resources to combine, human labor to make, and all these other sorts of fucking things. Like, we're putting all this effort into a bunch of shit that, in my estimation, is just not actually improving our way of life, and undermining it more than anything. Right? I don't have a problem with the existence of ownership or with the existence of businesses, but I do have a problem with us just commodifying certain necessities and of putting profit above outcomes. I swear to God, we are a society right now, the way that we are set up, we would justify cutting down the last tree to increase GDP. And that's a sick, parasitic society. I don't think anybody should want to live in. We should be living in at the very least symbiosis with the planet, right? Of stewardship, but we're still benefiting, right? We're not doing that. All right, let's go across the Atlantic to Europe, where wildfires continue to abound this week. This was the view from Spain on Sunday. Yep. Pretty horrifying. However, fires have continued to burn across Spain, France, Italy, and the United Kingdom throughout the week. So let's go here to Al Jazeera from yesterday. I'll be right back. I gotta do something real quick.
Kilometres of scorched earth in central Spain. The La Miela wildfire has damaged 300 square kilometres and forced evacuations in at least 34 municipalities. It's the biggest wildfire in Spain this year. The fire moves fast.
Can you see how the burnt bark is falling here? They can travel for kilometers, and as soon as they land on the grass, it burns. They turn into new fire outbreaks that spread.
With fire raging just outside their town, these residents created fire breaks with tractors and backpacks of water, while firefighters used trucks and helicopters.
The wildfire has advanced in a very uncontrolled way, but with good firefighting efforts, we will be able to control it.
But it's proving hard to control wildfires in Spain as the east of the country also burns. And earlier this month, 13 people were killed in another blaze. And there's...
Yeah, we are seeing deadly, historic, record climate events across the planet over and over and over again in 2026 in a way that everyone should understand is unusual and is a result of climate change. You don't have record-setting climate events at this magnitude on a yearly basis. That's just not how history works. You know, but that's what's happening right now. Right? It's a result of human activity and our massive inputs into the planet and the environment. Now people in Spain and honestly all these other countries are doing everything they can to try and prevent the worst of these blazes from affecting and or taking down their communities.
A farmer friend who lives near here told me, "Please help, my town is burning." And here we are.
Yep, from fire authorities to random dudes, people are doing whatever they can to try and put out the embers, burning down their homes in Spain in these deadly wildfires. And these wildfires in Spain have now effectively, are right on the cusp of being the largest wildfires in recorded Spanish history. Here's ITV News. More on these fires in Western Europe.
A blazing inferno, the largest in Spain's recent history. More than 32,000 hectares up in flames in the central part of the country, just 2 hours from Madrid. 1,200 people have been evacuated from 34 villages, with no reports of any deaths nor injuries so far. The Spanish Prime Minister visited the ravaged area of Guadalajara today, calling for climate action.
Spain needs a major agreement, a grand national pact against the climate emergency, because we cannot simply react to fires or climate emergencies that lead to civil protection emergencies once they occur. Rather, we must act beforehand. We need to raise public awareness. We must not trivialize the effects of the climate emergency, but take it very seriously.
Spain has already suffered from 22 wildfires this year, with one of the deadliest a fortnight ago claiming 13 lives in southern Spain. Over in the Teruel province, there was a sigh of relief though, as some residents returned home after the area was contained.
The worry of not being at home, of not knowing what the situation was like. We also have animals, so we were all a bit worried.
Yep, and it's not just Western Europe. We can't forget the fires which we saw over the weekend in Norway, which we're about to talk about in a second. I almost forgot about this clip. Let's go to France. Apparently 2 more people had died there as a result of the blazes. Firefighters who were fighting to prevent the destructions of their own communities died. According to officials, this is Reuters from 20 hours ago. This is the Bordeaux-Marignac airport, apparently. Jesus. Oh my God, look at that fucking cloud. Oh, I forgot my freaking keyboard's still dead. Oh wait, is it back on? Is it? Wait. Oh, thank God. Is it? Are we good? Is it? Yes. Nice. Wait. No, not nice. What? Why is it not working? Well, that's annoying. My keyboard just not doing the things it's supposed to do. Well, go fuck yourself, guy. Look at this. It's like the apocalypse or something. What the hell? The hell is this shit?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
C'est à 16h, Ah ben, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, now to Norway, where they had the largest fire in modern Norwegian history this weekend, which burnt down over 100 buildings, homes, apartments, businesses, leaving behind this horrifying pile of embers, which used to be a town.
Holy Toledo!
Yeah, shit's bad. But we can't forget that while most everything is on fire and or underwater, there are some places with neither fire nor water. Places running out of water fast, in fact. Although those are really transitional places. Really, when you think about it. The places running out of water, historically low levels of water, extreme drought conditions, are really just transitioning from the extreme storms to the extreme fires. The middle ground is the only existing middle ground on the planet.
You are not funny.
Look, yes, I'm kidding, kinda, but it's... I don't think it's lost on anyone that this is becoming more and more the actual reality. Let's start in Germany, where water levels in the Rhine River have hit a historic low, disrupting European cargo transportation.
We're traveling on a ship taking iron ore from the port of Rotterdam to a steel factory in Germany. But as you can see, they're taking a lot less than usual.
Cargo ships on the River Rhine have reduced their weight significantly to prevent hitting the riverbed. The Rhine is an important artery in Europe, transporting yearly around 300 million tons of cargo.
Yes, yes it is. And for a demonstration, of what happens when the water level gets too low. Let's go back in time to 3 weeks ago. Where you can see a passenger vessel equipped with lovely seating and decks, massive bay windows and furniture. Completely stuck. The Viking Einar. More like Viking stuck you are because of the low water levels. Yep, this was the scene of a massive civilian transport vessel intended to traverse the Rhine. The Viking Einar.
Oh, never occurred to me. Interesting.
A Viking river cruise. Look at it, it's glorious. Speak with a Viking agent to get expert help in building your journey. Call now 1-800. Only 190 guests. Oh, it's glorious. Snackies. Furniture, free Wi-Fi. And getting stuck in the middle of the Rhine. Yeah, veranda stateroom B. Lovely view of this one location and this one location alone. Since we can't go anywhere, enjoy it for the lovely price of, good God, $5,300. I wonder how many refunds they had to issue for that trip. That's not a luxury cruise. That's not a luxury cruise. $5,000. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, that's expensive. Who's got money for that? If you're somebody for whom that is affordable, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. So many great ways available for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs. But why not engage in one of the ways that you could support us with the financing of the Galactic Deficit right now? Cash App and PayPal donos go directly to supporting the stream. And, of course, Patreon memberships, starting at $3 a month. 3 Earth dollars a month. That's 10 cents a day. That's much more affordable than a Viking river cruise that you're going to be inevitably stuck on due to climate change. You could support somebody doing streams intended to get the word out on us solving this problem. Then you could take a cruise. You see, this is the order in which you should be spending your money. Just saying. Just saying. Priorities, people. Come on.
Come on!
Can you live on it? I think like any type of hotel-like thing, you could probably get away with living on it for some period of time if you were exceedingly wealthy. Yeah, probably. I can't speak for the cruise, so don't. This stream is not funded by Viking Einar River Cruises. I cannot make that clear enough. Really want to make that super clear. Totally. Stream is totally funded by viewers like you and not by anyone. In fact, not only are we not funded by corporate dollars, they're the ones who are always taking my money. YouTube has literally taken $2,000 from me now with the 2 demonetizations in the last 9 months. And of course, Before that, they were taking a sweet 30% cut of everything. Twitch taking somewhere between 40 and 50% of everything. We're the opposite of funded by corporations. Couldn't be less sponsored, this goddamn stream. Although I have gotten some weird emails about joining up with different things, I've never even taken the moment to read them in most cases. Just doesn't feel like, you know, I do my thing. Everybody knows this. Now, let's not forget, there's other rivers in Europe, including in places like Romania, right next door. The Danube, formerly glorious river, now being reduced to a creek in some places. Look at these cows just hanging out on the beach. They're like, fuck it. Shit's getting weird out here, Space Fams. This is one of those moments I feel like we should all take in. Like, this is not normal. This is not a normal thing, I don't think. We're seeing weird shit all over the place. The cows are emboldened. They're taking over the fucking Danube. The cows have been emboldened. Watch out, fish and/or ducks. The cows are coming for your territory.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yeah, things getting weird out there. Super low water levels in all of the European estuaries at this point as a result of all the extreme heat. Now let's go down to the Mediterranean. That's right, not just Western or Northern or Eastern Europe. It's also the Mediterranean. Places like Sicily, Italy, Greece, Turkey, also having a bad time, climate change-wise. Here's the view from Sicily. Place usually associated with can't say words.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Picturesque views. Now with sites like this.
Despite all the precautions we took, including fire breaks and other measures, the speed of the wind, and therefore of the fire, was so great that the flames crossed even 20 to 26 feet wide fire breaks and reached the olive groves. We were...
Yep, Sicilian olive groves. Decimated, look at them. Burnt to the fucking ground.
Crossed even 20 to 26 feet wide.
Yeah, like half a dozen, couple dozen trees still green. That's not a business anymore. That's the family's pasta salad backup, right? I mean, what are we talking about here? This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Fire breaks and reached the olive groves.
Many of us depend on the delicious fruits of Sicily, of the green olives. God. So much destruction. So much heat. Yeah, neighboring Greece. Heatwave is driving a number of different trends. Like ice consumption.
We're glad when it's hot, but not too hot. You know, like heat wave for us is not as expected a party day. It's not something that we say that it's something we dream about. It's the opposite. Everything gets more difficult. Everybody.
Even the ice guy is like, this is too much, man.
That's too much, man.
Even the guy who's making money from the catastrophe is like, dude, fuck this. We don't need this. We don't need this kind of heat. I'll be fine without it.
It needs the ice immediately, needs more ice. If we speak about heat waves, then there's no number. It would be 20 or 30 times up. And everybody goes crazy about it. And first of all, you have to be calm to handle all this. We have extra resources.
Yeah. Not only are things too hot for the Iceman in Greece, stray cats are dropping like flies.
You are not funny.
Yeah, okay, that one was probably, it's probably too soon. But feline activists are taking to the streets to ensure the safety of our four-legged friends.
It's already hard for them to be strays, so especially in this heat, it's even harder for them to be outside. They get very, very dehydrated. If they start panting, is usually the biggest sign that there's a problem and we should take them to the vet.
Ay, ay, ay. That's right, it's not just us feeling the effects of this. All the other organisms around us are trying to navigate the horrifying conditions that we too are experiencing. Now, right next door, in Turkey, more wildfires breaking out there in the southwest. Here's the view from the firefighting helicopters, doing their best to put out their flames. By the way, we've talked about this before, but this is the literal worst location for a fire to break out. The only way it could be even worse is if it were even in an even less populated area. And that's assuming they have fire hydrants here, which I'm just now realizing might be a stretch. Looking around, this is a very rural location. They might not have fire hydrants. But if they do, that's a win. That's a 1-up. But this is the literal worst place for a fire to start. A sheer cliff covered in brush and or trees. Because as we've talked about before, I know this is, for many people, obvious, but other people completely eludes all thinking. But fire, it rises. Heat rises. So do flames. As a result, anything above it tends to catch on fire. You know? And if you're on a cliff like this, you can almost guarantee everything above this is catching on fire immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
There's like almost no way to fight a fire like this. In winds, near impossible. We talked about wildfires so much, I assume people understand this, but fire just travels uphill real quick because of physics. Well, as you can see, a lot of horrifying stuff happening last 24 hours, actually, well, last few days. The first half of the week has been a fucking disaster. Meanwhile, in Asia, countries like China and India have continued to see a fuck ton of rain. Over a week now after the landfall of Typhoon Bavi, Super Typhoon Bavi, you're still seeing massive rains. It is typhoon. No, it is not only typhoon season, it's also the El Nino, it's also monsoon season, right? And this is just shitty fucking, it's gonna be a real shitty summer, honestly. But over the weekend, a landslide was seen in the Chongqing region, which is in central China, but saw serious prolonged rain activity, loosening the geological structures of this town, which is built into the hills. Speaking of sheer cliffs, all sorts of pitfalls with these things. Now, this is just the scene after the fact. We don't need to rewatch the horrifying moments when this came down, but suffice to say, this was in the middle of a fairly populous city. Chongqing is... Hold on, let me make sure I have this number right. I think it's over 1 million people. Oh my god. 31 million residents. So this is... I don't know how many people lived in this one area here. But suffice to say, there are still humans almost certainly trapped in there. They're still trying to get people out of there. That was the view from Sunday, the day after the landslide. Now, in the last couple of days, footage has emerged showing more storms in multiple regions in China, like Shanghai. Let's start here. This is the New York Post from 2 days ago, footage from a Chinese supermarket.
社区超市，真的牛逼啊！对，这里有个负二。
You know, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think this is the best environment to go shopping in for noodles or whatever.
停车场停车场钱废了呀！停车场直接废了，知道吧？停车场直接废了。
Also, why does that guy look like Skinny Hasan? Am I wrong, or does this dude on this Chinese supermarket advertisement look like Skinny Hasan? Am I wrong, or is that Skinny Hasan? Come on, tell me that's not Skinny Hasan. Chinese AI is spitting out Skinny Hasans on billboards now.
Hasan Parker.
停车场直接废了呀！停车场直接废了，知道吧？停车场直接废了。不会啊，不会，这是水啊。
Well, there you can see a torrent of water flowing through a Chinese supermarket. I assume it's not usually like that, although I've never personally been to this particular supermarket. Here's the South China Morning Post from yesterday with more footage of storms in Shanghai. I think everybody gets it. Shit crazy. Been a fucking crazy week already. It's just Wednesday. Well, this is the midweek report. Wednesday stream, even though for most of us it's already Thursday. Settle down. You're not in a time warp. It is Thursday for most of us. Although Alaska, Hawaii, some other places, still technically Wednesday. And galactically speaking, we're still doing I can't say words now. Still doing Wednesday stream. Good God. All right, one final clip. I need a goddamn galactic intermission. For sustenance-related purposes. I just need a snacky. Good God. Anything to put in my stomach. And my phone died. Probably because I unplugged it to plug in the keyboard. I need more chargers. The biggest fire here doubled in size last night from 200,000 acres to 400,000. Where is here? I don't even know where you live. That could be literally anywhere. It could be literally anywhere because everything is on fire. Okay, one final clip in the environmental news, then we're going to go to break. Let's go to India. Similar scenes. Well, you can see an entire building get subsumed by floodwaters. Swept down the frickin' river in India. Earlier this week, yeah, all of this is from this week and or the weekend, from Sunday to Wednesday. Everything we've witnessed is from that period of time. What a great start to the week, eh, Space Fams? Don't worry, we still got more half week to cover. But first, we gotta take a quick galactic intermission. Don't worry, though, we will be right back with way more show after these brief messages. Alright, everybody, hope you're enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. Things like... I almost said YouTube Super Chats. Nope, we're still demonetized on YouTube, but you can help us out. Bits, subs, gifted subs, prime subs on Twitch, donos on Cash App and PayPal. You can even send me real physical items to my Earth apartment, which I would see eventually after getting done with the stream. Yep, but of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars remains Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Alright, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to begin once again. So you better get yourselves back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it.
So hot right now. So hot right now.
Okay. Well, Space Fams, we are back. Galactic intermission over. U.S. news, environmental news, covered. Wonder how many videos that was. 20, 40, almost 60 of 110, halfway through the stream. Oh, it's going to be a long one tonight, Space Fams. This morning, it's going to be extending into the day, it would seem. It's been a very busy week, apparently. I'm just bringing to you the news. I'm merely reporting and or commentating on it, not making it. Alright, I'm in the middle of making food, so I gotta step away real quick. But I'll get us started talking about non-US based news, focusing on Canada. I'm afraid it still relates back to the United States as a result of the latest Trump tariffs. Here's BBC from Monday.
Canada's Prime Minister says he is ready to intensify trade talks with the U.S. after President Trump imposed new 50% tariffs on a range of Canadian goods. The White House says the import taxes on items from hockey sticks to cement are punishment for Canadian discrimination against key U.S. industries. It comes amid stalled negotiations to amend the trade deal President Trump reached with Canada in his first term. Mr. Trump already levied tariffs of 15% to 35% on some major Canadian exports, while Canada has its own counter tariffs ranging up to 25%. President Trump had threatened to impose higher tariffs last week in retribution for that massive cloud of wildfire smoke that drifted over the U.S., which he claimed was caused by negligent forest management on Canada's part. But there is no mention of wildfires in the tariff orders that President Trump signed on Monday. Let's bring in our North America correspondent, Peter Bowes, for more on this. Peter, thanks for being with us. Tell us a bit more about what these tariffs are.
Well, these are quite wide-ranging tariffs, which the US says, the White House says, are necessary to essentially safeguard American trade. Just to mention a few of the items that are covered, you've already mentioned hockey sticks and wine, industrial goods, commercial cement is amongst them. There are some Canadian exports that are not included in this list. Energy items, potash, critical minerals and fish are excluded, but clearly 50% on those other items. That is very significant, and it really reignites the festering trade war between the United States and Canada, which of course is one of this country's closest allies and trading partners.
And its neighbor, of course, to the north, Peter. We have now seen a response by Mark Carney, the Prime Minister. Tell us a bit more about what he has said.
Yes, I'm just looking through quite a long response that he has posted, saying that today the United States administration announced its intention to impose a new 50% tariff on a significant number of Canadian goods. And he's...
Yep. And so Trump is restarting the Canadian trade war, refusing to sign the USMCA earlier this year, and now waging new tariffs against Canadian goods for wildfire smoke. And that is why he's doing this. And of course, we all know that the Supreme Court literally said he could not do this, but they're trying to do them under the guise of supposed unfair trade practices, which don't exist. So I just don't see how these could possibly hold for very long. It's just a temper tantrum being had by the fucking president that we're all having to watch. Meanwhile, the cementing of our divorce, it feels like, becoming more and more real. The America-Canada partnership crumbling in front of our goddamn eyes. CBC News here from 6 hours ago on this horrifying development, with Canada calling off a joint bridge opening celebration with the United States over, I believe it was it the Freedom Bridge? What is the name of this bridge again? I can't remember, but suffice to say, canceled.
Ottawa has called off a joint Canada-U.S. celebration to open the Gordie Howe International Bridge. The new link between Windsor and Detroit is still set to open Monday, but a special event will, for now anyway, be held only on this side of the border on Friday. Looking back, the bridge was not only meant to improve the trade link between the U.S. and Canada and bolster both economies, it was hailed as a symbol of friendship and partnership. The CBC's Aaron Wary has been looking into.
Yes. Yeah, this was supposed to be a symbol of partnership, economic and otherwise. And now it seems like somehow a bridge is now seen as a symbol of division and of contention. Thanks, President Trump. I'm sorry, Canada. I'm sorry. I wish we could be better friends to you. But our president is a deranged lunatic.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Yeah, that's right. That's what we got. That's what we got right now. Hopefully at some point that will change, but I understand your hesitance to celebrate your relationship with us. That is the way that this bridge ceremony is going. Canada says, it's me, not you. Or it's you, not me. It says we're leaving. I don't know. Actually, I'm trying to think of which one it actually makes more sense. Point is, Canada making it clear the breakup is real. Not even celebrating this beautiful bridge. Of course, being friends with the United States, not much better than being enemy of the United States. Canada gets tariffs. Cuba gets a blockade. Former National Security Advisor turned UN Ambassador Mike Walls was testifying before the House Foreign Affairs Committee earlier this week. Wednesday, to be exact. And he was asked a number of questions, including about Cuba. Let's see what he had to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for being with us.
Thank you.
Without going into detail, just naming names, what 3 countries are the greatest adversaries to the United States?
From a broader sense, I would
Just
refer.
naming names, yeah.
Well, I would refer actually to our national security, national defense strategy.
3 names is all I'm looking for, not the narrative, please.
That are working against us: Iran, China, Russia, North Korea.
Thank you. Have you ever been to Cuba?
I have not.
You have not. Okay.
No.
Did you get a chance to read the report that came out this week from the State Department on Cuba, 95 pages?
I have not read the entire report, but as a native Floridian, I'm familiar with the antics and
you.
adversarial
Gotcha. But you have
actions
not
of the
read
Cuban
the report.
regime.
Gotcha. Can you explain to me, on July 7th, there was a vote in the UN to continue debate about the U.S. blockade of Cuba, and we opposed that, and we kind of had an embarrassing defeat, 136-9 with 30 abstentions. But given what this report said, why are we afraid to have that debate if there's so much information we want to share with the world about Cuba? Why did we not extend
That's a
that
mischaracterization.
debate?
What we opposed was Cubans or others, for that matter, abusing the General Assembly to have the same debate over and over again.
It just
Cuba
seems that
has
if we
an
had
annual
such
debate, we
damning
accused it having a second.
information that this report claims to have, that would be a great venue to have that. I guess my question is,
But
it's
it
been over
uses the UN for its
65 years.
propaganda. That's
Gotcha.
what we opposed.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's been over 65 years that we've had essentially this blockade, this embargo on Cuba. And have we moved closer to a democracy, steer them towards human rights? Has, as the other ambassador said, you know, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Has that 65 years brought us to where we want to be?
I would encourage you to read that report.
I did, and you didn't. I did, and you didn't. Correct. Yes.
Oh no, I have not read it word for word, but I am very.
I haven't read it word for word, but as a native Floridian, I know everything about Cuba. I mean, that's the... It's incredible. It's incredible that Mike is sitting here trying to tell a congressperson to read a report that he hasn't read, that he claims to know all about because he's from Florida. Being from Florida doesn't make you an expert on Cuba. If anything, being from Florida makes it almost certain that you're deeply indoctrinated by propaganda.
Familiar as a native
I
Floridian.
did too. I read it.
He did it again. He doubled
I
down.
felt like, you know what? I put on the kinks and the who.
He doubled down on it. He doubles down on the Florida thing. He's like, look, I am a native Floridian. I don't need to read reports, okay?
I did too. I read it.
I have not read it word for word, but I am very familiar as a native
I
Floridian.
did too. I read it. I've highlighted it. I felt like, you know what? I put on the kinks and the who, because everything's about the 60s and 70s in here, and then there's
you would
this
know we
giant
don't
jump
have a
to
blockade.
today.
A blockade is a ring of ships. A blockade is what we have right now in
This is a
Iran.
blockade of fuel, of medicine, of food, of supplies. Even in war, we allow medical supplies to go through. We don't allow medical supplies to go through to Cuba. So my question is,
the difference is they can't
do you
pay
think
for
that
it.
we've had a
They can't pay
noticeable
for it because
change?
of the corruption of the communist
Okay,
regime.
can I just ask my question, please? Because I respect you were in this role, and so I just asking, do you think we've had a measurable difference in 65 years of the policy we've had?
I think we have, much of which is in statute, have had a meaningful effect on not allowing the Cuban regime to expand its revolution, its communism, and its anti-American, anti-left revolution, as it calls it.
Huh? I don't think Mike knows anything he's talking about. First off, he seems to be confused about a lot of different aspects of this whole thing. But he's also contradicting the narrative of the State Department and of the Trump administration. I don't know if he knows that. I mean, clearly he didn't read the report, but we talked about the report earlier today. The report suggests that that Cuba is making leaps and bounds in its anti-American efforts or something like that. But now he's saying, actually, yeah, all the blockades and stuff, it's been working really good. It's doing a great job, according to Mike.
across the Western Hemisphere and across and into the United
I get you.
States.
So Secretary Rubio just a few hours ago said the goal is to have a Cuba where people of Cuba can experience prosperity, safety, security, and a better life moving forward. I just got back from there 10 days ago. I've been there 30 years ago. I was there 3.5 years ago on an official delegation, and I was there with a nonprofit most recently. And what I've seen is a crushing of the Cuban people, and it's not a
Cuban regime.
Let me finish,
Did you
please.
visit the
Give me the
prisoners?
respect I've given you, please, because the rest of this drives me crazy. You know, we're not allowing medical supplies, so we've doubled the infant mortality rate because of our actions. We're the ones blocking that. It's not the Cuban government, that's us. We're blocking fuel, which means while I was there, 42 hours of no energy, we had an hour and a half. Surgeons literally finish surgery sometimes with their cell phone lights, right? That's because of us. Do you think that what your goal is, we're running completely counter to that? And I just don't understand that.
May I ask you a question?
Yeah, please. But I would like 30 seconds at the end.
During your visit, did you visit the private island from the Castro regime? Did you visit their private jet, which seems to have fuel
Well,
to go back
considering
and forth?
you've never been to Cuba, I'm not going to take your advice on where to go. I know, but
okay.
considering, I mean, you've never been there. I'm not going to.
Honestly, though, he's right. It's like, this is a wild, this is a wild shit show from Mike Walls. Not having read this report, tells Mark Pocan, or Mike, whatever, I can't remember his first name, Representative Pocan, to read a report that he didn't read, and then tells him to go visit places in Cuba when he hasn't visited. It's like, oh my God. It's, what's it called? It's like armchair quarterbacking, but to the nth degree. Mr. Pocan just got back from Cuba. A place Mike has never been. Dude, by the way, he's the UN ambassador now. He's not the national security advisor. He's supposed to be, you know, the diplomatic face of the world. And he's in here saying this shit.
Tell you how to groom your hair, because I can't give good advice on that. I don't think I need your advice at Cuba. Are we going to have a military action against Cuba? It seems like that's what this report is setting up.
I am not going to take options off the table for the President of the United States, but I would hope that you would not allow your visits to be used for Cuban regime propaganda that...
Oh, it's propaganda. It's propaganda. It's propaganda saying that the U.S. blockade is factually preventing medical supplies and other sorts of civilian use items from getting into the country. Yeah. Okay. What else have we got going on this week? Let's go back to the United States to talk about something else south of the border. This time, Venezuelan news. Here's New York Post. On a supposed motorcade. Purported to be transporting the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro. Yeah, anyway, as you can see, multiple photos here purportedly showing black SUVs and NYPD vehicles moving the kidnapped president of a foreign nation state here in where is it? Brooklyn, I think. He's supposed to stand trial for the alleged drug charges being levied by the federal government here this week. So we'll be keeping our eye out for that. That's the election fraud? What, stealing presidents? Yeah. That is the election fraud. You're right, Christopher Bonnell. Isn't Christopher Bunnell the name of Destiny? Isn't that Destiny's name? Am I losing my mind? Okay, what's next?
Mr. Borelli.
Mr. Borelli. Is it Stephen Bunnell? Maybe that's what it is. Sorry, Christopher. Sorry for confusing you with the wrong Bunnell. That's my bad. Okay, let's go across the Atlantic from South America to the United Kingdom, where there's been a bunch of news this week. Keir Starmer officially out. Andy Burnham in. Al Jazeera. Sunday.
Issues that Andy Burnham will have to deal with as Prime Minister boil down to money. How much of it and where to spend it, starting with the UK's defence sector. One of Keir Starmer's last major initiatives was the Defence Investment Plan, which lays out defence spending over the next 4 years. And that includes an uplift of some $20 billion paid for by cuts to infrastructure projects and government departments.
Yep, there's something of a budget shortfall that Labour still has yet to deal with in their almost 2 years since taking power. And Andy Burnham has been making a lot of boldly vague promises about what the government's going to do, but immediately started appointing neolibs across the government after booting out all of the Keir Starmer neolibs. He brought his own version.
Actions are underway for the world's media to capture the moment that Andy Burnham officially takes over number 10. And questions remain over who'll be moving into number 11, where the UK's finance minister lives. Rachel.
Yes, and I believe finance minister has been chosen now, just to be clear. I mean, just to be sure. Yeah, it looks like John Healey is going to be appointed, although it's not, I don't think it's been made official yet. But everybody is looking at John Healey as being the next, as being the one to take the job from Rachel Reeves. See, this guy is no radical. So it's hard to see the vision that Andy Burnham is supposedly trying to lay out for everybody. I don't think they've even released the plan yet. From my understanding, that's supposed to happen any day now. Meanwhile, of course, there's one individual who's not leaving 10 Downing. Larry the cat. So cute.
I don't think there'll be any.
So cute, that Larry the cat.
Because, he's
It's been around for like 15 long years. Like 7 or 8 prime ministers or something like that, maybe more. And he's still around. Thankfully. Thankfully, Larry the cat going nowhere. Okay. Now in France, where apparently they've decided to do the same thing as Australia, which has failed, and the United Kingdom, which has failed, and ban teens from the interwebs. Here's France 24.
Scenes like these are set to be something of the past for France's younger population.
I speak with my friends online, so I won't be able to contact them anymore, and all my content will be deleted.
But some parents have a different opinion.
It's to protect them. As parents, we try to restrict them, but we don't always know what they're up to on there.
Seeing my children at 14 and even 9 years old on social media, it's quite complicated to manage. From September.
Yeah, all the parents complaining about these things should stop giving their fucking kids phones. Where are these kids? These kids have jobs or something? Where are they buying these phones from? Is the government just giving phones to children, or what's happening here? Oh, that's right. Parents are spending money and buying phones and then giving them to children. And then saying, here, have fun. I'm going to go do whatever. That seems like a bad plan. And the measures which are going to be used to prevent social media kids from being on social media are going to prevent adults from being on social media. It is going to happen. It's probably already happening in some cases. We just can't, we're just not hearing about it because those adults aren't on social media. Think about that. Adults without IDs or whatever other measures needed to now access these sites. They can't tell us about their struggles because they don't have social media. While we're in France, actually, I think we're gonna do a show on this. Hold off on talking about this one. We'll do this one tomorrow. Actually, no. Well, I don't have a full grasp on the situation. I don't want to get ahead of this. We'll probably do. I'm gonna skip one clip tonight, just because there's still more I feel like I need to do research on with this thing. But there's some guy died who was apparently like an Epstein modeling scout, like out of the blue, but it's not clear how. And I'm trying to get a grasp on that before I do this story. So maybe we'll talk about that one tomorrow. But staying with France 24, just want to take us down to Africa really quickly. Talk about the horrifying latest developments in the Ebola outbreak. It feels like it's slowly turning into a pandemic of some variety, with over 1,000 people now dead. Not with the disease. Dead. 1,000 people dead in just the country of Congo alone.
Republic of Congo has passed a grim new milestone, with the death toll now exceeding 1,000 people. As concern grows over the escalating toll, Africa's top public health agency is pushing back against international travel restrictions linked to the outbreak. The Africa CDC says it does not support travel bans and has urged the United States to lift measures imposed on Uganda, arguing the country has gone 3 weeks without a new Ebola case and recently discharged its last patient. Take a listen.
There is no reason for the US to continue with this travel restriction. And I will request you, Excellencies and dear colleagues, to support this letter that we sent yesterday, because it will be a sign that we are working together and we are supporting countries that are affected. And we are saying that being transparent cannot lead for countries to be punished.
CDC, but also Médecins Sans.
Yeah. Good God. So as you can see, the Congo, not just the Congo, but multiple countries being affected by this outbreak. But the death toll in Congo is over 1,000 already, which is fucking insane. This thing just continues. And the United States isn't lifting a finger to try and help. Meanwhile, preventing people from leaving those countries to come here. So, sort of leaving anybody there, because there's people there, technically, who are U.S. citizens, or have other valid reasons to be here in the United States that are being prevented. And if the United States had been involved in the prevention of the outbreak and or any of the efforts for the last, 4 months, how long has this been going for now? Too long. I don't think we'd be talking about this still. But of course, we shut down the United States Aid and International Development Program. The one that funded the World Health outfit, whatever it's called, the WHO, right? USAID is gone. Now the bulk of WHO Africa funding gone. The people that were there to deal with this stuff, unemployed months and months ago, left the continent. And or it's just so many things that we talk about are just preventable human caused tragedies in one way or another. Wait, what is going on? Why are people trying to track? Wait, no, don't. Look, Gary, why are you searching for people? Don't be. What are we doing here? Don't be targeting. Don't be creeping on people. Where are the mods? What happened? I look away for 1 second. Chat. Not cool, guys. Not cool. Leave your fellow chatters alone. Just nobody start shit with anybody. How about that? How about nobody start any shit with anybody? Unnecessary. Let's all just get along. Let's all get along. You have too much real shit to be upset about. Shouldn't be creating nonsense. I was literally just saying too many of these tragedies are human caused. Let's not create our own human tragedies around here. All right, now to Eastern Europe. Ukraine-Russia war is continuing through this week. Last 24 hours, horrifying sights reported in Ukraine and in Russia, as both sides seemingly launched attacks. First stop, Ukraine. It's the New York Post with the clip. Yeah, okay, I just want to stop this now where we're at, okay? Before we get too far into this. I see what happened here. I think someone went too far with the joke, okay? I probably wouldn't have taken it very well either if somebody had said, I'm going to search your name and your social security number. I think it could be easily interpreted badly. It's not really a welcoming environment to new chatters. We should try to be friendly to each other. So I would just like to invite everyone to drop it at this point and just move forward. I do see it was a joke, but poorly executed. Poorly executed joke. Well, there you can see the scenes of firefighters in Ukraine hiding from multiple Russian strikes. Waiting to go back out and put the fires out from the strikes. Meanwhile, in Russia, Ukrainian drones hitting a retailer. I don't know if this was the retail itself, like the front-facing part of it, or the manufacturing end. But suffice to say, it's clearly a civilian target. Something that we've just seen really like an escalation of as of late. Civilians seem to be more and more an afterthought, if a thought at all, in any of the fighting that we're watching. In any of the numerous conflicts that are happening across the planet.
Let's turn to Ukraine now, because President Zelensky has again reshuffled his top military team after last week's controversial sacking of his defense minister. More on that in a moment. But first, have a look at these pictures from inside Russia. Ukraine has hit Russia's biggest online retailer, Wildfires, the second time in 4 days. It's a hugely important logistics hub, which President Zelensky said was providing the Russian army with drone components. The company is at the heart of the Russian consumer economy, so important to the public and important too to Vladimir Putin. Well, back to the sackings, though, because today President Zelensky dismissed the head of the army, Alexander Syrsky, after the fallout with Mikhailo Fedorov, the defense minister who was fired last week. That, you may remember, led to mass protests in several Ukrainian cities. Well, if Fedorov was young and tech-savvy, Syrsky was
Apparently it was one of the warehouses. They sell all sorts of different shit. I don't know. They may very well be selling military hardware as well. I've been trying to figure that out. I can't find a website for these guys. I assume it's on like a Russian specific internet that people in the United States and other countries don't have access to or something. I've been looking around a little bit for it. I haven't been able to find it. Suffice to say, things have really escalated in the Russia-Ukraine war in the last few months. We've been watching an escalation since the devolution of peace talks last year For nearly a year now, we've seen no progress on peace, just an escalation of the war. Both sides seeing more suffering as a result. I'm afraid to say. Okay. Well, that's it on Russia, Ukraine. What do we got left? Middle East and Asia. How are we doing on time? Actually, I'm crushing it. I don't know how. 110 clips, I'm crushing it. 6 hours in. Already the Middle East. I could possibly keep this down to 8 hours. I don't know. We'll see. It absolutely infuriates you that we were helping Israel but not Ukraine. It's certainly quite a hypocrisy. Sort of a reversal of what probably should be doing. We've spent a fuck ton on both conflicts and gotten nowhere with either. Alright, let's... Oh, shit. Wait. Do I have this in the right order right now? I don't think I do. Yeah, this is totally not what this spot here. Although, I guess actually, could put this here. That would maybe make more sense narrative-wise. Sorry, Space Hams, I'm just remembering I had a plan to reorganize a couple of videos in the Middle East before I got here, and now I'm here, and I didn't, and I'm questioning if I've made huge mistakes.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
But I'm sure it's fine. Let's do it. Midweek report time, Middle East edition. Al Jazeera English get us started from Sunday evening.
In attacks on the country. CENTCOM says the service member died attempting a controlled detonation of an Iranian drone from those strikes. 2 U.S. soldiers were also killed in Jordan on Friday after these attacks on the base there. A third is missing. CENTCOM says unidentified remains have been found at the location of the strike. If verified, that would mean 4 U.S. soldiers would have been killed in Iranian attacks on Saturday. Now, there's growing alarm as civilian targets are hit in Iran as well as the broader Gulf region. Kuwait's foreign ministry has condemned an Iranian strike on one of its water desalination plants. It's called it a violation of international law. Jordan has summoned Iran's envoy. Amman says 3 Iranian missiles were intercepted earlier on Sunday. The International Energy Agency says it's investigating reports that a U.S. airstrike hit a partly built nuclear facility in southern Iran. The IAEA atomic watchdog is warning about the serious risk of attacking near nuclear sites.
Yeah. We ushered in the week. Sunday evening, Monday morning, depending where you were, with more dead U.S. soldiers and U.S. strikes on nuclear power plants in Iran. That was the vibes that we ushered in the week here in the Middle East. And 'twere the vibes that carried out through the goddamn week, I'm afraid. Now, Donald Trump had responses to the deaths of these U.S. troops. Not well adjusted, mind you, but responses nonetheless.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
All right, here's CNN from 2 days ago, Monday.
New details about the U.S. troops killed in the fighting there. At least 17 Americans have died since the war started. This weekend, CENTCOM says one service member was killed in northern Iraq while trying to detonate a downed Iranian attack drone, and remains have been recovered in Jordan amid the search for a service member still missing after an Iranian attack that left 2 others dead. And just moments ago, the Pentagon identified those 2 soldiers who were killed in Jordan. First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan, a 25-year-old from Hawaii, and Private Isabel Gonzalez, a 19-year-old from Texas.
Yeah, and as somebody mentioned the last time we were talking about these deaths, this woman, young woman, Private Isabella Gonzalez, wasn't old enough to vote for Trump in 2024. Whether or not she supported all this, I'm not sure. But suffice to say, she was unable to vote for it. All right. Oh, right. Got to hear what the president had to say.
President Trump spoke about the losses.
Well, we feel very badly, but you know, those great people, those great patriots were out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran has been very, very badly damaged. They've lost everything almost militarily.
Let's get to Kevin Liptak live at the White House for the latest reaction from there. Good morning, Kevin.
Yeah, it's pretty disturbing to me to hear the president sort of justifying the deaths of troops with military objectives. Like, look, yeah, super sad that they're dead, but hey, we're killing it. The war, we're winning it so good. Better than ever before. Iran, no more weapons. So when you think about it, totally worth it. Like, there should never be... Like, the president should never take the deaths of soldiers as an opportunity to talk up their successes, real or imagined. I think the imagined ones are probably somehow worse, but I'm not sure I could quantify it. Like the fact that we have to take this opportunity to listen to your delusions. It feels wrong. Feels wrong. Now, on the same day, Monday, if I'm not mistaken, reports, was it Politico? I can't remember who it was. Reports came out that the Pentagon was hiding injuries and deaths. And actually, last Friday, maybe another day, we talked about how the death of a U.S. soldier last Monday, a week and a half ago, went completely by without anybody talking about it. But a bunch of reports suggest that there are dozens of undisclosed injuries and casualties. Pentagon immediately came out and denied doing any such thing. And also in the news Monday was the United States' decision to send more F-16s and F-35s. Yes. Why let the deaths of U.S. troops give you pause? on your your horror-filled rampage. No, double down. We need more multi-million-dollar jets to get shot down.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Kevin, I know you have new reporting that the U.S. is sending additional military aircraft to the Middle East right now. What's the latest?
Yeah, and this coming as the president is weighing whether to widen this conflict. Now the U.S. sending additional F-16 and F-35 fighter jets from bases in Europe towards the Middle East. The U.S. is also increasing the number of aerial refueling tankers that are in the region, all as these tensions escalate with Iran. Last night, CENTCOM saying that it had carried out the 9th consecutive night of strikes against that country. You see both sides of this increasingly going after some very sensitive civilian infrastructure.
Yeah. Both sides going after sensitive civilian infrastructure. Remind me, who was the first one to start targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure in this war? Oh, that's right. It was us. That's right. We started blasting schools and other shit. Clearly off limits in wars. Doesn't justify new war crimes. Although I know some people get that confused. But just saying, chronologically speaking, we were the first ones to start doing war crimes. Which is, regardless of law, I think still relevant. Yeah, so putting more troops in harm's way. More U.S. taxpayer dollars mobilized to the Middle East. And Trump making a lot of threats at the start of the week, warning that Iran will pay many times over for the deaths of these soldiers. He sounds a lot more like a dictator than a president, right? Am I the only one? I can't possibly be. Hears stuff like that and thinks, this guy's a fascist psychopath.
Hello, I'm Martine Croxall. This is the Iran War Today, our briefing that brings you up to date with all you need to know on the US-Iran war. Let's start with some of today's key developments. A 9th consecutive night of strikes. The US says it targeted Iranian missile and drone launch sites as well as communication networks. The US president says the attacks are in honour of 3 US troops killed in recent days. It's emerged that 2 of those 3 US service members were killed in Iranian strikes on a US base in Jordan. The 3rd was killed after an Iranian attack in northern Iraq. Iran has retaliated once again, firing at US interests in the Gulf. Both Kuwait and Bahrain have reported incoming fire. Meanwhile, oil rises.
Yeah, straight through the week, oil has continued to rise. I think it's been rising all morning, too. Yep, crude oil up over $90 a barrel again. What did I say a few days ago? We could get back over 100 almost instantaneously. Oh boy, we're heading right back to the troubled times.
This is ridiculous!
Crude oil, New York Mercantile up 4% on the morning.
To its highest price in a month after Iran said it had also attacked 2 oil tankers trying to transit through the Strait of Hormuz. Well, let's start with the latest on the ninth consecutive night of US strikes against Iran. The US president threatening every time Iran kills an American soldier, they will pay for that killing many times over.
Okay. We're not going to watch any of these clips extensively, as we're just trying to get a picture of the week as it has been so far. Trump threats, gas prices up, strikes on civilian targets increasing. I would like to point out, though, that even in this second round of fighting, the United States was the first one to start with the war crimes and the civilian targets, hitting water facilities. Last, like 2 weeks ago. Like last Friday. Jesus. Time is like melting in my brain. Also in the news Monday, Houthis announcing the blockade of the Red Sea as a result of a number of factors, including renewed tensions between them and Saudi Arabia. Here's Al Jazeera.
Saudi foreign ministries condemned a naval blockade imposed in the kingdom by Yemen's Ansarullah Houthis. The Saudi-led coalition says it'll respond to Houthi threats with, quote, force while protecting commercial shipping in Bab el-Mandab Strait. The Iran-backed group announced the blockade, saying it was in response to the recent attack on Sana'a airport.
في الخروج المليوني العظيم في جمعة التحذير والنفير.
The Yemeni Armed Forces announces a ban on maritime navigation for the Saudi enemy. According to the rules of a blockade, the siege will be implemented as soon as we have issued this statement. Our people have the right to respond to a blockade with a blockade and escalation with escalation.
There you go. Houthi spokesman announcing the blockading of the Bab el-Mandab Strait. The one that connects the Middle East to the Mediterranean through the Suez Canal. There's been some conflicts around that canal over the years. Although geographically they're quite far apart, the strait and the canal. But, yeah, tensions escalating. Including now in financial markets as a result of the double Middle Eastern blockade. It's like rolling snake eyes on the craps table or something. Now, yesterday, Trump made claims that the United States would be hitting a Iranian nuclear complex on Pickaxe Mountain in Iran. Here is France 24.
The US president is clear. The fighting in Iran has, in his view, been effective, and it's far from over.
If we left right now, it would take Iran 25 years to rebuild. Okay? And we're not finished at all.
After recent strikes on military command centres and air defence systems, Donald Trump is counting down to an attack on Iran's Pickaxe Mountain, where Iran has set up an underground nuclear complex. Reports have suggested that Tehran may have moved nuclear centrifuges there.
We follow the material. That's where the action is. And we'll be hitting that area probably pretty soon.
We'll be hitting that area very probably pretty soon. Very probably pretty soon. Art of the deal. Say a lot of adjectives really fast. Very probably pretty soon, everybody. We're gonna do it. Completely against the advisement of the International Atomic Energy Association, we're gonna do it. Because I'm a sick, deranged freak who thinks he's Alexander the Great or Napoleon or something. I'm the Orange Napoleon, everybody. And we're gonna hit the nuclear dust. We're gonna hit the nuclear dust and send it to oblivion. All right. Well, let's see. Other stuff happened yesterday, including Donald Trump meeting with the president of Lebanon. Let's see how that went.
Mr. President, it's an honor having you. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Thank you
I've
very
been
much.
looking forward to this visit for a long time.
Thank you very much.
Meeting such a great president like yourself.
Well, that's a very nice thing. See, he knows how to get to me.
He knows how to do it.
He can have
Just
anything.
heaps praise.
Now he can have anything. Would you like to say something?
Now, really, I would like to thank President Trump, really, and his team for the historic visit and for the historic achievement that we did together by signing the framework with the ultimate objective of ending the state of hostility between Lebanon and Israel forever. I think, Mr. President, this will be your legacy. Together, we'll be able to achieve this objective. It's about time for Lebanon and for the whole region to be stable and secure. And I know your vision is peace, your vision is stability, and I think my vision coincides with your vision. And together, I think we will be able to achieve and to score success in that regard.
I agree.
I agree. A lot of success. This guy, he gets it. He gets it. You say nice things about me, and I immediately soften up. I'm completely shallow and see-through. Okay? Shallow man who just likes to be complimented. Call me great, and you're my best friend. It's incredible how transparent the president is. He's so deeply narcissistic and ego-driven that he doesn't even hide it. He's like, all you gotta do is just tell me how great I am, and I'm your new best friend. Just tell me I'm nice, give me money, and do whatever I say. Just be like a little puppet saying I'm great. Just be like a little puppet with my hand up your butt saying, oh, the president is very nice and good. Great job. Really good job you saying the words with your own mouth. Really good stuff. Was that Lebanon? No, that was the United States. I know it's confusing. The Oval Office looks like a Gulf region. Well, I guess Lebanon's really in the Gulf, but like some sort of like some sort of palace. No, that's the White House, just covered in gold shit. They just keep finding more and more gold shit to put, and by they I mean Trump keeps finding more gold shit to put on the walls. I assume he's buying on Temu or goldaccents4less.com, something like that. That's America. That was the president of Lebanon, though, in the United States. Meanwhile, back in Lebanon, the Lebanese army is claiming that it is going to be deploying in some sort of a pilot zone after Israeli withdrawal. This is one of those meaningless statements that when you actually unpack it, you realize that none of this is ever going to come to fruition.
Let's return to the Middle East. For the first time in months, the Lebanese army is now present in 3 pilot zones in the south of the country, which are being used as a test of a deal between Lebanon, Israel and the United States. The aim, of course, to disarm the armed group Hezbollah and remove them from those areas, redeploying to the Israeli forces who are south of the Litani River. Let's speak to BBC Arabic's Karim Torbi, who is on the outskirts of the town of Western Zaltar. So I've got this impression in my mind of the Lebanese army coming into these zones, surrounded by both Hezbollah and the IDF.
Wrong. Well, first of all, Hezbollah doesn't have any clear presence, so we don't really know whether Hezbollah is still present in the area that the Lebanese army has deployed into yesterday for the first time, as you mentioned, in months. Two of the other areas that are considered in the first phase of this pilot zone project are actually not occupied, are actually areas.
Yeah, so these Lebanese troops are about to become missile fodder for Israel, in my own estimation. These guys are setting themselves up for casualties immediately. Israel hasn't withdrawn yet. The way that everyone's talking about in the media is that Israel has withdrawn. They have not yet withdrawn. And the Lebanese army is supposed to be setting up in these zones after the Israeli withdrawal. Now, there may be troops in these regions, but Israel has not left. There's no reports of them leaving. And there's not some huge presence of Lebanese military vehicles. That's why there isn't much footage of it. Just a few Humvees here and there, few troops here and there. There's not some huge presence of Lebanese military in these regions. And if anything, this is almost certain to possibly lead to some kind of internal conflict. Having the Lebanese military trying to do security in the south. Could possibly lead to some sort of like sectarian conflict in Lebanon that hasn't been seen since the Civil War. Which would only complicate matters in the Middle East. Anyways, I'm afraid I don't have a ton of optimistic news here. But earlier today, Donald Trump signed off on an apparent nuclear arms deal with Saudi Arabia, approving Saudi Arabia to start enriching nuclear material. Some people think this is fucking crazy. And by some, I mean most people with brains. Functional brains think this is utterly ridiculous.
Are we actually now seeing the beginning of a nuclear breakout? Both because of recent intelligence we hear about this deep underground facility near Natanz, the so-called Pickaxe Mountain. The claims being made in the last 48 hours that the Iranians had moved uranium centrifuges into those very deep shelters that can't be hit by any conventional munitions, coupled with this announcement that the Saudis were going to get a nuclear deal from the Americans. Now, details are still pretty sketchy, but the idea is that America is dropping its objections to the Saudis developing the nuclear power sector, which may possibly include uranium enrichment.
Because I think, you know, a nuclear deal with Saudi Arabia has been discussed for years. I think the Biden administration looked at it. Although enrichment was never part of the deal, it was going to be a civilian nuclear power.
Are we actually now seeing the beginning of...
Yeah, and let's not forget that, you know, the Saudis, they're the ones who did 9/11, right? They're the ones who funded 9/11. Now we're going to give them nuclear weapons or the ability to make them. Like, it's kind of insane. It is kind of fucking insane. But Trump just doesn't give a shit. The guy just doesn't give a shit about anything. Special kind of stupid. I feel like everything we're doing is leading to more and more sectarian conflict in the region, right? You got the Lebanese situation. Fighting between Hezbollah and the rest of the government. We're adding to that problem. And then here, we're going to give we're going to give the Saudis the ability to build nukes. Or we're trying to tell Iran not to build nukes. But to make some sort of like Islamic nuclear arms race or something. It's ridiculous. It's gonna be some sort of Sunni Shia fucking meltdown in the Middle East. It's fine.
Because I think, a nuclear deal with Saudi Arabia has been discussed for years. I think the Biden administration looked at it. Although enrichment was never part of the deal, it was going to be a civilian nuclear power for civilian use. So imagine that, the Sunni superpower in the region, Saudi Arabia, gets the green light from Donald Trump to not only have nuclear power with the Americans together, they're going to make money out of it, but also is allowed to enrich uranium, which is the very point over which the Americans went to war against Iran. I mean, this is not just is it bonkers in terms of hypocrisy, the timing of it couldn't be worse because it undermines the smallest bit of moral high ground that America might still possess when it comes to containing Iran's nuclear ambitions. But also, crucially, Mark, I
object to the claim that we had any high ground to begin with.
Held out as a carrot to the Saudis should they eventually, come to the altar and have proper relations with recognition of Israel and relations with Israel. And that was always part of the deal. You recognize Israel and we will allow you to develop a nuclear program because, of course, you have to protect yourself against the Iranians, and they have plenty of reason to do so, especially now that Saudi Arabia is once again targeted by the Iranians as the ceasefire has collapsed. But they basically jumped the gun on this.
Like, it's really hard to claim that we had any high ground on any of these topics when we're the ones who started a war with a nuclear-armed state that refuses any IAEA inspections, refuses to even admit that it has nuclear weapons. We, a nuclear-armed state, working with Israel, a secretly nuclear-armed state, an openly secretly nuclear-armed state, assassinated a foreign leader under the premise that that country had some nuclear arms program that we have no evidence for. Meanwhile, there's plenty of evidence for our nuclear weapons and Israel's nuclear weapons. And it's just like, only Iran's not allowed to have nuclear weapons. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia, totally fine. You know what? 9/11, Jamal Khashoggi, all the war crimes and other sorts of horrifying things you've done in Yemen and wherever else, no big deal. Slavery, nah. You do you.
Now, there are other reasons as well, of course. We should mention the Palestinians, but this was a crucial part of that dynamic, and it's gone.
I think it speaks to a change in the power dynamic between Mohammed bin Salman and President Trump. You're right. It had been held out for years as the carrot. And the fact that it's been given away now, I think, hints at the dependence that Trump has on the Saudis in order to keep operations in and around the Gulf going.
Fucking ridiculous timeline we find ourselves on right now. 2 weeks, yep, 2-3 weeks. 2-3 weeks. It's only been 5 full months now. At that rate, it's probably cost us at least $200 billion, if not much, much more. If you factor in all the losses at U.S. bases around the region, which the U.S. government refuses to do right now. Well, let's go back to talking about that Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Because while the Saudis are maybe getting nuclear weapons, they're definitely getting a blocked Bab el-Mandeb. And that's bad. Not just for them, but for the rest of the world as well. Seeing as 26% of the world's oil goes through either the Bab el-Mandeb or the Hormuz.
Oil prices on the rise again. They have already surged $20 a barrel this month, and now a new crisis is emerging that could cause even more issues. Houthi rebels in Yemen are threatening to cut off a strait in the Red Sea. Just the threat alone is already leading to some ships abandoning their plans to exit the Red Sea heading south, and this potential blockade could cause even more damage to the already shaky global oil market. CNN senior business reporter David Goldman joining us now. I mean, we were talking about this, and I'm just going to do it because this is bad. This always indicates to us like, oh, good, oh yeah, green, up, good, market's good, up. No, bad.
Yes, that's
sad
right.
face.
You're
Terrible.
a good artist. We should have you do this more often. I think that this is. There's always a discussion about is green good or bad.
It's both. It depends on what you're talking about. In this case, it's bad. If you need oil for anything. This is from yesterday. It's up even higher now. This one's up to over 90. The early morning market, the Asia, European markets. Everybody can see what's clearly happening here. And it's not good. It's not good, and it's almost certainly about to get worse. And peace in the region. Nobody's even pretending to be trying to do peace anymore. Including the president, who's been telling us that Iran really, really, really wants peace. They want a deal really bad. 2-3 days. Any day now we will have a deal. You have no idea how bad Iran wants to surrender. Any second now they're going to be saying, sir, very sorry for the war that you started. They'll say, that's okay. You're just going to have to give us $1 trillion as payment. And now we will be in charge of the strait. Great American guardians of the strait.
Tankers attacked. An Iran-backed militant group claims it has just hit 2 Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea. A daring strike, and you can look at your map, right? The Strait of Hormuz is nowhere near the Red Sea. So this is an expansion of this war. Just look at the geography. As explosions are at the same time rocking Iran, and President Trump is waffling, facing a critical decision point. This is what Trump told supporters, actually, just a very short time ago.
This skirmish we have going on, I call it a skirmish. This is with this skirmish we have with the Islamic Republic of Iran, and I call it that because, let me tell you, they're getting hit so hard.
Perhaps Trump thinks minimizing it as a skirmish will make Americans think it doesn't matter and isn't a big deal. Maybe like last night when he posted about American troop deaths in what he called a military conflict, clearly making the point that the Iran war isn't a big deal.
Look how great we're doing. Only 18 dead. See? Look how great of a job I'm doing.
This is ridiculous.
This is sick. He's got a real sickness. When you think about it, actually 18, not bad. When you think about it, could have been a lot worse. The words of a sick, deranged man. But yeah, the Houthis claim to have struck 2 different oil tankers in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. The Strait of Bab el-Mandeb. I feel like it's harder to say that, so I'm going with the other one. But yeah, Houthis got that strait pretty locked down. It's also way, way thinner of a choke point than the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, we're talking about like, I think it's like a fifth or less of the distance. It's very, very narrow in comparison. Pretty easy to lock it down if you're the Houthis. Seeing as Yemen is literally right there. What's the other side? Somalia? Somaliland? Something like that. Let's see what our top diplomat had to say. Little Marco.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Little Marco, what have you got for us? Now, of course, Little Marco, or maybe not, of course, those of you may not, some of you may not know this, but Little Marco is on a little trip around the little Earth to a bunch of little places, like, what was this? Was this in the Philippines? I can't remember where this was. I think, yeah, right, yeah. Manila, Philippines, for the ASEAN meeting. That's the coalition of Asian and Southeast Asian nations. It's kind of like an Asian NATO. Let's see what little Marco had to say about Iran while here.
And share your warmest smiles. Ready for the first photograph? In 3, 2, and 1.
We are open-minded and always willing to engage in negotiated settlements of differences. And that remains true in the case of Iran. Unfortunately, as of now, despite their direct outreaches, and Iran has been reaching out to the United States, both directly and indirectly, to engage in talks about settling the differences with regards to what's happening in that part of the world. Unfortunately, so far, even though we have reached agreements, they have not kept their commitments.
Oh, it's Iran who hasn't kept their... I see. It's not us. We've kept our... It's Iran's fault. What a joke.
Give me a joke.
Look at Marco palling around here in Southeast Asia. Having a good old time with Marcos. Or is that for, that's for Marcos Jr., right? Yeah, Bong Bong. Bong Bong Marcos Jr. That's his name. I mean, I didn't come up with that nickname. Bong Bong Marcos and Little Marco. What a room. You got two Marcos. Two Marcos, price of one. See what I did there? Ferdinand Marcos and Little Marcos. Okay. Marco is a liar? No. What? Little Marco Rubio would lie? State Department official like Marco Rubio would have the gall to lie to the planet, the American people? You think? You figure? You figure that's possible? I mean, my God. I think there'd be some sort of accountability mechanism for that kind of thing. No, you're certainly right. Everything he's saying is a goddamn lie. Or at least it's only a half-truth. At the most, it's a half-truth, right? Like, at the worst, it's a lie. At the best, it's a half-truth. It doesn't include all of the things the United States is clearly doing in violation of all that stuff Marco was talking about. Okay. Now we got some other stuff to talk about, including the latest report, study done on the strike on the girls' school in Iran. report, which is, I'm sure, a shock to no one, confirming everyone's worst suspicions. Here's Democracy Now! From Wednesday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. The U.S. is continuing to bomb Iran for an 11th straight day. On Tuesday, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth revealed the cost of war in Iran has soared to over $37 billion, an increase of nearly $8 billion since the last public estimate. Hegseth is now seeking $80 billion more from Congress, including $67 billion for the war in Iran. Anti-war activists repeatedly disrupted Hegseth during his appearance before the Senate Appropriations Committee Tuesday.
The supplemental funding request is not a substitute for the president's full $1.5 trillion base budget request. $1.5 trillion.
Stop bombing our children in Iran and Palestine. This is illegal.
Mr. Secretary, please
Illegal.
suspend until order is restored in the hearing room.
That was Maine Senator Susan Collins, who presided over the hearing. During the hearing, senators grilled Defense Secretary Hegseth over the state of the war. This is Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand from New York.
Secretary Hegseth, you're requesting billions of dollars in supplemental funding for a war that you said would last for weeks, and that the president has no plan or ability to end.
Yes, that is true. That is true. He's been struggling to answer basic questions about this in a reasonable fashion. It's been a real shot.
On the first day of the war.
We recently lost 3 American heroes. That brings the death toll for American soldiers to 18. 1 is still missing. Hundreds have been injured. That's on top of the civilian death toll throughout the region that now stands at several thousand, including the over 150 people killed in the bombing of an elementary school in Minab in Iran.
The Trump administration has repeatedly refused to take responsibility for the school strike. President Trump recently appeared on Fox News and was questioned by Trey Yingst about the strike.
Democrats released a letter calling on your administration to unveil the findings of the investigation into a strike that killed more than 100 children on the first day of the war. Will you commit to releasing the findings of this investigation?
Well, I'd have to speak to the generals that are doing because we mostly have generals. You know, I don't think anybody's going to ever be able to say what happened there.
This guy, he is losing it. The fact is, he's always been a narcissist and a pathological liar, but he's losing it, right? Like, he's losing his talent for lying. Like, I've just noticed it when he is struggling to craft a lie. I notice he's just saying complete nonsense. At least at one point, he was able to like be coherent most of the time. Like, he was lying. We always knew that he was a liar. But like, I feel like as he sundowns, as he goes into late stage dementia, I feel like we're just watching him just like having these moments, these senior moments where he just, instead of like maybe like a normal grandpa or grandma sitting there saying nothing, he just sort of spouts off. He just, any words that come into his mind, he just says them. You know, like, I think for him, like, his dementia is manifesting in the form of no filter. Like, a man who already had seemingly no filter, now we're seeing actually, the no filter, there was actually some shit beneath the filter. And he's just coming out and saying crazy stuff that makes no sense or is completely psychotic. Just like in between the lies, like when he's just like riffing, You know, the crowd work, the riffing, a lot of times that was either him, like a great way for him to like avoid, acknowledging his mistakes, or to divert from his lies, to obfuscate from these sorts of falsehoods that he likes to, but like he can't even come up with the falsehoods anymore. And so he just sits here just saying gobbledygook. Oh, it's so painful to watch. Oh, God damn it.
Images from this site that show fragments that appear to be from U.S. Tomahawk missiles. Is it possible that old intelligence or a mistake during a very active time in the war led to this event?
It is, but it's also possible that those images that you have are AI generated.
It's possible they're AI. Did you ever think of that?
Report.
Did you ever think maybe they're AI and not real?
I think there can be a conclusive report.
Will you release the report when it is finished?
I guess so. I mean, I have to ask the military people. There might be a reason why they can't.
While President Trump claimed evidence of the school strike may be AI-generated, Forensic Architecture is out with a new report revealing new details about the U.S. bombing. Joining us from London will be a forensic architecture researcher. But first, Sky News recently released its own major report on the school strike, based in part on the research of forensic architecture. One mother, Khadija Ahmedzadeh, spoke to Sky News about her son Mohammed Taha, who died in the attack.
I collapsed onto the ground on my hands and knees. I said, Mohammed Taha will choke. For God's sake, pull him out quickly. I picked up a stone and said, I'll kill myself with this if you don't bring my son out quickly before he chokes. It was 1 month after we were told that Mohammed Taha had been found. I thought they would show him to me. But when we went, I saw that a child that had raised for 10 years with so much effort was now reduced to the size of a newborn baby, wrapped in a shroud. They gave him to me and said, "Here, this is your child." I didn't see my child's face again. After 1 month, Mohammed Taha was laid to rest next to his classmates. I spent that whole night at the cemetery. I was scared. Mohammed Taha was afraid of the dark too.
These atrocities are unforgivable. The United States, honestly, needs to stand for its crimes at this point. There's so many of them. We've avoided any culpability for any of this shit, whether it's funding the genocide or this latest slew of crimes against humanity. Oh. It's quite disturbing. Well, Trump claiming those war crimes, the girls' school, running this conflict are AI still 5 months later. It's pretty disgusting when you think about it. Even with all the evidence continuing to point to it being us, not AI. He just doesn't like having to face any consequences or anything. These kinds of people, like Donald Trump, these billionaire sex pests, have gone their entire lives, 80 years in the case of Trump, without ever having to face consequences for any of the crimes that he's committed. For 80 years. He's president now. If anything, he's failed upwards. Crime after crime. Crime after crime. By the way, thank you for the Djibouti comment. I assume that's a reference to the African nation on the other side of the Bab el Mandeb, not a reference to my sweet derriere.
Toilet.
Let's go back to the House of Representatives, I think House Appropriations Committee, where Ted Lieu was talking to UN Ambassador Mike Walls.
Security Council resolution on Iran. So yes, Iran is in your job responsibility. Focus on it and focus on the troops that have been wounded and killed. Do not be so callous with the safety and lives of American troops. I'm going to ask you again: Are U.S. troops currently stationed? Are U.S. troops currently stationed in Jordan?
Moralized to me. Go back
U.S. troops currently stationed in Jordan?
Try to get reelected.
I will.
You should try.
November is coming for you and this administration. Are U.S. troops stationed in Jordan? It's not even a trick question. Are they?
Of course they are.
Okay.
With a
and
great ally.
And if Donald Trump doesn't trust the Jordanians to protect U.S. troops, do you trust them? Who are we going to have protect U.S. troops? They are exposed right now in the Middle East, repeatedly being exposed to Iranian missiles
when they died
and missile strikes and drones. You don't even know how many U.S. troops were wounded in this Iran war. Shame on you for not even know basic facts. You are the U.S. ambassador, and you don't even know how many U.S. troops were wounded in the Iran war. You got that wrong. You should be shameful. You don't know basic facts. You should resign. You don't even care about the number of U.S. troops that were wounded. You did not know how many U.S. troops were wounded. You gave false information to Congress. You should be ashamed of yourself for not even knowing how many U.S. troops were wounded in the Iranian war.
The gentleman's words should be taken down. You should not use such derogatory language for the distinguished ambassador. Seriously, I know you're upset, but
nothing
you
in the
bring
last
dishonor on
administration.
yourself.
Zero. Politics and the.
How dare you say meany things about poor Mike Walls? Oh, he's a 55-year-old man. He can't defend himself. He's the UN ambassador. We need to take these words down from the record. Oh, they're too shameful to say these things about Honorable Mike Walls.
First of it.
He lied to Congress. He gave a flat-out false number, minimizing the number of U.S. troops wounded in Iran.
That is true. That is true. Ted makes a good point. Ted makes a good point. He did lie. And we didn't have time to listen to the whole clip. But this all stemmed from Mike Walls. Not knowing, misquoting the number of troops in the Middle East right now. And Representative Lieu was right. It is shameful. He's the UN ambassador. He should know something that simple. That should be something he should be aware of. As a representative of the United States at the United Nations. These sorts of things, I don't know what else he's doing. Aside from memorizing those kinds of facts and or speaking with foreign nations. Screwing up more group chats on Signal? I mean, come on. Oh, okay. Well, Donald Trump doubled down on his threats on Iran. Earlier this morning at I think this is Joint Base Andrews.
All of them said very strongly, we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. They won't have a nuclear weapon. So we're going to honor them. And one of the hardest things to do, for me, it's one of the hardest things to do as a president, but has to be done.
I don't know if everybody could hear that over the jet engines right next to this goddamn microphone. But that's the President of the United States claiming that all of the troops who died recently said they wanted to get rid of Iran's nuclear weapons, which don't exist. He's claiming that all the troops who have died, putting words into their mouths without any evidence for this claim, claiming that they all actually, this is great. This is great, actually. Like, they're totally fine. As it turns out, they all wanted Iran to not have nukes. And so, they're probably happy that they're dead. When you think about it, when you really think about it, they're probably all really glad to be dead because now Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons. Like, do you see what I mean? He's like doubling and tripling down on this insane fucking rhetoric. That it's like somehow worthwhile for the troops to die because we're succeeding, don't you see? He's a sick, sick man. He is a sick, sick man.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Like, who says that? People are so just disposable to Donald Trump. He has no concern for any human life aside from his own. And every day he proves it with stuff like that. Actually, the troops loved dying because, in a way, they're preventing Iran from having nuclear weapons. I know, as president, I know this because I've read their diary. I read their diaries, and their diaries say, I hate Iran, and I hope to die for President Trump one day. And that's what they did. Great job. Great job dying for me. Like, it's just so gross. We'll never actually, I can almost guarantee, we'll never actually have any proof of that. He's just coming out and making these claims. And it's pretty sick that he uses the troops as these, like, political pawns. It's like it's a wasted opportunity to him to not get in there when a troop is dead. You know, it would be a wasted breath not to be like, hey, I don't know if you heard, but the troops, they also, the dead ones, they really didn't like Iran either. Okay? They were Make America Great Again. And that's what we're doing. Like, he's incapable of, what's the word? Like, by the way, he's here. This whole thing, the reason that he was getting on the plane or off of it, I can't remember which one this was, but it was to honor the fallen soldiers, to attend the returning of the soldiers. So he's at the dignified, whatever it's called, the dignified return, or the God, I can't remember the fucking name of it, but you know what I'm talking about. It was the official return of fallen soldiers to America, and he's just taking the moment to, like, look, these guys that you see being carried, they actually died doing what they loved most, fighting for me to stop Iran. There it is. The cost of the Iran war. The cost of Operation Epstein Fury.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Incapable of empathy? Yeah. No, he's got no empathy. He was a draft dodger, pretended to have shin splints. He's Emperor Shin Splints. He avoided service and pretends to have any kind of like civility or like solemn respect for the troops. It's all bullshit. He can't even hold it for 5 seconds. He immediately goes to like desecrating their names by bringing them into his like own political agenda. Like he's a sick dude. Heel spurs. Was it bone spurs? Whatever spurs. Bone spurs, shin splints. It was something like that. It was some kind of bullshit that he made up. His daddy probably paid some doctor to lie about to the federal government. Now he's sending troops to their death. Something he literally would have done anything to avoid as a young man. And did. Making big threats. Alrighty, now let's talk a bit more about the testimony of Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, who, as was mentioned, gave testimony to the Senate asking for more money. That's right, they've run out of money. They've already spent probably $250 billion, something like 250 billion by my own math. Like, what they're willing to admit is something like, I think it's like 40 billion. But you add up all of the, if it's $1 billion a day, which is what many people have determined is what the war is costing. It's costing $1 billion a day. You got 150 days so far. That's 150 billion plus 40 billion. That's 190. And then you got all the bases that they refuse to tell us how much that's cost so far. But it's got to be in the billions. So already you're at 200 billion or more. Like, see what I'm saying here? It's $250 billion. It's already been spent. They've run out of money. And Pete Hegseth's back begging for more American taxpayer dollars to keep Operation Epstein Fury going.
Now, $37.5 billion. That is the cost of the US military campaign against Iran so far, the figure revealed by the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth as he appeared before the Senate to make the case for the war and asked for an additional $87.6 billion worth of funding. Hegseth's appearance as the US military has launched what is its 11th night of the latest strikes on Iran. Some anger, though, from Democrats.
So here we are, 5 months later. The strait is closed. The ceasefire hasn't just disintegrated. This war is now spiraling out of control again. The president is threatening escalation and war crimes and suggesting this could be another forever war. He has told us over 40 times now that a deal is near and the war will be over soon. But now he is asking for $70 billion more, and for us to just trust him, it'll work out fine.
Well, Rochelle Ferguson-Boyahi from our International Affairs desk joins us here on set now. Rochelle, the price of the Iran war, I mean, it seems to be rapidly increasing, doesn't it?
Spiraling out of control is what Patty Murray said there. We can bring up some of these figures for you because I think it's interesting to flesh through them. So as we've said so far this morning, $37.5 billion to date. That's how much is estimated to have cost the US this war on Iran. It's worth saying that a number of Democrats have said that, you know, the fees that it's taken in terms of the damage.
And just to be clear, this $37 billion, this is the $40 billion I was talking about. This is nonsense. This number right here, it's made up. They're just trying to make it sound like it's not costing us a fuck ton of money. They're trying to pretend like this isn't just catastrophically expensive because we're in a midterm year. At some point, it's all going to become quite clear because we're not going to be able to hide all these expenditures forever. Oh, now they're already asking for another $100 billion. It's ridiculous. They already got an increase earlier this year, last month, like 2 months ago. It's so stupid. They got $1 trillion in the last budget, and they need more money. Did you hear that sentence? They got $1 trillion in the last budget, and they were like, we've run out of money. It's July. What are you talking about?
What you talking about?
To US bases in the Gulf hasn't been included in that. So they estimate that the cost of this is a great deal higher. But what that amounts to ultimately is an $8 billion increase since May. So you can see these fees rapidly increasing there. $87 billion then is what Pete Hegseth has asked for.
Okay, let's go to some more of the questions. Questions time for PD Hegseth. We got some more clips. This price tag is getting out of control. Don't I have another? Could have sworn. Am I losing my mind? Oh, it's after. It's after this one. Right. Right. No, okay, that's fine. Let's just continue talking about the massive cost of the war. And this is Pete Hegseth testimony, Channel 4 News, 7 hours ago.
Mourners in Minab in Iran today. Families burying the newly identified victims from the strike on a primary school back in February. The sound of mourning here, the silence of mourning 7,000 miles away. 4 more US soldiers arriving home in 4 more caskets. President Trump was there to honor them and spoke to reporters earlier as he was asked about a conflict causing both emotional and economic pain for the American people.
A poll just came out. Americans don't want high gasoline prices, but they're not against the war. That just came out loud and clear in a poll. Nobody wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
The president has said he could go further, threatening to destroy a bridge or power plant each time Iran shoots at a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, and also suggesting strikes on an under-construction nuclear site in Iran.
Okay, hold on. I don't need this whole clip. Where do they start talking about PD? Here it is.
Given the administration said Iran's missile capabilities had been destroyed back in April, politicians raised their concerns on Capitol Hill.
You stated that Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and, quote, made combat ineffective. Was that an accurate statement? Yes or no?
Iran's ability to challenge the United States of America at the level at which we're capable of.
That's not what I asked you, Mr.
That's not what he asked. And actually, this is a perfect time for us to just go straight to the next clip. We get it. This war is costing a shitload of money. DOD wants more.
This is the very definition.
You already gave them $1 trillion last year, and it seems like they may have spent nearly $250 billion on this military engagement, whatever you want to call it. Should have gotten congressional approval in the first place. But I got the whole John Ossoff, Pete Hegseth showdown. Here it is.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for your testimony. And General Kane, let me just begin by expressing on behalf of all Georgians our immense gratitude and admiration for the service members who are making tremendous sacrifices and conducting themselves with extraordinary selflessness and professionalism on behalf of the United States and our state's unified condolences and grief for the families of the 4 killed in action
and our hope for a swift recovery for the nearly 100 wounded over the last 2 weeks. And thank you to you for your service to the nation. Mr. Hegseth, you're requesting roughly $68 billion for the department through this supplemental, correct?
67, yes.
And yesterday, your department stated publicly, quote, U.S. forces struck Iranian military command centers, maritime capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and air defense systems to degrade Iran's ability to continue attacking commercial vessels. That was a press release from your department. Is that a broadly accurate characterization of ongoing operations?
That sounds broadly accurate, yes.
On day 14 of this conflict, Mr. Secretary, day 14, nearly 5 months ago, you stated that Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and, quote, made combat ineffective. That was on day 14 of the war. Was that an accurate statement?
They didn't have a Navy any longer. It was completely sunk. Their missiles were
All
buried
gone.
underneath a lot
It
of
was
their
all
underground
gone.
facilities, and their defense industrial base has been almost completely destroyed. So as far as a military...
It's almost completely destroyed. Is that the same thing as completely destroyed? Almost. Are you playing horseshoes here?
Ridiculous.
Are you playing horseshoes here, Mr. Hegseth? What's happening? What's happening here? I'm a little confused. Say that again.
Navy any longer. It's completely sunk.
No
their
more
missiles
Navy.
were buried underneath a lot of their underground facilities, and their defense industrial base has been almost completely destroyed. So as far as a military assessment of Iran's capabilities, it didn't mean by
That's your
any stretch
job.
of the imagination
Military
absolute
assessment.
zero, but their
Mr.
capabilities are
Secretary,
at the lowest level
you
they've been in
stated
a very
that
long time.
on day 14 of this conflict, in the second week of the conflict, you stated that Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and, quote, made combat ineffective. Was that an accurate statement? Yes or no?
Iran's ability to challenge the United States of America at the level at which we're capable of.
That's not what I asked you, Mr. Secretary. You
That's not what I asked you, Mr. Secretary. No shit, John. No shit. Pete's not answering the questions, folks. If you haven't figured it out yet, Pete's doing good old politician time. You know, he's not a career military guy. He's a Fox News talking head. He's just doing politics here, refusing to answer just basic, direct questions. He's lucky John isn't his superior.
To challenge the United States of America at the level at which we're capable of.
That's not what I asked you, Mr. Secretary. You said on day 14, Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and, quote, made combat ineffective. Yes or no? Was that an accurate statement?
What the American military has
Will you
done
answer
to
the
the
question?
Iranian military is
This is the fourth time. Do you see what I mean when I said earlier that Pete was struggling to answer questions here in Senate Appropriations Committee? That is the fourth time. And what's fascinating, what I kind of loved is that throughout it, John was like, he let him answer all four times, but each time he shortened the amount of time. Like if we had the time, we could go back and watch it. We don't have that kind of time. But like each time, four times he asked that question. Each time he shortened the time which he was willing to listen to Pete Hegseth's bullshit. And by the fourth time, he had like 3 words. And John was like, dude, you can't keep doing this. You can't keep not answering the question by saying this bullshit.
And, quote, made combat ineffective. Yes or no? Was that an accurate statement?
what the American military has
Will you
done
answer
to
the
the
question?
Iranian military is a historic military
Will you
defeat,
answer the
and they're
question
ineffective
under oath?
in that context.
3 weeks later, you declared victory. That was now nearly 4 months ago. 3 weeks after you'd already said Iran's military was destroyed and combat ineffective, you said, quote, Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory. You said Iran's military had been rendered, quote, combat ineffective for years to come. And you stated we had, quote, achieved every single objective. Were those accurate statements?
It certainly was, on behalf of the men and women in uniform, a historic military victory over Iran.
He is really struggling over here big time. But it's quite clear that, I mean, anybody paying any attention, and Pete knows this, he must know this, but anyone who's paying any attention right now knows that's a lie. And Iran has not been rendered militarily ineffective. They continue to be able to A, blockade the Strait of Hormuz, B, strike multiple targets across the Middle East, including causing U.S. casualties. So no, of course not. But Pete can't say that, or otherwise he looks like a real dick. He's been running around screaming America at the top of his fucking voice, claiming victory for the last 4 or 5 months with the president. Pretending like we're living on some other planet where some other timeline is happening.
Military been rendered, quote, combat ineffective for years to come. That was a statement that you made 4 months ago.
They had 160 naval vessels
You need
in
to
the
answer
Blue
the
Water
questions,
Navy,
Mr.
and they're gone.
Secretary.
Their Air Force
you
is
said 4 months
completely
ago.
combat ineffective,
You
and they
said
don't
4
have a
months
defense
ago.
industrial base.
Excuse
so
me,
describe
Mr.
to me a
Secretary.
country that doesn't have an Air Force, a Navy, or a defense industrial base,
Mr.
and I will describe to
Secretary.
you a country that does not have an effective
Mr.
military.
Secretary, you
it
stated,
can lob missiles. Got
Mr.
it.
Secretary, you stated
missiles,
4
but it's
months
not a
ago
combat
that
effective
Iran's
military.
military had been rendered, quote, combat ineffective for years to come. Has Iran's military been, for the last 4 months, combat ineffective?
It's been set back not just years, but likely decades.
You stated we had,
can't
quote,
build at the level it did before, and not
you
even
stated
close.
we
It doesn't
had,
mean
quote,
it doesn't have capabilities.
Mr. Secretary, you stated we had, quote, achieved every single objective. Was that an accurate statement 4 months ago?
The main objective of this was to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. Their main sites were obliterated. We're watching over them, and we're holding them that issue. If they don't give them up at the table, there's other ways we can take it.
First off, you can't have an objective of never. You'll never reach that objective, right? Like, you cannot guarantee that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, ever, right? First off, Trump administration, by law, isn't allowed to be in office past 2029, right? Like, January 1st, 2029, they're gone. Or 2020. I'm sorry, January 20th, 2029, like, they're gone, right? Like, you can't guarantee forever, just like it's been proven by the Trump administration themselves, who ripped up the JCPOA, the Iranian nuclear deal that prevented Iran from having nukes, right? So, like, claiming that we're working on the goal of preventing Iran from never having a nuclear weapon, which is a completely unachievable goal, just based upon the wording of it, that's his proof that all of the military objectives laid out were successful. I mean, honestly, John Ossoff is just fucking obliterating with much calm Pete Hegseth. He's just asking him very simple, basic questions, and Pete just goes on these long tirades about, like, nothing of any substance. And John's like, but can you just answer the basic question? Did we or did we not do the thing? Did we render the military completely ineffective? Did we achieve all of our goals? And Pete's like, look, we're working on preventing Iran from never having a nuclear weapon, and man, my hair is getting way whiter really fast.
Immediately, if not sooner.
In the conflict
Iran will
on
never
day
have a
3,
nuclear
Mr.
weapon.
Secretary, early in the conflict, day 3, you said one of those core objectives was to, quote, destroy the missile threat, and as you restated on day 5, to, quote, obliterate Iran's missiles and drones. Those were clearly and repeatedly stated core objectives of the campaign, which 4 months ago you declared had been completed victoriously with every single objective achieved. Were those objectives achieved 4 months ago?
No one ever stated that every single missile was gone. Ultimately, combat ineffective means they're not able to dig them out of their UGFs and shoot
Had
at
the
us.
missile
It
threat
doesn't mean they
been
don't have
defeated
underground
4 months
facilities
ago?
where they put missiles in them and hold on to them because they're the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism. So we never expected they would stop having capabilities to shoot. The question is at scale against an opponent like the United States of America, which went toe-to-toe with them and Iran couldn't.
You stated on March 8th, day 9 of the war, on 60 Minutes, you assured the American people of Iranian surrender. Does that remain your prediction?
Ultimately, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon to threaten the United States of America. That has been
He just keeps saying that's his answer for every question. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Is Iran going to surrender? They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. Do we complete our objectives? They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They've been rendered militarily ineffective. They don't have a nuclear weapon. Okay, Pete, thank you for the diversity of information that you've got for us there, pal. Really helpful. For someone, I'm sure. Not me. I'm left confused. I don't know if I'm the only one. But it felt like, and correct me if I'm wrong, it felt like Pete didn't have any of the answers, or that he didn't like any of the answers that he had. In fact, I'm more likely to think that he was, avoiding answering questions because the answers were bad. So he's just repeating the same nonsense statement over and over again because he didn't come prepared. But he had to be there because he was asking Congress for money. It's one of those sticky situations. I would point out that since he did have foreknowledge of this, he probably should have done his homework. But let's be real. Let's all think about who Pete Hegseth is. Is he the guy who did his homework in name, like in high school, college? I mean, come on. Come on! I can almost guarantee you he was not known as the fastidious bookworm. So I guess he just decided to go in there and wing it with no preparation and just hope nobody noticed. I don't know. It's weird. If you ask me, it's weird.
That's really weird.
But maybe I'm biased. Anyway, let's go to here, the House of Representatives. Talk about how much money is being spent on this war in Iran. Why is this not playing? Do not do this again, keyboard. I swear to freaking God, you are killing me. Come on. Clicky click. All right, Representative Gabe Amo. Here to help us tabulate the cost of the war. Gabe, please, for the love of God, say words.
Mr. Speaker, is this Groundhog Day? We must be stuck in some kind of infinite time loop because Republicans are trying to ram through a third unpopular deficit-busting bill that does nothing to lower costs for Americans on top of cuts to health care and their continued investments in cruelty. Unfortunately, this is actually happening. Republicans are trying to pass another bad budget. And all this for the farm aid that Republicans are touting as necessary because Trump's illegal war in Iran and chaotic tariffs jacked up costs for farmers. The billions in defense funding that Republicans claim is necessary for Trump's choice to wage the illegal Iran war depleted our stockpiles. And the only necessary action that my constituents are imploring Republicans to take, lowering costs for the American people, it's completely missing from this failing effort. Republicans are running up billions on America's credit card so they can send our service members to fight another forever war in the Middle East. And they're working to pass a voter suppression bill that won't secure our elections, but will make it harder for Americans to vote. My Republican colleagues tell Americans that they're working for them. The American people are smarter than that. They know that what Republicans are doing, and they will not forgive them for what they've done. I urge every member to vote no on this latest bad budget.
Thank you, Gabe. Yes. Indeed. Hopefully voters will hold Republicans accountable for funding these wars. Speaking of military funds, Let's go to the most costly helicopter, I think, on the planet. The MV-22B Osprey. Has a bunch of problems with the design. It looks real cool. The rotors switch from top-mounted to front-mounted like a plane. Looks real badass. Except for when it's on fire.
Zero Center, continue. We'd like to do a touch and go, followed by departure back to Falcon, so it's 550.
Well, there you go. $100 million for one of those puppies. That thing is on fire.
That's hot.
Yes, fire is hot, Paris. You're right. Okay. So, yeah. More of your tax dollars being spent. Well, $100 million on fire. Back in Arizona. Not in Iran, just to be clear. Okay. Now, this. Did you know that the Galactic News Network is completely funded by individuals like you? Well, there's a lot of great ways for you to help support the stream. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. So many great ways. But, of course, you can support completely for free by just following us on Twitch, subscribing on YouTube. Maybe hit that like button, too. Supposedly helps us out with the algorithm, even though YouTube has been not giving notifications to anybody about the streams. It's like we're being repressed. It's almost like we're being repressed. You know? It almost feels like I'm being repressed. If I were a tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy theorist, I'd say it was a cabal. Some kind of concerted effort to repress the Galactic News Network. But, no. I'm just some guy. By the way, we're not done with nukes. Did you think we were done with nukes in the Middle East? You thought we were just talking about Saudi Arabia getting nukes. You silly, silly spring chicken. No. Got more nuke talk. Because apparently, some of these plans that Donald Trump has, like hitting Iran's nuclear sites, the ones that are storing the supposed dust, well, supposedly you need some pretty serious artillery to hit that. And Donald Trump has supposedly sent nuclear armed planes to Iran.
A what now?
Targeting ammunition depots, logistics infrastructure, and a U.S. Army command center. The strike was carried out as part of the 21st phase of Iran's Thunder operation, which the Army said was launched in response to repeated U.S. attacks on Iran. Iran's Army described Al-Duha as a major U.S. military base and support hub in Kuwait, housing large numbers of U.S. personnel and equipment. So here's a little bit of what that looks like. Look at this.
Sorry, we've actually watched, I think, this exact footage. This isn't quite the part that I want. I was looking at the wrong spot. That's my bad. That's my bad, Space Sams. Look, as you know, I try my best. I deal with over 100 clips a stream sometimes. Sometimes I forget where I want to be in a particular clip. Today is that day. God, I need some hydration over here. By the way, did you know that you could literally buy me hydration? Not just use space points on Twitch to force me to drink. You could also help me afford my teas on Throne. That's right, I completely manage all the items on Throne. Add stuff that would be generally useful, that I would use in my real life. Either on the space station or in my Earth apartment. But suffice to say, talking for 8 hours, one go, quite taxing on the voice.
I am having trouble doing the show.
But imagine rolling blackouts when it's 117 degrees. That's life-threatening. Period. Full stop. That is life-threatening. People can die. A massive number of people can die because of that. And this is what Trump has brought us, and this is what Netanyahu has brought us. Okay, the Wall Street Journal says, Israel believes Iran moved thousands of uranium enrichment centrifuges into tunnels deep inside a mountain last fall. Israeli and U.S. officials say a development that would heighten concerns that Tehran could reconstitute its nuclear program. Okay, goddamn. So Israel comes out and says this. Now here's the thing. You ready for this? What's their evidence? They made it up. They pulled it right out of their ass.
Yay.
That's what this is. They made it up. Okay. Breaking. Trump announces the U.S. will hit Iran's Pickaxe Mountain nuclear facility, quote, pretty soon, very heavily, adding there's nothing they can do about it, indicating he will use nuclear earth-penetrating bunker busters, as these are the only weapons that can properly destroy pure granite mountain fortifications at a depth of up to 145 meters. Do you understand what he's threatening here? So stop and think about it. Israel goes to the U.S. and says,
yes, that's right. Donald Trump just threatened nuclear warfare. He's threatening nuclear warfare on Iran. Something that I am quite certain the IAEA does, in fact, object to. It's a stupid plan. Hit a bunch of nuclear material with a nuclear weapon. Fuck you. Fuck you, buddy. This is too much. It's a crime.
Illegal.
Right to jail, right away.
25th Amendment, anybody? You can teach me how to turn an Arizona iced tea into alcohol? That doesn't help me with hydration. That's the opposite of helping me with hydration. Alcohol is dehydrating. That is ridiculous and unhelpful.
So hot right now.
Thank you, Paul. Okay. Let's keep this stream moving. Nuclear threats for Iran, nuclear weapons for Saudi Arabia. Potentially $100 billion more for the Department of War that's already received $1 trillion for the year 2026. It's a fascinating start to the week. What do you think, Space Fams? Midterm, midweek report. How's it feeling? All right, we are done for now with the Middle East. I'm sure we'll be talking about the Middle East for the rest of the week. And Operation Epstein Fury, all that, for some time. But we got 2 more stories left to talk about in Asia, South and Southeast Asia, to be specific. First in India, updates on the protests happening there. The Cockroach Janta Party A political movement which we have been following now for, I think, months, has been growing in size dramatically, now numbering in the millions of supporters, holding a mass protest after the canceling of a like a government test, like for school. I think it was for like college, to like get into the colleges, after a bunch of like allegations of corruption surrounding this. From what I understand, they like just canceled the whole thing and like rescheduled it, causing people to lose their freaking minds. But this is very similar to what happened in Bangladesh like 2 years ago. Similar situation regarding government choices around opportunities that people were depending on. This time it was nepotism regarding government jobs being given to certain people loyal to Sheikh Hasina. You have the vibes here in England, Jesus Christ, in India are very, very reminiscent of that, and of Nepal and some of the other places we've seen with youth-led protests. However, it's not just the youth out here anymore, and the youth and the Cockroach Janta Party protesters who have been parked out here in the streets are getting support from all sorts of interesting places. Anonymous donors sending food in a trend. What's funny is we've talked about this a couple of weeks ago. The trend of like instant delivery in places like India and other places in Asia. It's like DoorDash, but like on crack. It's like a DoorDash on crack.
Call a crackhead.
And people have been sending food to the protesters who refuse to give up.
I'm delivering tea.
Do you know who has placed the order?
I don't know who placed the order. They informed me to go to Jantamanta and deliver tea to the protesters. That's it. Our brothers who are protesting. Deliver it to them.
Yeah, and you notice he says our brothers who are protesting. Because we talked about the industry, like the instant delivery industry. People are not earning a good living doing that. They are struggling their asses off. Like you would not imagine. Like, you think people are getting paid nothing for DoorDash in the United States? They're getting paid like 5 cents a mile for the whole delivery in India. So India's got a deeply unfair system, even though they don't officially have the caste system. They do, right? Like, the society is just deeply unfair. The same people have been experiencing poverty for a very, very long time. And honestly, this isn't just like a caste thing, though, right? Like, because India has been claiming to have shed the caste system, even though all of the sort of like effects of the caste system are still like clearly seen throughout the strata of Indian society. Like, they're claiming to be a democracy. They're claiming to have social mobility. They are growing their economy, but opportunity is still being limited to some. Youth unemployment super high, and like graduate unemployment in India is really high, which makes it hard to sell that claim, right? It's like if you're going to school as somebody from a formerly lower caste, going to school, getting the degree, and then still not getting a job, and still not getting ahead, and living in squalor, right? And like, it just, there's so many people in India. Like, if you could just get a little bit of progress in India, it affects so many people. Let's see some more footage. You can see how many people are here. You can see how much energy. You can feel the energy in the crowd. Like, people are pissed and they are mobilized. They are out in the streets with each other. Inqilab is revolution? Is that what that means? Sorry, I don't speak Urdu or whatever it is. What's the name? I can't think of the name of the language. Sanskrit? That's the written language. Is it the same? Oh boy, the snacks are making me hungry. Got boxes of paneer or something. Some delicious fried Indian food there being handed out. More on the cockroach revolution. Al Jazeera. From yesterday.
To India now, where supporters of the youth-led Cockroach Janta Party have been protesting against the Prime Minister and his education minister. Well, the unrest was triggered by the cancellation of a national medical entrance exam after question papers were leaked. Around 2 million students sat the exam in May, but it was later scrapped, with about a dozen student suicides linked to its cancellation. A retest was held last month. Neha Punia joins us live from New Delhi. So, Neha, does it look like the protest is still growing?
Absolutely. On Monday, we saw this group, which started as a satirical online movement, call for a march to Parliament. And we saw unprecedented scenes in the national capital of New Delhi. Tens of thousands of people showed up. They broke through barricades. They marched to Parliament's gates before they were pushed back. Since then, because of what is being called a brutal police crackdown, police teams using tear gas shells and sticks to push protesters protesters back. There's been anger growing on the ground. So in the last 2 days, we've seen how protesters have stayed put at the protest site of Jantar Mantar in the heart of New Delhi. In the last few hours, we're hearing that 16 metro stations in and around that protest site have been shut by officials citing quote-unquote security concerns. Videos circulating online show protests taking place inside metro stations. Some people claiming they're inside some of these metro stations, not being allowed to leave, and there's sloganeering happening inside. So it looks like people are still trying to make their way to this protest site. And, the Cockroach Janata Party has been posting videos online. We've been on the ground as well, and it's certainly packed. People there saying that after what happened on Monday with the police crackdown, that's only strengthened their resolve to not call off the protest. They are still demanding the education minister's resignation and say they will not back down until that happens.
Yeah, the Cockroach Janata Party seems to be gaining momentum, if anything. They don't seem to be slowing down at all, not deterred in the slightest by the repression. In fact, they fought back against the police and turned the police barricades into their own defenses, as we saw in another video. Couple more clips on the India situation.
India's main opposition leader Rahul Gandhi's called for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to resign over a police crackdown on student protests in Delhi. On Tuesday, opposition MPs staged a protest outside Mr. Modi's official residence demanding answers. Mr. Gandhi was detained by police. He was released a few hours later. Let's go to our South Asia correspondent Azadeh Moshiri, who's there in Delhi. Azadeh, how are things looking?
Well, you can see the protest is still going on. It's been going on for weeks now, and it's certainly gained momentum after the tens of thousands who showed up on Monday. And it's been raining earlier this morning. That hasn't stopped people from turning up. You might see there are some sheets that have been put up to cover protesters should it start raining again. The stage that was dismantled on Monday is back up. And people were here late into the evening last night. People from other states are still traveling here. I just met a couple people from Rajasthan earlier. And there are also people who support the Cockroach Janata Party movement who are actually delivering food, ordering food to be delivered to the protesters here throughout the day. And as the protest carries on, as people come out after work, people just keep pouring in. Now, today, of course, follows the brief detention of the leader of the opposition here in India, Rahul Gandhi, from the Congress Party. He staged a sit-in near the Prime Minister's residence. It isn't unusual for opposition politicians to stage protests, to even be briefly detained. Rahul Gandhi has been detained before, but yesterday he was peeled off the ground and dragged into a detention van.
Yeah, and this is the thing about these protests. They're bringing to light, I think, to the rest of the world, a lot of the repression that's happening in India is not talked enough about. Like the repression against opposition parties, against, ethnic minorities, religious minorities. I'm not saying that this is doing all of those things simultaneously. I think it makes it easier to talk about those things when you're seeing the opposition get literally dragged through the street on national television. And the Cockroach Janata Party people have brought attention to, like, the struggles happening in India. Because we're constantly talking about, India did this deal with this country and all these other things. Meanwhile, there's millions of people that are just struggling their fucking collective asses off here. In a country that's got some severe inequality. In fact, just the planet has got some serious inequality problems that we all need to be just working together on. Which is why I feel like feel some solidarity with the movements that we've seen here in Bangladesh and Nepal and Madagascar and wherever else. Even though nobody talks about them, we're doing it. All right, people, second to last clip of the night. France 24 English.
With each passing day, India's youth-led cockroach movement seems to swell. As the sit-in by anti-corruption campaigners grows in central Delhi, opposition lawmakers relaying their call for the education minister to resign over the leaking of exam tests. The standoff growing, with the Supreme Court refusing to hear a police brutality petition launched after Monday's crackdown on those who tried to reach Parliament.
If the government doesn't agree, millions more will come to Delhi, because this time will not hold back, will not stay silent. We have seen too much, we have witnessed too much, we have experienced too much. 20th July ko, the way the police behaved, we have seen it all now. So the government really needs to get its act together, otherwise the youth of this country is going to take them down.
For more, let's cross to the Indian capital and correspondent Sarah Jacobs. Sarah, what's the latest?
Well, defying the government, protesters continue to sit in at the Jantar Mantar in New Delhi. According to reports on social media from protesters on the ground, they're saying they can see a visible increase in the number of security personnel deputed there. We're also hearing that at least 16 metro stations in and around that protest area have been shut down. The government has cited security concerns for this, but really what this would mean is that it would make it very hard for anybody wanting to join the protests to do so. In Parliament today, the update is that opposition MPs, to show solidarity with the protesters, arrived in Parliament wearing black. And really, there has been no response, or there's no news yet about the government's reaction to the demands by the protesters.
You have the Modi government paralyzed. The Cockroach Janta Party. A group of people who were literally what's the word? I just lost the word in my brain. Oh my god. Literally cast aside by the establishment that are now putting serious pressure on their government. Something to witness. All right, final story of the night. Let's go to the Philippines, where little Marco Rubio was for the ASEAN meeting. Unfortunately for little Marco, he was not welcomed with great fanfare and excitement.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
No, in fact, he was met with boos and protests. Yeah.
We denounce the US's role in using the Marcos administration and Philippine territory to foment war in the Asia-Pacific region. Secretary of State Marco Rubio represents and articulates the U.S. line in asserting its political domination globally.
Yes. People in the Philippines, for a whole myriad of reasons, displeased to see little Marco there in their country. Look, I get it. We got to live with him here in the United States. That's why space seems like such a great alternative. One of the reasons. But I get it, okay? We have Marco 24/7 back in the United States. So, he shows up in your country. I don't envy that. Although it is a nice respite. It's a nice little Marco break. I can certainly relate. He's been in our government for too long. Imagine him being in your government. He's just there to visit. He's got actual power in my country. Although I guess technically Marco's got power in the Philippines too. American State Department's got power in most countries. Especially places like the Philippines. I take it back, Philippines. Take it back. He sucks just as much for you. Anyway, that's it. We got through all of the vids. All of the news between Sunday and today and now. May have missed a few things in the last 8 hours. In fact, I'm certain I missed some things. What's very annoying is that the news does not stop when the stream starts. It would make it way easier for me to do my job if it didn't do that. Because then when I end the stream, I have to immediately start looking at what happened over the last 8 hours. It's almost always bad. It's never, oh, the war is over, and Trump has decided to turn the military budget into, I'm trying to think of the best possible thing that could be to have healthcare for all and free housing. Oh, one Wednesday from now, some other day, we'll have good news. Only good news on the planet. Well, we got through the stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dog, Sarah W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afrobonics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, God Cat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Mono, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, PC, Free Palestine, Mineralogist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Honda 99, Doug Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitch Master, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Cell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris Echios, Emily S., Hecate, Trevor, Sweet Chewy Forever, Rogue Gerb, Tracy, Eva, and Mr. Nice Guy. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few Earth dollars a month. On Patreon, of course. Where else?
The Bolsheviks are coming.
It's the enemy of the Constitution. Above all, it's the enemy of July.
I want the Michigan fist!
There are questions surrounding Israel's sincerity.
So we're all going to learn this together.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up.